It's the late 13th century BC. A desperate king has a scribe frantically scribble a message on a clay tablet as invaders close in on his city. Send me forces and chariots, and may my lord save me from the forces of this enemy. He pleads, but the letter is never sent. Not long after that city, the thriving port of Ugarit on the Syrian coast, was burned to the ground, his people displaced or killed. Within a span of decades around 1200 BC, the great civilizations of the Bronze Age world fell into ruin. Palaces and cities, from Greece to Mesopotamia, were abandoned or sacked. The trade routes went dark. Writing systems and monumental buildings ceased. The collapse of these interconnected Mediterranean and Near Eastern civilizations was a cataclysm of intense proportion. It was an ancient apocalypse, ending centuries of prosperity and ushering in a new, dark age. Why did this happen? And why were some societies hit harder than others? Well, that's what we're going to talk about today. We'll explore the chronological unfolding of the late Bronze Age collapse and examine the leading theories behind its cause. We'll go into the golden age of the 13th century BC, witness the storms gathering on the horizon, and follow that cascading fall of kingdoms. And along the way, we're going to consider evidence from contemporary records, letters, inscriptions, and archaeology, and try and piece together how drought, invasions, internal strife, and other factors converged into a perfect storm. By the end, we'll see why the Bronze Age collapse was not caused by any single event, but by a combination of stresses overwhelming even the mightiest of empires, while allowing a few fortunate survivors to adapt and endure. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. We're going to be spending a little bit of time together today discussing these sorts of questions. I've really been looking forward to it. And if you're new to the channel, I invite you to like the video, subscribe, and perhaps tell your friends about it. For those who would like to do so, there's also a Patreon you might want to check out. But most importantly, let's all get nice and relaxed, and perhaps you can tell me where you're listening from in the comments. In the centuries before the collapse, the eastern Mediterranean world of the late Bronze Age, that is from 1500 to 1200 BC, was a vibrant, international system. Powerful kingdoms and city-states were all linked by commerce, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. The Mycenaean Greeks, for example, you might have heard of them. They ruled a network of palace-centered states across mainland Greece and Crete. And then there was the Hittites, based in Anatolia, modern Turkey, with its capital at Hattusa. They controlled much of Asia Minor and northern Syria too. In Egypt, the new kingdom pharaohs of the 18th and 20th dynasties commanded an empire that extended into Canaan and Syria. Further east, Babylonia, under the Kassite dynasty, and Assyria vied for dominance in Mesopotamia, the land between the two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates. Smaller states like Ugarit in Syria and Cyprus, known as Alicia in the day, prospered as intermediaries in trade, halfway points. They took what they could. It was a cosmopolitan world. Merchants, skilled artisans, envoys, they traveled widely, and royal courts corresponded through well-preserved letters on clay tablets, much of which, due to the easily preservable nature of such tablets, we have with us today. Trade was the lifeblood of this age. Critical resources, especially copper and tin to make bronze, were exchanged over long distances. And don't forget the foodstuffs and luxury goods. Can't go without the lapis lazuli, of course. A dramatic example of this connectivity is the Uluburun shipwreck from around 1300 BC. They found that one off the coast of Turkey. Its cargo was a microcosm of the Bronze Age economy. Copper ingots from Cyprus, tin from Central Asia, modern-day Afghanistan, glass from Egypt, pottery and oil from Canaan, ivory and ebony from Africa, and gold, jewelry, likely from Mycenaean Greece and Egypt. In fact, even the ship's timber, cedar wood, came from Lebanon. Take a look at the Lebanese flag. You might be interested to see how that looks. As archaeologist Eric Klein notes, that one ship is a microcosm of the international trade that was going on in the late Bronze Age. In addition to goods, ideas flowed along these routes. Writing systems, artistic styles, and religious motives were shared across cultures. For example, the city of Ugarit used multiple writing systems, that is, cuneiform, and the alphabetic script. They also hosted traders from the Aegean, Mesopotamia, and Egypt. Cosmopolitan indeed. Diplomacy and alliances also knit the great powers together. We have records of treatises and royal correspondence, such as the famous Treaty of Kadesh between Egypt and the Hittites. That was around 1259 BC. A great battle, too, going with that one. But then we also have the Amarna letters of the 14th century BC, in which Egyptian pharaohs corresponded with other kings. The late Bronze Age rulers often addressed each other as brother and exchanged gifts. Marriages between royal families were common and came with a good amount of alliances and agreements with them too. After all, a contract is a contract. It was a truly interconnected world, a globalized economy, and a political system that would not be rivaled for a long time. It sounds good. How could it possibly go wrong? Well, this interconnectedness meant that the prosperity and stability would become fragile. The great kingdoms depended on one another for resources like tin, grain, and wood, and they also shared vulnerabilities, reliance on bronze weapons and chariot armies, complex bureaucracies with a little sprinkling of corruption, don't forget, and the loyalty of far-flung vassals and subject peoples. By around 1250 BC, cracks were beginning to appear in the system, and over the next half-century, multiple crises would shake the foundations of this Bronze Age civilization and prepare the way for its doom. Even before the final collapse around 1200 BC, a debatable date, sure, there are indications that the Bronze Age world was under a great strain. One major factor was climate change. Scholars studying ancient climate proxies, such as pollen analysis and tree rings, have identified a prolonged drought, or even as they termed it, a mega-drought, between roughly 1250 and 1100 BC across the eastern Mediterranean. Pollen grains from sediments beneath the Sea of Galilee and the Dead Sea show a decline in water-loving plant species and an increase in drought-resistant plants like olive trees during this period. Likewise, tree ring studies in Anatolia reveal stunted growth in the late 13th century. For example, trees grew at only about 50% of nominal rates around 1190. What does that indicate? Well, it indicates that there were severe dry years. Not good news for anybody. As early as the reign of the Hittite king Tudhaliya IV, that is, around 1237 to 1209, letters and records speak of food shortages. The word biro, hunger, appears in Ugaritic tablets describing famine tearing the region apart. Tudhaliya IV's successor, the last Hittite king, Suppiluliuma II, also faced worsening food crises. In a remarkable example of international cooperation, and perhaps desperation too, the Hittites practically begged their rival Egypt for grain shipments to avoid starvation in Anatolia. Letters from Ugarit around this time record urgent appeals for grain. In a letter it wrote, "In the land of Ugarit there is a severe hunger. May my Lord save it, and may the king give grain to save my life and the lives of the citizens of the land of Ugarit." The words of King Amurapi of Ugarit to the pharaoh. Sounds pretty desperate, doesn't he? These pleas show that drought-induced famine was weakening societies even before the final collapse. Hunger would have led to internal unrest. Starving populations grow desperate, and cities would be vulnerable to outside attack. But there was other signs of brewing trouble: the movement of peoples and external invasions. We go now to Egyptian records, which tell us that in 1208 BC, that is year 5 of the pharaoh Mer-Netar, Egypt had to fight off an invasion from Libya, which was aided by groups of sea-born raiders. Mer-Netar's victory stele in 1207 BC mentions these foreign names, likely an early appearance of the so-called sea peoples, perhaps the villain of our story, if we're going to find one that we can point the finger at that is actually breathing. Groups with names like Sherden, Shekelesh, Ekwesh, etc., who would later play a starring role in this collapse. We'll talk a little bit more about them later. Around the same time, on the opposite side of the Mediterranean, the Mycenaean Greek world experienced their own upheaval. Many scholars believe that the legendary Trojan War, immortalized in the later Iliad written by Homer, may echo a real conflict at the city of Troy, Ilion, around this period. Archaeological evidence shows that Troy was destroyed around 1180 BC, and one of the destruction layers at Troy has been associated with warfare or siege. Now, Troy's been around for a very, very long time, and effectively every time it got destroyed, it was built on the ashes of the former site. The excavations at Troy, once they found them, I believe, by Heinrich Schliemann, well, that's a fascinating topic of its own. Whether or not Mycenaean Greeks were involved in the actual fall of Troy, the late 13th century saw increasing fortifications on the sites and signs of conflict in the Aegean. In one intriguing find, a clay tablet from the palace of Pylos in Greece refers to, I quote, "watchers guarding the coast," suggesting that Pylos rulers were expecting an attack from the sea. Soon after that tablet was written, Pylos was violently destroyed by fire sometime around 1180 BC. But there were also hints of weaknesses internally and political instability too. The Hittites, for example, where they were likely struggling with succession disputes and rebellions in their final era. Suppiluliuma II's few surviving inscriptions record him fighting wars against disloyal vassals running amok, and even a naval battle against Cypriots. But these victories were apparently Pyrrhic. No side really gained an advantage. They just lost a lot of men. In one Hittite letter, Tudhaliya IV wrote anxiously to his mother about a serious rebellion near the heartland that was likely to spread much farther. The royal family undertook a frantic building program at Hattusa during these years. quickly putting up new walls, new temples, and the best defenses they could. Perhaps a sign of insecurity, an attempt to solidify the kingdom, albeit a very panicked one. It was as if one is left with the uneasy feeling that the Hittite world was living on the edge in its final days, clinging to life. We should also consider natural disasters. A series of earthquakes may have rocked the region in late 13th and 12th centuries. Geologists and historians like Amos Nur have proposed an earthquake storm theory, a sequence of major quakes striking various sites over a span of decades, between roughly 1225 and 1175. Indeed, archaeological levels of destruction around 1200 at some sites show patterns consistent with earthquake damage. Walls collapsed without signs of burning or warfare. For example, parts of Mycenae and Tiryns in Greece were hit by earthquakes about this time. And while those cities were reoccupied and rebuilt, sure, the disruption might have made them more vulnerable, or at least less able to cope with other problems. And believe me, there were plenty of other problems. Thus, on the eve of the collapse, Bronze Age civilizations were being squeezed and rinsed out from multiple directions, hit from all sides. Drought and famine were undermining economies and morale. Migrant or invading groups were probing borders, and internal strife was weakening the once great kingdoms. In modern terms, the entire system was losing its resilience. By the turn of the 12th century, it would only take a spark to set off a conflagration. And now, the several sparks that flew, let's talk about them. So when we use the word collapse, I don't want you to think of this very quick falling down. It is more of a disintegration. It didn't occur in a single year, at least not everywhere, but rather in waves over perhaps 30 to 50 years. So let's talk about what set everything off in the different regions. How about we start with Anatolia, the Hittite Empire. Underrated. Everyone should talk about them more. We love the Hittites over here. Now, the Hittite capital Hattusa in central Anatolia was destroyed and abandoned around 1200 BC, and we've done a fair few excavations. They show that Hattusa's royal palace and temples burned in a single, simultaneous, violent destruction. Well, that's Hattusa out of the way. Of course, that wasn't the only settlement of the Hittites. Certainly the most important one, though. But curiously, and this is where it's interesting, it seems that much of the population, possibly the elite and the scribes too, had already fled beforehand, perhaps seeing the writing on the wall, running for their lives. One theory that we do have is that the Hittite king Suppiluliuma II evacuated his court to a safer location, possibly the Hittite-controlled city of Carchemish in Syria before the final attack. The invaders who delivered the final blow to Hattusa may have been the Kaskan tribes from the northern mountains, traditionally old enemies of the Hittites. Or possibly some of the sea peoples who had moved up through Anatolia. In any case, no new Hittite king ever took the throne in Hattusa again. It was over. The loss of the capital, well, that meant the end of the Hittite Empire as a centralized state. Writing in Hittite-style cuneiform ceased, and the land that had been united under Hatti fragmented into small principalities. Some of these Neo-Hittite successor states like Carchemish and others in northern Syria, well, they'd survive a few centuries, but the core in Anatolia was all but gone. thrown into the dustbin of history like an empty Kit Kat wrapper. Now, we have Syria and the Levant. Going down to the south, the prosperous coastal cities fared no better. The kingdom of Ugarit, that which had been pleading out for help, met their violent and bloody end. Several letters found baked into the ruins of Ugarit give us a chronological snapshot of its final moments. In one letter, the Ugaritic king reported enemy ships attacking its cities and noted that his own troops were away, supporting the Hittites. Now this left him with no one to defend the land. You can see how this is a problem for the king of Ugarit. Another letter from the governor of Cyprus, that being the old term Alashia, ominously reply that the destruction was caused by your own people and ships. Now what does that mean? Well, it possibly hints that Ugarit was going through a rebellion, being attacked by local rebels, or perhaps a full-on coup from mutinous forces. The most telling message is one of the last tablets, probably written when Ugarit was under siege. It reports bluntly, "The enemy is at our gates. Our city is sacked." Archaeology confirms that Ugarit was violently destroyed and never inhabited again. In the destruction layer, excavators found dozens of bronze arrowheads, spearheads, swords, and armor scattered in the streets, clear evidence of a battle within the city. The conquerors of Ugarit were likely one of the sea peoples moving along the coast. Ugarit's destruction has been dated to around 1190 BC, shortly after the death of the pharaoh Mernetar, based on an Egyptian artifact that we found among the debris. Other cities in Syria, Canaan, suffered similar fates. The great trading city of Byblos has signs of damage, though it might have been recovered a little later, while Tyre and Sidon in Lebanon also contracted. Inland, the city of Emar on the Euphrates River was destroyed around this time too, its temples deliberately burned while houses abandoned. It suggests a targeted attack on the city's religious and administrative centers. Farther south in Canaan, around modern Palestine, Israel, several cities that had been under Egyptian rule were destroyed or abandoned. With Hazor, Lachish, Megiddo, they all showed destruction layers around the early 12th century BC. The pattern in the Levant suggests both external attacks and internal uprisings. In some sites, only the elite structures burned, hinting at possible revolts of local populations solely against the ruling class, while in others there's clear evidence of outright warfare and relentless conquest. But what about Mycenaean Greece? Well, they copped it too. The fall of the Mycenaeans was dramatic. The palatial centers, Mycenae, Pylos, Thebes, Tiryns, and others which had dominated Greece for centuries, were mostly destroyed or abandoned by 1200 to 1180. Pylos, as mentioned, was completely burned around 1180, and its Linear B archives stop abruptly on that date. Linear B and Linear A being their writing styles, by the way. The Palace of Thebes, well, that was destroyed too. Layers of ash and arrowheads might have been found there as well. Mycenae and Tiryns might have initially survived an earthquake around 1200, but both sites show signs of conflict and decline afterwards. By around 1150, Mycenae was no longer a major power, and its population had dwindled to a fraction of its previous level. One of the few major sites to escape destruction was Athens, which actually shows continuity. Athenian tradition later claimed that they were never conquered by the Dorian invaders, and indeed, Athens may have weathered the storm, at least better than most. Overall, Greece underwent a severe depopulation, partnered with a loss of literacy, a banishment of knowledge too. The Linear B script, used by Mycenaean bureaucrats to keep records, completely disappeared. For the next few centuries, Greece entered what is called a dark age of smaller, isolated settlements, and little monumental art or writing. This was a total collapse of the economic and social order in the Aegean. Whatever or whoever caused the destruction of the palaces, be it invaders from the outside, the traditionally hypothesized invasions of the Dorian Greeks, or just internal strife, whatever it was, the result was that no Mycenaean king or palace system arose again. It took about 400 years, give or take, for Greek civilization to re-emerge in the form of the archaic Greek city-states. Now what about Cyprus? Well, this island, a critical source of copper, they were not spared either. Its coastal towns, like Enconme, showed destruction around 1200 BC. This evidence that some sites in Cyprus were attacked and rebuilt by new populations, possibly the Sea Peoples again. The disruption of the Cypriot copper production around this time would have had wide rippling effects, given how important Cypriot copper was to the bronze trade. But what about Egypt? Uniquely, among the great powers, Egypt survived the Bronze Age collapse. But it too was profoundly affected. It got out, but not without a few scratches and bruises. During the reign of Pharaoh Ramesses III, 1186 to 1155, Egypt faced a massive onslaught of the Sea Peoples, on top of earlier troubles with the Libyan tribes, of course. In Ramesses III's 8th regnal year, we're talking about 1177, the Egyptians fought a great battle against the Sea Peoples who were advancing by land and sea towards the Nile Delta. Thanks to Ramesses' leadership and Egypt's geographic advantage, we're talking defensible frontiers and food security along the Nile too, the Egyptians managed to defeat the invaders. Well done. Medinet Habu, Ramesses' mortuary temple in Thebes, bears grand reliefs and inscriptions celebrating this victory. The inscriptions describe how the Sea Peoples Confederation named groups like Peliset, Sheker, Shekelesh, Denyen, and Weshesh, made a conspiracy in their islands and swept through other lands, ultimately destroying the Hittites and Cyprus and cities in Syria before coming to Egypt. Ramesses boasts that he ambushed them at sea, overturning their ships, slaughtering them on land. One relief shows foreign warriors tumbling from their capsized boats as Egyptian archers rained down arrows on them. Egypt's victory was real. The real deal indeed. The Sea Peoples were repelled, and many were captured, or later settled in Canaan. For instance, the Peliset are generally identified with the Philistines, who settled in southern Canaan, by the way. However, the cost to Egypt, well, that was pretty high too. Like I said, those scratches and bruises, perhaps even a few cuts. Financial problems. The new kingdom's treasury was drained by the constant war, and after Ramesses III, Egypt's power significantly declined. By the mid-12th century, the reign of Ramesses IV, Egypt had lost control of its Asiatic territories entirely. The pharaohs of the subsequent Third Intermediate Period, starting around 1070, would rule a divided and weaker form of Egypt, the glory days long behind them. So basically, while Egypt did not collapse in the sense that it lost all of its statehood and culture the way that Greece and the Hittites did, It pretty much did take a beating, receded greatly in influence and wealth. And that's not good. That's not good at all. Thus, by 1150 BC, the political map of the Near East had been utterly redrawn. The Hittite Empire, once great, was gone. Mycenaean Greece, in ruins. The wealthy trading cities of the Levant, if not in decline, completely devastated. Only Egypt and Assyria remained as significant powers, and even they were shadows of their former selves. Assyria experienced a brief decline due to Aramaean incursions before resurging later. In the aftermath, new peoples emerged to fill the void. They always do. Power vacuums always get stuffed full of something. Among them were the Philistines, likely descendants of the Pelisid Sea peoples, who settled along the southern Levantine coast, and the Aramaeans who spread across Syria. In the hill country of Canaan, small tribal groups coalesced, possibly giving rise to early Israelites around this time, as inferred from the Maranatha Stele mention of Israel in Canaan. In Anatolia, Phrygian and other new cultures took over former Hittite lands. Crucially, the Iron Age was dawning. With the collapse of long-distance trade, the supply of tin for bronze was cut off, and this forced society to turn to iron, a metal that was harder to work, but ultimately more widely available locally. In Cyprus, archaeologists notice a pretty big shift. After the bronze trade had faltered, Cypriots became early adopters of iron-working, transitioning from masters of copper to innovators in iron technology. Iron farming tools and weapons slowly spread, eventually giving those who mastered iron an advantage. The human cost of the collapse was high. Populations in many areas plummeted, as cities were destroyed, and people either died or migrated. Large-scale building projects halted. Literacy dropped. For example, the art of writing in Linear B was lost for centuries. Only a tiny elite had been literate, though, and when the palaces fell, they lost that ability after the collapse, not regaining it until the Phoenician alphabet arrived much later. Indeed, across the formerly interconnected world, knowledge and complexity were reduced. That's why we call it a dark age. Yet, it's pretty important that we note that the collapse was uneven in its effects, which is part of the question of why some were hit harder than others. The Mycenaeans and the Hittites suffered complete political collapse, losing their entire governing structure and their cultural continuity. In their cases, their specific cases, everything from writing systems to art styles had to be relearned or reinvented by the people who came along after. But on the other hand, Egypt and Assyria survived as entities, albeit weakened. Why did Egypt and Assyria escape total collapse then? Geography and institutions likely played a role. Egypt's heartland was protected by deserts and sustained by the reliable Nile floods, providing a food buffer during those drought years. Egypt famously had grain reserves, and in later biblical tales of Joseph, a fact echoed by some historians who suggest Egypt managed its food better than others. In fact, even all the way to Roman times, it was known as a breadbasket. Assyria, for its part, was a militarized state, with a homeland in northern Mesopotamia, less directly exposed to the Sea People's onslaught. It's a long way to walk. Also, the collapse of rivals like the Hittites, Mitanni, and Babylonia briefly gave Assyria an opportunity once it stabilized. By the 10th to the 9th centuries BC, Assyria dramatically rebounded, and all of a sudden, the dominating power was the Neo-Assyrian Empire. But in short, by 1100 BC, the old order of the world was completely gone. A centuries-long dark age or recovery period lay ahead. No one really knew what was going to happen. But the bigger question remained. How did this all come to pass? What caused the perfect storm that brought the world to its knees nearly simultaneously? Well, now we have a good idea about how things happened, where they happened. But let's talk about the different factors, talk about the climate change, the invasions, the economic disruption, and the rebellions, shall we? We'll start first at the climate change and drought theories. One of the earliest contributors, as evidenced by the modern science and the ancient text, is climate-induced drought. The late Bronze Age coincided with a prolonged dry period across the eastern Mediterranean. You can't help it. It just happens. As noted earlier, tree rings and pollen data indicate severe drought from 1250 BC onward, lasting in some areas for over a century. Such a aptly termed mega drought, which sounds terrible, would have led to repeated crop failures and famine. Famine, I'm sure you can imagine, erodes the foundations of society. Starving people might simply flee to other lands, become marauders, or rebel against authorities who can no longer provide. We saw how the Hittites and Ugarit needed emergency grain imports. When even those could not suffice, hunger likely ignited unrest and panic desperation. Egypt and Mesopotamia, anchored by the Nile, Tigris, and Euphrates River, but they were relatively less affected by regional drought, which may explain why those states did not completely collapse. But in more rain-dependent regions like Anatolia, Greece, and the Levant, drought was completely devastating. The climate factor is somewhat a new theory, in that only in recent decades have scientists produced concrete evidence of the Bronze Age droughts. You see, earlier historians somewhat underplayed the climate issues, but is now widely accepted as a pretty crucial one. The climate change at the time created a stress test that many Bronze Age societies simply couldn't pass. It strained food production, state finances, and population movements. And then there's the invasions and migrations, the sea peoples. Now, the boogeyman of the Bronze Age collapse, we may call them, those famous culprits according to popular accounts, are the sea peoples indeed, this confederation of seaborne invaders/migrants who appear in the Egyptian records. These groups were credited, or rather blamed, with destroying cities all over the region. Indeed, archaeological evidence of widespread violence and destruction around 1200 BC aligns with the idea of foreign invasions. Ramesses III's inscription clearly states that the sea peoples had already laid their hands upon the lands of Hatti, Arzawa, Al-Ashia, and others before they attacked Egypt. The unanswered historical question is, who were the sea peoples? And further to that, why did they migrate and attack? There is one leading theory. That was that they were not a single people, but just multiple groups uprooted from their homes, possibly by that drought, famine, or political turmoil, who took to raiding and migrating in search of new lands just to survive. Some have originated in the Aegean, or perhaps the western Mediterranean. For instance, the Sherden and Shekelesh could be linked to Sardinia and Sicily, and the Denyen perhaps to the people of Greece or Anatolia. Others, like the Peliset, the Philistines, seem to have Aegean origins. Their pottery and culture in their new home, Philistia, show ties to Mycenaean styles, so that gives us a little bit of a hint. Thus, the sea peoples can be seen as both a cause and an effect of the collapse. They were a force that destroyed cities, but they may have been on the move in the first place due to the broader collapse of the systems elsewhere. So it's more of a chicken and egg question. What came first? The sea peoples or the collapse? Perhaps we'll know one day. In any case, these invasions dealt direct blows. They sacked ports, cut off trade routes, and toppled governments. However, it's critical to realize that not all destructions can be attributed solely to outside invaders. Some evidence suggests internal rebellions or civil war during this chaotic time, etc. There's that letter from Cyprus accusing Ugarit's own people of causing destructions, or signs of class revolt in Canaan. Still, the sea peoples remain that boogeyman. They've loomed large in explanations of the collapse, and while there were certainly factors, well, these days, scholars mainly agree that they were as much of a symptom of the collapse as they were a cause. Of course, different people have different opinions about that, but I tend to agree with that statement. What do you think? Maybe you tell me in the comments. I don't know. Well, let's talk about the broader economic disruption and the collapse of the systems. We already know that the late Bronze Age kingdoms were highly interdependent. Complexity theorists and others have suggested that the collapse was essentially a systems failure, a breakdown of a tightly interwoven political and economic framework. So imagine a scenario where one node in the network fails. For instance, if trade routes for tin from distant places like Afghanistan and even Cornwall, believe it or not, were cut, either by barbarians, lost ships, or, well, whatever it was, suddenly the vital ingredient for bronze became scarce. And how can you have a Bronze Age without bronze? Bronze, being the strategic metal for weapons and tools, would become hard to obtain, undermining armies and agriculture. Similarly, if major ports like Ugarit and coastal Emporia were destroyed, the flow of goods, grain, metal, and textiles, it all would come to an end, causing supply shocks in multiple kingdoms. We saw this with grain. Once Ugarit could no longer receive grain and the Hittites couldn't get supplies, well, it all hit the fan. Famine intensified. The collapse had a domino effect. One city's fall led to trouble for those around it, leading them to fall in turn. A house of cards, slowly crumbling down. Administratively, these states were geared for a high degree of complexity, writing, redistributive economies, long-distance communication. When that complexity could not be sustained, due to, well, any of the crises discussed already, the system unraveled swiftly. Essentially, the civilization became a victim of globalization in antiquity. Its strength, connectivity, turned into a weakness once multiple stresses hit it at once. This theory doesn't oppose others. Rather, it ties them together by explaining how a trigger, an invasion, drought, etc., is one part of the system cascaded across the whole. Then we have internal rebellions, social upheaval, and all the goodies that come with it. There's evidence to suggest that some collapses were aided or even caused by the revolts of the underclasses or subject peoples. For example, in Canaan, the destruction of elite palaces alongside the survival of some commoner housing could imply that peasants were dissatisfied and torched the seats of power. In Hatti, for example, as we noted, internal rebellion was already stirring before the external attack. Perhaps they were helped. Who knows? Mercenaries and garrisons might have gone rogue if unpaid due to economic strain, turning into marauders. That concept of the sea peoples could include mercenary groups who had once been hired soldiers of the great kings. Once the central governments faltered, these fighters could become independent raiders. The late 13th century world also had a refugee problem from prior wars, for instance. When the Egyptian and Hittite empires fought or the Assyrians attacked parts of Anatolia, people could have been displaced, and they have to go somewhere, later joining the general tumult. Internal strife is harder to document, of course, than an invasion, but there's plenty of hints, as in the Cypriot letter, and in the differing patterns of the destruction that we see between different cities. An older, but equally intriguing theory suggests that a fundamental change in military technology and tactics contributed to the collapse. Late Bronze Age armies were built around the chariot, manned by an aristocratic warrior class. Chariots dominated open battlefield warfare for centuries, you see. But around 1200 BC, some populations began using new tactics. Massed infantry, with javelins and swords, and perhaps the early use of iron weapons and armor, which could outmatch chariotry in certain terrains. If bands of well-armed infantry engaged the chariot-based armies, they might have a good shot at overwhelming them, leading to the defeat of traditional armies and the sacking of cities. There's limited direct evidence from this from the military revolution standpoint, but we do see the increased prominence of infantry weapons, i.e., just for one example, the widespread distribution of bronze swords of the Naue II type in the 12th century BC, and eventually iron swords too. The collapse of palace economies could also mean the end of large-scale chariot production, leveling the playing field for foot soldiers. In essence, the military advantage of the great kingdoms had eroded, making them more vulnerable to upstart groups. This theory complements the invasion narrative too. It gives us a possible reason why the Sea Peoples and others were so militarily successful. And then we have disease and epidemics. Plenty of people have speculated that epidemics like plague might have contributed to the Bronze Age collapse by decimating populations and weakening states. But this idea is largely circumstantial. We know earlier in the 14th century a plague hit the Hittites, but for 1200 BC, there's no clear textual evidence of the pandemic, and you'd think it would be something that they'd write about. Nevertheless, one scholar has championed bubonic plague as the primary cause, noting that plagues can cause sudden population drops and were recorded later in history. But modern analysis finds this hypothesis interesting, but lacking in positive evidence. If there was a plague, it was just one more stress factor. But by itself it's hard to pin down a major cause without direct records or DNA evidence from burials, something researchers are still, admittedly, trying to get to the bottom of. In truth, it was probably all of them. All these factors were at least interconnected. The collapse can be understood in a case of multiplier effects. If drought led to famine, famine led to migration and rebellion, migration led to invasions, which led to the destruction of trade networks, which caused further famine and loss of resources to other regions, and so on. Just a snowball rolling down the hill, a perfect storm of calamities striking in succession. In fact, no single blow would have been enough to topple any one of these civilizations. After all, it wasn't their first time facing a crisis. That each faced their own trials and recovered. We know that much. But this time, the combination and timing and the scale simply made it impossible. Eric Klein notes, imagine drought, famine, invaders, earthquakes, internal revolt, all within the span of decades. The system simply couldn't cope with that level of stress. Yes, palaces were burned. But even those palaces not burned were abandoned because the economic system that had sustained them for so long was simply no longer there. The very complexity of the Bronze Age world, which had been its strength, meant that collapse in one part spread quickly to others, a phenomenon recognizable in our modern globalized world as well. Perhaps you can see more than a few parallels. Everything relies on something else. And so, we come to somewhat of a conclusion, a cautious one. The late Bronze Age collapse, no matter how it happened, well, we can say that it was a turning point in history. Often called that first Dark Age, because of the loss of technology, literacy, and interconnectedness that followed. We've seen that its causes were manifold. All the things we talked about, they all played a role. Some civilizations fell harder to others due to their particular circumstances. The poor old Hittites and Mycenaeans lacking resilience of abundant food supplies or strong geographic defenses. They just couldn't withstand the blows. They vanished entirely as states. The Egyptians and the Assyrians, a little bit more fortunate. They managed to survive, albeit as shadows of them former selves. It's sobering to consider that the thriving international order of the 13th century BC, that was there for so long and seemed to be so solid, unraveled within a few decades. One could stand in the ruins of Ugarit or Mycenae around 1150, literally see the end of an era scattered in charred debris and broken tablets. But from all the ashes of this, the new societies eventually arose. The Iron Age peoples who would lay the foundation for the next phase of humanity, archaic Greece, Phoenicia, and so on. Human culture did not vanish, but it transformed. The collapse also taught lessons that resonate even now. It showed how complex societies are not immune to environmental and social shocks, and how a global economy can amplify a crisis. A drought or war in one corner of the Bronze Age sent ripples everywhere. Much as shocks in today's global system can have worldwide effects. So once again we ask the question, why did the Bronze Age collapse? Well, the best thing I can tell you is it was because of a convergence of catastrophic events and structural weaknesses hitting all at once, overwhelming the finely tuned but fragile states of the late 2nd millennium BC. Before I leave you today, there's a poetic ancient Egyptian account, the Harris Papyrus, that describes in hindsight the turmoil of these times. It goes like this. The land was in great affliction. No one had a surplus in anything. The storehouses were empty. Each man robbed his companion. Ultimately, the story of the Bronze Age is a cautionary tale of how independent civilizations can unravel when multiple stresses collide, but also a testament to human resilience, for even after civilization collapsed, the people lived on. They found ways to adapt. They migrated, and they rebuilt a changed world. Therefore, the end of the Bronze Age was not the end of the world, but just another dramatic turning of the page in the story of humanity. Stand amid the charred ruins of a once great port city on the ancient Levantine coast. The smell of ash hangs in the air. Cuneiform tablets lie broken where a great palace once stood. This was Ugarit, a thriving city of the Bronze Age, now a smouldering ruin. In a clay tablet, hurriedly sent just before the city's fall, Ugarit's final king Hammurabi wrote in despair, "My father, Behold, the enemy's ships came here. My cities were burned, and they did evil things in my country. The 7 ships of the enemy that came here inflicted the damage upon us. This eyewitness account captures the upheaval of the late Bronze Age collapse, a calamity around 1200 BC that saw the destruction of kingdoms across the eastern Mediterranean. Major powers like Mycenaean Greece and the Hittite Empire fell. Cities from Greece to Canaan were sacked or abandoned, and Egypt barely made it through. But history does not end in this moment of crisis. It was rather a brutal transition to the next stage of humanity's story. In the wake of a collapse came a dark and murky age, but also the seeds of renewal. So today, in our time together, we're going to look at what happened after the Bronze Age collapse, focusing on the Eastern Mediterranean and the Near East. We'll look into how societies picked up the pieces, tracing social upheavals, political power shifts, technological innovations, and cultural transformation that defined the dawn of the Bronze Age. Drawing on archaeological evidence from destruction layers to new settlements, and on the written records like letters, inscriptions, and later oral traditions, we'll piece together how the story of a new world emerged from the ashes of the old. It's a bit complex and sometimes hazy, hence the terms like a dark age. But far from a simple tale of gloom, I'm sure you'll see. And as we know, some regions showed resilience or adaptation. Many peoples and ideas arose, and the foundations of classical civilizations were laid. So join me today, and we can have a look at the early Iron Age, as we examine how chaos slowly gave way to transformations in one of history's most dramatic turning points. But let me welcome you first. It's good to meet you all. If you've not yet subscribed, then click the button, and the like button too, and leave a comment if you feel like it. Thank you to those supporting on the Patreon, and to those who checked out the merch store. Now, without further ado, let us begin. The end of the Bronze Age left a landscape of collapsed palaces and empty cities. In Greece and Anatolia, the palatial economies that had once dominated the late Bronze Age vanished almost overnight. The grand Mycenaean palaces, centers of administration, trade, and writing, were destroyed and never rebuilt. From Pylos in Greece to Hattusa in Anatolia, layers of ash and collapsed stone in archaeological record testify to violent ends around 1200 BC. With the fall of these cities, state-level society gave way to much smaller communities. As one survey puts it, the complex palace system disintegrated, transforming into a small, isolated villages of Greek Dark Age cultures. Indeed, by around 1100 BC, Greece consisted of agrarian villages, with only memories of the grand palaces, a period of reduced population, and also a loss of literacy. Written records in Linear B script ceased entirely. The Greeks would not write again for centuries, until adopting a new alphabet in the 8th century. This interval has aptly been called a Dark Age for Greece, marked by simpler pottery styles and humble architecture, instead of the fine wares and fortresses of the Mycenaean times. In Anatolia and Syria, the situation was just as dire. The once mighty Hittite Empire, which had ruled most of Anatolia and controlled parts of Syria, had simply collapsed. Its capital, Hattusa, was abandoned by 1180 BC, a city lying in ruins. No more do we hear of Hittite great kings. Only a few scattered Neo-Hittite successor principalities survived in the region of the southeastern Anatolia and northern Syria, preserving some Hittite language and art, but no longer anything resembling an empire. Farther south, in the Levant, the eastern Mediterranean coast and inland Syria-Palestine, many ancient Canaanite city-states were burned or deserted in the early 12th century BC. The bustling port of Ugarit, as we saw, was annihilated. Cities like Megiddo and Hazor in the southern Levant show massive destruction layers around this time too. Egypt's records speak of mysterious sea peoples ravaging the coast. At the mortuary temple of Medinet Tabu, Pharaoh Ramesses III boasted of defeating them around 1177, depicting the chaos that they wrought. Only a few major powers managed to weather the storm, albeit they emerged in a greatly battered form. Egypt's new kingdom barely survived the onslaught of invasions and internal strife. After Ramesses III repelled the Sea Peoples, Egypt entered a slow decline. By 1130, Egyptian rule had retracted from its Asiatic territories. The pharaohs of the ensuing Third Intermediate Period held little influence beyond the Nile Valley. Similarly, in Mesopotamia, the Assyrian Empire around 1200 BC managed to hold on, while its western rivals fell. But Assyria too was diminished. Its texts lament incursions by Aramaean tribes in the following decades, and Assyria temporarily lost control of outlying regions. Babylonia in the south fared even worse. The Kassite dynasty that had ruled Babylon for centuries was overthrown, and Babylon was sacked by Elam around 1155 BC. A new dynasty, the second dynasty of Isin, eventually restored order in Babylon, but the days of Babylonian kings commanding a vast realm were gone, at least for now. In short, the imperial order of the late Bronze Age, Egyptian dominance in Canaan, Hittite control in Anatolia, Babylonian power in Mesopotamia, had collapsed or contracted dramatically. In its place were power vacuums and a patchwork of small, struggling polities. As one summary notes, after 1200 BC, even the states that survived did so only as shadows of them former selves, while previously subject peoples like the Phoenicians suddenly enjoyed autonomy and room to expand. The human cost of the collapse was, of course, enormous. In many regions, population levels plummeted as cities were destroyed or abandoned. Archaeology reveals that after 1200 BC, large urban centers like Greece and the Levant gave way to much smaller villages or even temporary camps. For example, in Greece, the population might have fallen by over 50% in some areas. Many former residents likely perished or migrated in search of safer pastures. One telling piece of evidence comes from the southern Levantine highlands, the hill country of Canaan, encompassing parts of modern-day Palestine and Jordan. Here, surveys have found a sudden increase in small village settlements during the 12th and 11th centuries BC, hundreds of new hamlets appearing in the previously sparsely inhabited islands. This population explosion in the heartlands is widely associated with the emergence of new peoples, such as the early Israelites. Scholars note that in Iron I, that is 1200 to 1000 BC, around 200 to 300 small agricultural villages were founded in these hills, likely by groups moving away from the chaos of lowland cities. These villagers lived in simple pillar house structures, farmed grain and olives, and largely avoided the coastal plains where new invaders like the Philistines held sway. The highland newcomers left us with a few luxury goods too, and that's a sign of modest living. But their sheer numbers indicate a significant demographic shift, people reorganizing into smaller, self-sufficient communities where the old urban life had pretty much collapsed. Who wants to live in a big city anyway? The countryside's a bit nicer. Meanwhile, migrations and invasions during and after collapse reshaped the ethnic landscape. We all know about the Sea Peoples. We all know about them. A confederation of sea-born raiders, probably of mixed origins, maybe a blanket term too. Not only destroyed cities, but they also settled in some areas. Egypt records name groups like the Peliset, Jeker, Shardana, and others. There's plenty of them. And archaeology actually confirms that one of these groups, the Peliset, Philistines, settled along the southern coast of Canaan, in what is today the Gaza-Israel coastal area. Within decades after the 1200 BC collapse, 5 fortified Philistine cities like Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath arose in that region. These newcomers brought distinctive pottery styles, Philistine ware influenced by Mycenaean Greek design, and perhaps some new foods. In fact, pig bones appear in large quantities at Philistine sites, unlike in the highlands. Such evidence suggests an Aegean cultural element among them, consistent with the idea that they originated from the Aegean and would integrate with the local Canaanites. But further north, other sea peoples may have settled in coastal Syria. The Jeker, for instance, occupied the port of Dor in modern Canaan, as mentioned in the tale of Wenamun. Internal migrations also occurred, of course. In Greece, legends speak of the Dorian invasion, a migration of Greek tribes from the north, around the time of collapse too. While partly mythologized, which, well, it is Greek history in these early times, so it is to be expected, there is some evidence of new settlements in southern Greece and Crete, with different pottery styles, possibly indicating newcomers or returning refugee populations. Many Mycenaeans fled overseas, some sailed to Cyprus, boosting the Greek presence there, while others may have joined the Sea People's roaming bands. In Anatolia, following the fall of the Hittites, people speaking Phrygian, a Balkan-derived language, settled in central Anatolia by the 11th and 10th centuries, suggesting a migration from Europe into the vacuum. And as the Assyrian and Babylonian texts indicate, Aramaean nomads from the Syrian steppe pushed into the Fertile Crescent. The first Assyrian mention of Aramaeans actually comes soon after 1100 BC, when King Tiglath-Pileser I fought a people called Achlamu Aramaya. So it appears that, as centralized powers waned, Aramaic-speaking pastoralists migrated west and south, eventually settling down to form small Aramaean kingdoms in Syria, like Aram, Damascus, and Hamath in the following centuries. So in short, the post-collapse period was one of great mobility. As groups, large and small, moved to new territories. Some were fleeing war, famine, destruction, but others were more opportunistic in their expansion. It laid the ethnic groundwork for the Iron Age, the ancestors of classical peoples, the Aramaeans, the Philistines, Phoenicians, etc., taking shape amid the fluid human geography. Social structures also changed at the community level. With the old palace bureaucracies gone, people had to organize themselves differently. Hierarchy and inequality likely diminished, at least initially, in many places. In the highlands of Canaan, for example, those new villages show relatively uniform housing, suggesting a more egalitarian, clan-based society rather than stratified kingdoms. Tribal confederations or local chieftains replaced monarchs and centralized administrations. We see hints of this in later traditions. The biblical book of Judges, while compiled much later, portrays the 12th and 11th century highlands as a time of decentralized tribal leadership, which aligns with archaeological findings too. Similarly, early Iron Age Greece seems to have been ruled by local chiefs, or big men, as they are called. Ooh, big men, rather than powerful kings. The opulent burials of Mycenaean royals were, of course, no more. Instead, we find more modest graves, and sometimes entire families together. Certainly reflects a humble social distinction, that's for sure. Over time, of course, new elites emerged. By the 10th and 9th centuries BC, some regions see signs of growing chieftains or small kingdoms. But in the immediate aftermath, the social fabric was more simple. Really just focused on survival. In the centuries following the collapse, the political map of the Eastern Mediterranean was completely redrawn. Large empires gave way to smaller kingdoms and city-states. Where once pharaohs and great kings corresponded across vast domains, it was now local rulers vying for control in a fragmented land. This period saw the birth of new polities, some completely new, and others built on the ruins of the old. One striking development was the rise of the Phoenician city-states along the Levantine coast. Cities like Tyre, Byblos, Sidon, and Arwad, which had existed in the Bronze Age under Egyptian or Hittite shadow, had now gained full independence. In the absence of Egyptian garrisons or Hittite oversight, Phoenician rulers could chart their own destiny. Byblos, for example, flourished in the 11th century as a center of trade with Egypt on its own terms. An entertaining yet telling anecdote from this time is the story of Wenanum, an Egyptian emissary who visited Byblos around 1075. He came to procure cedar wood for a temple and expected the local prince to honor Pharaoh's name. Instead, he was met with polite defiance. The prince of Byblos rebuked Wenanum, saying, "If the ruler of Egypt were the lord of what is mine, and I were his servant, he would not have sent silver and gold as payment. I am not your servant, nor the servant of him who had sent you." Now that certainly shows that Egypt's authority had faded somewhat, don't you think? A far cry from the Bronze Age, when Canaanite cities paid homage to Pharaoh. The Phoenicians would go on to thrive as seafaring merchants, essentially inheriting the international trade networks that the collapse had temporarily broken. By the 10th century BC, Tyre and Sidon were launching voyages across the Mediterranean, establishing trade routes and distant colonies. The famous city of Carthage in North Africa, for instance, was a Phoenician colony traditionally founded in 814 BC. In the southern Levant, the new ethno-political groups coalesced into early states. The highland villagers, who had spread in the hills, coalesced over several generations into the people who would be later known as Israel and Judah. By around 1000 BC, according to both archaeological hints and later biblical tradition, the kingdom of the Israelites had formed in the highlands, with a capital eventually at Samaria, though the historicity of a grand united monarchy under David and Solomon is hotly debated. Small-scale state formation is evident by the 10th century. Neighboring highland and desert peoples, like the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, also crystallized into tribes or chieftains with their own territories in the late 11th or 10th centuries BC. On the coastal plain and the lowlands, the Philistine lords of the Pentapolis became a formidable force in the 12th and 11th centuries, dominating their region and even encroaching inland. An episode preserved in the Hebrew Bible, 1 Samuel 13, illustrates this dramatically. It describes the Philistines holding a monopoly on ironworking, forcing the Israelites to come to them to sharpen tools, and leaving Israelite troops without swords. While this account was written later and is partly legendary, It reflects a remembered reality that the Philistines wielded power and technological advantage early on. The rivalry between the Philistine city-states and the emerging Israelite hill county tribes is emblematic of the new order in Canaan, no longer under Egyptian rule, but just a patchwork of local rulers. In Syria and Mesopotamia, the vacuum left by the Hittites and the decline of Egypt to Syria allowed new states to rise as well. Aramaean kingdoms sprouted in what have been the Hittite and Mitannian territories. By the 10th to 9th centuries BC, Aramaean city-states such as Aram Damascus, Hamath, and Beit Adini were on the map, ruled by kings with Aramaic names. These likely began as tribal chieftains during the 12th and 11th centuries who settled in fortified cities. For example, Damascus became a powerful Aramaean kingdom, which would later challenge the Israelites and Assyria. In Anatolia, Phrygia emerged in the west-central region with legendary kings like Midas in the 8th century, possibly rooted in migrations that followed the collapse. In southeastern Anatolia and northern Syria, the Neo-Hittite principalities like Carchemish, Gurgum, and Melid maintained a continuity of Luwian, that is, late Hittite culture and language. They were small kingdoms, often ruled by descendants of Hittite nobility who managed to somehow survive. For a couple of centuries, they acted as regional powers in the Taurus and Amarnas mountain areas, constructing monumental stone inscriptions in hieroglyphic Luwian and trading locally where they could. Meanwhile, Egypt underwent political fragmentation that limited its foreign influence. After 1070 BC, they were ruled by parallel dynasties, the high priests of Amun controlling Upper Egypt, and the Tanite kings ruling Lower. This third intermediate period, as they call it, saw the Libyan warlords, the 22nd dynasty, eventually take power. Pharaoh Shoshenq I, around 925 BC, did campaign into Canaan briefly, the famous Shishak raid mentioned in the Bible too, but this was a lone foray. For the most part, Egypt was no longer the hegemon it once was. It had relinquished its empire effectively and focused on internal affairs. It's also important to note, by the way, that some old powers did revive after a period of weakness. The Assyrians, for example, showed quite a bit of resilience. Around 1100, Tiglath-Pileser I had campaigned into the Mediterranean and claimed glory. But Assyria then faced a century of relative quiescence due to Aramaean pressure. By the 10th century, however, Assyria resurged. Kings like Ashur-dan II and Adad-nirari II rebuilt the might of the Old Kingdom, and by the 9th century, the Neo-Assyrian Empire was once again expanding, eventually conquering all those small Syro-Palestinian states. But that imperial revival belongs to the later Iron Age. In the immediate aftermath of the collapse, between 1200 to 1000, the dominant theme is a decentralized patchwork of new powers. From the Phoenician traders on the coasts, to the Philistine and Israelite adversaries in Canaan, to the Aramaean chieftains carving out realms in Syria, the old order was replaced by a mosaic of fledglings. It was a time of experimentation in governance too, as societies transitioned from palace-centric administrations to tribal kingdoms and city republics. And so the Bronze Age collapse was not just a political and demographic catastrophe. It was a complete economic meltdown. In the centuries before 1200 BC, they had been marked by extensive long-distance trade. Copper from Cyprus, tin from Central Asia, gold from Nubia, wine and oil from Canaan, grain from Egypt too. A robust international economy tying the region together. But when the great kingdoms fell, these trade networks contracted severely, or broke down entirely. Ships could no longer safely ply routes that had become infested with pirates, or cut off by the destruction of port cities. The wealthy Mycenaean merchants who once traded olive oil for Egyptian glass or Levantine cedar were all gone. Hittite-controlled metal routes, especially for tin, vital for making bronze, were disrupted, and you can't have a Bronze Age without bronze, certainly. This contributed to what one scholar has called a systems collapse, a market vanishing, and many artisans and specialists losing their livelihood, further impoverishing societies. And archaeological evidence, well, it illustrates this starkly. In layers immediately after 1200 BC, which we see far fewer imported luxury items at sites. For example, Mycenaean pottery, which had been exported all over the eastern Mediterranean, largely disappears outside Greece after the collapse. Similarly, Egyptian scarabs or Mesopotamian cylinder seals are rarely found in 12th century layers beyond their home regions, compared to earlier periods. Each region turned inward for survival. This meant local self-sufficiency became crucial. People no longer relied on distant trade for essentials. They grew their own food and had to reuse the old materials. The Bronze Age practice of bronze recycling likely became more important since fresh tin was scarce. Broken tools and weapons would be melted down to make new ones, and in some collapsed cities we find evidence of a squatter occupation, survivors eking out a living among the ruins, possibly scavenging whatever they could. Over time, however, new economic patterns did begin to emerge. By the 11th and 10th centuries, commerce gradually revived, but it was different. The Phoenicians were key players this time. Freed from imperial domination and possessing famed timber, those cedars of Lebanon, along with a bit of craft skill, especially their purple dye and fine metal work, Phoenician cities began trading abroad vigorously by the Iron I to II period. They sent ships westward to find metals, Spain's silver and North Africa's trade goods, and established themselves as the greatest seafarers of the age. Their return to prominence is hinted at in Egyptian sources too. By the 10th century, pharaohs of the 22nd dynasty renewed contacts with Byblos and others, resuming trade that had lapsed after the New Kingdom. In fact, the very existence of early alphabetic inscriptions, like the Byblos inscription of King Ahiram, around 1000 BC, indicates active scribes and a society engaged in record-keeping and commerce once again. Inland, economies were also reoriented. Agriculture remained the backbone, but there were still adaptations to the new realities. In the hill country settlements of the southern Levant, there was evidence of terracing and other improvements to maximize food productions on marginal land, a sign that these communities were forced to be resilient and resourceful. Some regions capitalized on different resources than before. For instance, the desert nomads like the Midianites or others in the southeast Levant started exploiting copper mines. During the early Iron Age, in places like Araba, that is Tinma in the Negev, a period known as the Copper Revival. But without Bronze Age trade, locals themselves turned to mining copper and smelting it with whatever fuel they could get, as evidenced by smelting camps and slag mounds in the 11th and 10th centuries. One of the most significant economic changes was the slow but steady introduction of iron metallurgy. In the late Bronze Age, iron was pretty rare actually and precious. typically used for ceremonial or prestigious objects, often sourced from meteoric iron. But in the aftermath of the collapse, the secret of smelting iron from ore began to catch on. By the 12th century, blacksmiths in Anatolia, the Levant, and Cyprus were experimenting with producing small iron tools and weapons. This technology was, of course, difficult. It required higher temperatures than copper smelting and careful techniques. But it was a huge payoff. You see, iron ore was plentiful, pretty much everywhere, unlike copper and tin. The shift to iron was gradual. At first, iron objects were still relatively few. Many communities made do by reusing bronze. But by the 11th century, iron swords, arrowheads, and farming implements became more common in archaeological contexts. And then, of course, the Iron Age had really begun. But out of necessity and innovation. For example, at sites in Philistia and Israel around the 10th century, archaeologists find a mix of bronze and iron tools, indicating a transitional economy. Iron was cheaper in the long run, you see, and allowed societies to equip larger armies, once the know-how had really spread. And trade routes also reconfigured rather than vanishing completely. Some scholars emphasize that even during the so-called Dark Age, certain trade persisted at a reduced scale. Cyprus, which had been a hub for copper, did not collapse completely. Cypriot towns like Enkomi continued, albeit fortified and on constant guard. They maintained some trade with the Levantine coast. We have evidence of Cypriot pottery and bronze items in the 11th century coastal Syria, suggesting pockets of exchange. Similarly, Egypt still imported cedar from Lebanon during the 11th century, as Wenamun's story confirms, though through diplomatic haggling, of course. By around 1000 BC, international connections were visibly re-emerging. Solomon's era, the 10th century, in biblical tradition speaks of a trade with Phoenicia, and even distant lands, while independently we know the Phoenicians were voyaging to fetch metals, and the Arabs were moving spices and incense. In summary, the economy after the Bronze Age collapse went through a severe contraction, followed by a creative adaptation. The loss of the old trade network forced communities into subsistence and local exchange. Over several generations, a new trade network arose, spearheaded by different players, especially the Phoenicians and later the Greeks, and underpinned by a new dominant material, being iron. This economic transformation was both a result of necessity and an engine of the eventual rise of new civilizations. And of course, there's the cultural and technological transformations in writing systems, art, as people adapted to the new world. One of the most dramatic shifts was in literacy and language. The complex writing systems of the Bronze Age, the cuneiform in Mesopotamia and Syria, Egyptian hieroglyphs, Linear B in Greece, largely fell out of use in many places. And as we have noted, Greece became illiterate for a few hundred years. The art of writing in Linear B disappeared with the fall of the palaces, and no writing reappears until the adoption of the Phoenician-derived alphabet around 800 BC. In the Near East, cuneiform archives like Ugarit's were destroyed, and they were never rebuilt. However, a brilliant innovation was taking shape on the Levantine coast: the alphabet. The Phoenicians and their Canaanite predecessors had earlier developed simple alphabetic writing. Even Ugarit had a cuneiform alphabet. And by the 11th to 10th century BC, the Phoenician alphabet, a set of around 22 letters representing consonant sounds, was already in use. The Ahiram sarcophagus from Byblos around 1000 BC bears one of the earliest fully developed Phoenician inscriptions, demonstrating that the alphabet survived the collapse and was flourishing. This was a game changer. Unlike cuneiform, the alphabet was easy to learn and could be used on cheap media like ink and papyrus. Over the next centuries it spread to Aramaeans, Hebrews, and eventually to the Greeks, who adapted it to create the first true alphabet with vowels. Thus, one cultural legacy of the post-collapse was the democratization of writing. A late Bronze Age palace had a handful of scribes for its cuneiform tablets, but an Iron Age merchant or official could just jot down records with a few strokes of the new alphabetic script, a lot less bulky. Religious and artistic life also transformed. The collapse disrupted traditional cult centers. Temples were destroyed or impoverished. In some cases, new religious practices emerged among the survivors. For example, the early Israelite villages in the highlands show no monumental temples or idols. The religion, as later described in the Bible, may have been more aniconic and centered on local shrines or open-air altars, perhaps as a reaction against the Canaanite city-state cults that had vanished. In Greece, the continuity of religion can be seen in how the names of the Mycenaean gods like Zeus, Poseidon, and Athena survived into the Dark Age and the later classical period. Even though the methods of worship might have changed in the interim, the oral transmission of the myths and epic tales became crucial in preserving that cultural memory. It's likely that in this period that bards in Greece recounted the deeds of heroes from the fallen Mycenaean world. These tales were eventually woven into the Homeric epics, though written down only around the 8th century. The content reflects the memories of Bronze Age places and events. The legend of the Trojan War, for instance, can be seen as a folk memory of the final conflict of the Bronze Age, passed down through the Dark Age until Homer finally got his hands on it. In art and material culture, we observe a simplification, followed by a new style of creativity. The centuries immediately after 1200 saw more geometric and abstract styles, replacing the figurative and elaborate art of the palatial workshops. The pottery of the Dark Age in Greece shows bold, simple compass-drawn patterns. Human and animal figures reappear only gradually by the 9th and 8th centuries. This represents both a loss of earlier technique, but the birth of a new aesthetic. In the Near East, the collapse ended the production of intricate luxury items like the gold work of Ugarit or the ivory carvings of Mycenae. But by the Iron 1 to 2 period, local artisans developed new styles. Phoenician ivories, for example, became prized items, showing a mix of Egyptian and Mesopotamian motifs, a sign of cultural blending in a cosmopolitan environment. Technologically, aside from the obvious iron metallurgy, warfare and architecture saw their own evolution. The age of the war chariot was all but over. In the chaos of the collapse, chariots which needed stable states to breed horses and maintain them lost their dominance. Post-collapse, armies relied more on infantry, masses of spearmen and archers, which in turn influenced the political ethos. Infantry are often citizen soldiers, which in places like Greece might have sown seeds for more collective forms of organization. Defensive tactics changed too. Many early Iron Age settlements were built on hard-to-reach hilltops and fortified with walls, reflecting a need for security in uncertain times. Some sites in the Levant, such as the Philistine cities, had massive fortifications and gate systems hinting at constant vigilance against attack. And we should also mention continuity. Not everything was so abruptly new. Certain crafts and traditions persisted. On Cyprus, for example, despite upheavals, copper smelting continued, and Cypriot potters carried on, their styles gradually evolving from the late Bronze forms. In Assyria, scholars maintained cuneiform learning in the interim. The Assyrians never really stopped writing on clay. And by the time Assyria resurged, they still used the old script and languages. Egypt, too, maintained its hieroglyphic and religious traditions internally, and as its art styles also became more provincial. Thus, the cultural picture after the collapse is more of a patchwork of survival and innovation. By around 1000 BC, the Eastern Mediterranean was culturally distinct from the world of 1200. A new mix had emerged, iron tools in hand, alphabetic script on scrolls, fledgling nations with their own identities, and oral epic traditions had taken shape. The stage was set for the Iron Age civilization, from the resurgence of Assyria and Egypt to the rise of new states like Israel and Aram, to the eventual advent of the Greeks out of their dark age, all of which built on the foundations laid in the aftermath of the collapse. Well, the aftermath of the Bronze Age collapse was certainly a time of hardship, but also regeneration. We've talked about how societies across the Eastern Mediterranean and the Near East navigated such a tumultuous period. It began with violence and dislocation, cities in flames, refugees on the move, and an economy in freefall. Primary evidence from the time, such as Hammurabi's desperate letter from Ugarit, or the humbled Egyptian emissary Wenamun's report, let us witness the sense of crisis and change through the eyes of the ancient people themselves. But out of the Dark Age emerged this new social order, along with their new technologies. Communities proved resilient. They migrated, adapted, formed new social bonds. Local chiefs and councils replaced distant emperors, and eventually these grew into Iron Age kingdoms that we recognize from later history. By the 10th century BC, the Eastern Mediterranean was alive again with trade and innovation. Iron weapons and tools had leveled the playing field too, enabling even small states to equip armies and work their soils efficiently. The alphabet spread literacy beyond the old scribal elite, aiding administration and cultural expression in those new states. Old ethnic identities blurred, and new ones formed. Aramaeans, Phoenicians, Philistines, each contributing to the rich tapestry of the Iron Age Near East. And the great powers, Egypt, Mesopotamia, had retreated and recalibrated, only to return in new guises later. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, for instance, would soon dominate the scene, assimilating all those smaller groups. Yet even as those empires re-emerged, the world they ruled was not the same as the late Bronze Age. It was more diverse, forged by the crucible of collapse. And so, in a sense, the Bronze Age collapse was both an end and a beginning. It was an omega, the termination of the old palace, centered in an international system, but also an alpha, the dawn of the Iron Age and the genesis of a new world. The Eastern Mediterranean societies demonstrated resilience. Some traditions survived, the gods, languages, and crafts, and new ones took root where the old ones had withered. So as we reflect on this period in a, academic but human way, it's striking how the people of that age responded to what was pretty much the end of their world with creativity and determination. And so the story of post-1200 BC world is ultimately one of rebirth out of collapse. Even when a complex society falls, human communities find ways to adapt and continue. In this case, these adaptations set the stage for the flowering of the first millennium, including the rise of classical Greece, the empires of Assyria and Babylon. The early Iron Age may have begun in darkness, but the seeds were sown for a new dawn in the Mediterranean world. From 745 to 727 BC, Tiglath-Pileser III ruled the Neo-Assyrian Empire. He was a major figure in the rise of Assyria to power in the ancient Near East, and his reforms to the empire's military and administrative systems are still studied today. He ascended to the throne amid internal turmoil, enacting extensive reforms that centralized power, improved bureaucratic efficiency, and made the military a professional fighting force. His tactical military operations expanded Assyrian dominance over extensive territories, encompassing the Levant, Anatolia, and even Egypt, thereby securing vital trade routes and resources. He is also recognized for introducing innovative tactics, including the utilization of iron weaponry and sophisticated siege techniques, bolstering Assyria's military dominance. He also reconstructed the empire into provinces, overseen by local officials, and utilized systematic deportations and resettlements to assimilate the diverse populations and avert insurrections. His legacy is characterized by the creation of a formidable and extensive empire that attained unparalleled territorial expansion and established the groundwork for the enduring power and influence of Assyria in the centuries that would come. Hello, welcome to the channel. Here we are again, going way back, not quite arriving in the Bronze Age, but definitely well within the realm of that ancient world. As always, if you like the sort of content I make, you can just support by liking the video, subscribing, and telling all of your buddies to come and join the party. Now, with that being said, let's get nice and comfortable. And so we must say before we begin, the circumstance surrounding Tiglath-Pileser's rise to power, they're a little bit obscure, equally as contentious. We just don't quite have the evidence about the exact process of his accession. We do have some records that do suggest that he may have seized the throne by force, but this is merely a suggestion. The occurrence of a revolt in 746 to 45 BC in Nimrud, the Assyrian Empire's capital, and a subsequent replacement of officials and governors after 745 BC certainly have the implication that his path to the throne may have involved considerable upheaval. But this is just a suggestion, is not concrete proof of it. Seems to certainly be well within the realm of possibilities. And then, of course, we have his lineage as depicted by Assyrian sources that is similarly complex and similarly inconsistent. While most of the Assyrian kings attributed their ascent to both a little bit of divine favor, a little bit of royal bloodline, Tiglath-Pileser's inscriptions credit only divine selection as the reason for his rule. According to the Assyrian king list, which chronicles all the rulers of Assyria, his predecessor and supposed father was Ashur-Ninari V. However, Tiglath-Pileser's own inscriptions claim that he was actually Ashur-Ninari's brother, and rather the son of Adad-Ninari III. Well, what do the scholars think? Well, they generally agree that Tiglath-Pileser was likely a usurper. Despite his usurpation, Tiglath-Pileser's claim to the throne was still legitimate, likely supported by victory in a civil struggle within the ruling family. But there's also another suggestion that states that Tiglath-Pileser might not have been related to the previous royal line at all. There certainly seems to be a lot of speculation. It's just the nature of this time period, where we receive our information from primary sources somewhat fragmentary, well, literally in fragments sometimes, as we pull out the tiny little pieces of the tablets out of the ground. But what we do know is that following his accession, there is no record of opposition or any further rebellion, indicating that he rather quickly secured his position. Questions do remain regarding his precise familial relationship with Ashur-Ninari and Adad-Nirari. While the Assyrian Kings list names him as the son of Ashur-Ninari, some experts, including Feichan, Shiego Yamada, and some other archaeologists, modern historians, propose that this might have actually been a mistake by the scribe. I hope somebody got fired for that blunder. With it being more plausible that Tiglath-Pileser was the son of Adad-Nirari III. Well, also there is the possibility of his descent from Ashur-Ninari cannot be entirely dismissed, given the 38-year gap between Adad-Nirari's reign and the rise of Tiglath-Pileser. Perhaps we'll never know. Either way, that scribe, I hope he lost his job if it was a mistake. Now, according to the Eponym Chronicle, which is a record of Assyrian officials and notable events for each year, there was a significant revolt in Nimrud in the year before Tiglath-Pileser's accession. This rebellion in 746, along with Tiglath-Pileser's subsequent coronation, suggests that it might have been more of a coup action. But it seems that he was not directly involved in leading the uprising. Some interpretations of the chronicle imply that he may have been aware or even just supported it from afar. The first official Tiglath-Pileser, appointed as Eponym in 744, was Bel-Dan, and he was appointed as the governor of Nimrud, strengthening the idea that the revolt and Tiglath-Pileser's rise were indeed connected. Whether or not he was leading from the front, well, that's still up for debate. There are also accounts that the rebellion of 746 was initiated by one Shamshi-Ilu, a prominent official during the reigns of Tiglath-Pileser's predecessor, and subsequently quelled by Tiglath-Pileser. Shamshi-Ilu's absence from records during Pileser's reign suggests he may have indeed rebelled. In fact, a few scholars do believe that Tiglath-Pileser or his supporters confronted not only Shamshi-Ilu but also Ashur-Ninari, possibly in separate clashes. Now back to the Eponym Chronicle. It presents additional evidence that Tiglath-Pileser may have shared power with Ashur-Ninari during his early years. The sequence of eponyms during Tiglath-Pileser's initial reign deviates from the usual order. While the king would typically hold the eponym title in his second regnal year, this title was given to Bel-Dan in 744, with Tiglath-Pileser only assuming the role later in 743. This anomaly of sorts, along with the presence of two dividing lines in the chronicle, one beneath the entry for 746, possibly marking Tiglath-Pileser's rise, and another for 744, maybe signifying Ashur-Ninari's end. Either way, it suggests that Ashur-Ninari may have ruled jointly with Tiglath-Pileser at least until 744, after which he was well and truly out of the picture. Since the second line comes immediately after a note that documents the length and end of Ashur-Ninari's reign, it is unlikely to be an error. According to the Eponym Chronicle and the Assyrian King List, Ashurnidari ruled for 10 years, and that's only feasible if he did so until 744 rather than 745. It's also unlikely that a civil war broke out if Ashurnidari did rule until 744, because Tiglath-Pileser is known to have launched campaigns against Assyria's foreign adversaries during this period, and that would have been impossible if he was also embroiled in internal strife. Just simply too many moving parts. Well, the Assyrian king list mentioned in the Bible are typically known today by their biblical names, the Assyrian kings mentioned in the Bible, because Assyria has been primarily known for centuries through its appearances in the Hebrew Bible. Of course, we did have all of the tablets before then, but, well, archaeology in its original stages were only really chasing biblical matters. In fact, that was the entire reason why things were set up in Egypt in the first place, to trace the events of the book of Exodus. Unfortunately, I don't think they found anything. Well, Tukulti Apil Eshara was the original Akkadian name, and the Hebrew Tiglath-Pileser is the source of the modern name Tiglath-Pileser. Tukulti Apil Eshara was apparently a regnal name, and it means my trust belongs to the son of Eshara. And apparently this was taken upon his accession to the throne, as many people adopt different names when they do so. Now, Ninurta was the son of Eshara, and was worshipped at the temple of Eshara. Ninurta was also considered the son of the Assyrian national deity Ashur by the time of the reign of Tiglath-Pileser. The name Pulu, whose etymology is admittedly unknown, is associated with Tiglath-Pileser in a number of non-contemporary sources, including the Bible, Babylonian king list, Ptolemaic canon, and the writings of later Babylonian and Greco-historians. No modern historian or Babylonian source mentions Tiglath-Pileser by name, and in fact there was no proof that it was ever used formally, despite the fact that it is occasionally understood as a second regnal name. Still, there's no proof that any Assyrian monarch ever used more than one regnal name during the period in which they reigned. Now, a little bit more about Assyria now in general, and the city of Ashur. Now, previously a city-state centered on the city of Ashur itself, Assyria became a prominent state under the Middle Assyrian Empire, around about the 14th century BC. So we're certainly going back to pretty much the Bronze Age, the end days of it, before the sea people came and ruined everything. Well, following the 12th century BC, the Middle Assyrian Empire began to decline and was eventually confined to the Assyrian heartland region alone, contracted back to its original state. Now, even though active warrior kings occasionally stopped the decline, reconquest did not continue until the reign of Ashur-dan from 934 to 912, who conducted campaigns in the northwest and across the northeast region. The Neo-Assyrian Empire is said to have begun with the accession of Adad-nirari II, and that was the son of Ashur-dan I. Former Assyrian territories were gradually reclaimed under the early Neo-Assyrian kings, and the kings essentially had to rebuild the Assyrian Empire from scratch. So the project's success was an incredible accomplishment. The Neo-Assyrian Empire became the preeminent political force in the ancient Near East under Ashur-Nasirpal, reigning from 883 to 859, Shalmaneser III, reigning after him until 824, the son of Ashur-Nasirpal, further increased the size of the Assyrian territory, but his enlarged domain was of course difficult to stabilize. His final years marked a new period of decline and stagnation that was characterized by internal and external conflict. The emergence of the northern kingdom of Urartu and the growing political power and influence of the magnates, a political group of Assyrian courtiers and officials, were Shalmaneser's two biggest issues in the later years of his rule. Since many vassal states saw submission to Urartu as a practical alternative to Assyria, Urartu's rise posed a threat to Assyrian hegemony. The Urartian writing system, religion, culture, and government were all very similar to that of Assyria. Like the Assyrian kings, the Urartian kings were also autocrats, despite being divided by the Taurus Mountains. Urartu and Assyria frequently engaged in military conflicts as a result of the imperialist expansionism pursued by their respective rulers. The Urartian army briefly matched that of Assyria. However, the Urartians achieved their own triumphs. Despite the Assyrians' numerous victories against Urartu, particularly the looting of Urartu's heartland toward the end of Shalmaneser's rule, the Assyrian army under Ashur-nirari V was routed at Arpad in 754 by the Urartian king Sarduri II, which might have actually prevented the Assyrian army from engaging in combat, at least for a few years. Since the magnates had progressively taken over as the main political actors and the central authority had weakened, the Assyrian kings were basically unable to handle external threats. The Assyrian royal power peaked during the reigns of Tiglath-Pileser's three predecessors, Shalmaneser IV, 783 to 773, Ashur-dan III, 73 to 55, and Ashur-nirari V. Shamsi-Ilu, the Turtanu commander-in-chief, during Shalmaneser IV's reign, had the audacity to claim military triumphs for himself instead of actually crediting them to the king. As a ruler, Ashur-nirari V seems to have been comparatively inactive, hands-off approach. He only made 3 campaigns, spent most of his reign in Assyria, and isn't known to have done really anything in terms of construction. I suppose he's just enjoying the good life of that Iron Age royalty. One of Tiglath-Pileser's key early reforms was to increase the king's authority by decreasing the power of the magnates. The magnates' wealth and power were diminished when the large provinces they had previously controlled were divided into smaller units and placed under provincial governors chosen by the monarchy. Officials lost their authority to commission inscriptions pertaining to construction and military operations, and the king was now the only one with his authority. The names of some historically significant officials, like the Turtanu Shamshi-Ilu, were purposely removed from the inscriptions and records as part of a practice known as damnatio memoriae. We of course get this from the Latin to damn somebody's memory. The ability of the magnates to overthrow the king was all but destroyed by these reforms. As for the Assyrian army, they were revitalized by Tiglath-Pileser, who turned it from a conscripted army that was only gathered in the warm seasons and was only active during certain seasons into a professional army. These conscripts were mostly replaced by skilled, trained, and specialized soldiers under Tiglath-Pileser, much more effective. He brought in new and improved logistics, technology, and weaponry. New types of siege engines were among his most significant contributions. During his rule, the army's size was further expanded by hiring mercenaries from Babylonia, the Zagros Mountains, and even Anatolia, that's around modern-day Turkey, as well as by recruiting soldiers from the various conquered Assyrian territories. Even though Tiglath-Pileser made enormous sums of money from his conquest, it seems he did not put much of it into the Assyrian heartland. The only construction he is known to have done was a new palace in Nimrud. Rather, the majority of the funds likely went to projects in the provinces and the formation of the new army, doubling down on conquest protocol. But the brutality of his conquest served to highlight the king's might and authority. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people were also frequently reseated. Tiglath-Pileser's reign saw the start of frequent mass deportations, a practice that persisted under his successors, even though earlier monarchs had resettled people. This policy had two intended purposes. First, to lessen local identities in areas that had been conquered in order to prevent a revolt, and second, to recruit and relocate workers to areas that the Assyrian kings needed, such as the undeveloped and underutilized provinces. The resettled individuals were not injured, neither were they killed. At least, that's what they tell us. Despite the fact that the Assyrian resettlements were likely disastrous for them and the areas which they originated, the labor and skills of the deportees were of course highly valued. They made their travels and new communities as safe and cozy as they could. Tiglath-Pileser's reign is distinguished by a number of huge military campaigns in all directions, in addition to his new reforms. Even though Tiglath-Pileser wrote his annals on carved stone slabs that adorned his palace in Nimrud, detailing his military exploits in great detail, these are not well preserved. So for a number of his campaigns, we can only really produce a general outline. In 744, he launched his first campaign, attacking Babylonian territory on the east bank of the Tigris. With the Assyrio-Babylonian border moved in Tiglath-Pileser's favor, this conflict was quickly resolved. He then established the two new provinces of Bit Amban and Parsua during his campaign in the surrounding Zagros Mountains in 743. Along a crucial trade route that foreshadowed the later Silk Road, the new province of Zagros were established. The Assyrian triumphs in 744 and 43 showed the neighbors of the empire that the Assyrian period of stagnation was over. Iranzu, king of the Manaeans, a people who lived in northwest Iran, met with Tiglath-Pileser in person and formed an alliance in 744 as a result of Tiglath-Pileser's success. Since Iranzu's realm was well positioned to defend Assyria from Urartian raids, Tiglath-Pileser enthusiastically accepted the alliance. Previously, Iranzu's predecessors had maintained their kingdom's independence by switching allegiance between Urartu and Assyria. Sarduri II of Urartu became alarmed by these events and stepped up his attempts to challenge and subvert Assyrian dominance. Later, in 743, Sarduri and his army reached the Assyrian border of the Euphrates River, with reinforcements from other Assyrian kingdoms and states. Tiglath-Pileser fought Sarduri close to Arpad the same year. Tiglath-Pileser led a number of campaigns in the Levant between 743 and 32, which resulted in a significant annexation of the territory and the loss of the independence for many of the region's ancient states. Because of Arpad's strategic importance, and as retaliation for giving Sarduri access to the Assyrian frontier, he decided to take Arpad after defeating Sarduri. Arpad was then fully annexed in 740, following a protracted siege and 3 campaigns spread over 3 years. Both Urartian troops and troops from other Syrian cities and smaller states provided support to Arpad during the conflict. The Assyrian army did not just pillage the city after capturing it and then withdraw, unlike how they handled Syrian cities in the past. Rather, the areas under Arpad's authority were incorporated into the new Assyrian Empire and divided into 2 provinces. Following his triumph at Arpad, he was rewarded by the Phoenician city of Tyre, the Aramean kingdom of Aram-Damascus, and the Syro-Hittite kingdoms of Gurgum, Kuma, Carchemish, and Kuwe, some of whom had previously dispatched troops to support Sarduri. Of course, the rulers of the Levant were on high alert after Arpad was annexed, everyone looking over their shoulder, wondering when their time would come. Many Levantine states had sought to grow and establish themselves as powerful kingdoms during the Assyrian stagnation period, which the Assyrians may have interpreted as aggressive, isolationist, and just all anti-Assyrian. And so Tiglath-Pileser persisted in his endeavors in Syria in 738, establishing 3 new provinces of Kulania, Hattarika, and Simira, as well as capturing some territories south of Arpad. He claimed that the Syro-Hittite kingdom of Hama, who had ruled these territories, were actively conspiring against him. He used a well-planned and prepared strategy in his successful conquest of the Levant. First, he defeated smaller kingdoms with a swift, all-encompassing attack, rather than launching an assault on the capitals of the bigger states. His early conquest placed flat and coastal areas under his control, allowing Assyrian forces to advance quickly and effectively through the area in subsequent campaigns. The Syro-Hittite kingdom of Patin was subjugated and absorbed by Tiglath-Pileser during the campaign against Hama. Hama was spared complete annexation. Instead, the kingdom was permitted to maintain some degree of autonomy as a vassal state. More states in the region, including the Kingdom of Israel, several states in eastern Anatolia, and the Phoenician city of Byblos and some Arab tribes, paid tribute to the Assyrians as a result of the victory. During the conflict, Hama had received aid from Israel and Damascus. The 5 Anatolian kingdoms that started paying tribute to Assyria most likely did so in hopes of receiving Assyrian assistance in fending off the expansionist kingdom of Phrygia, which threatened everyone's existence, rather than out of fear of the Assyrian conquest. Occasionally, the Anatolians attempted to pit Assyria and Phrygia against one another, and it yielded disastrous results. According to the Annals of Tiglath-Pileser, King Wasusarma of Tabal acted as if he were the equal of Assyria, and because of this, he was overthrown in 730 after he stopped paying the required tribute. For the 5th time in 734, Tiglath-Pileser advanced upon the Levant, marching all the way south to the Egyptian border. Assyria and Egypt shared a border for the first time in history as a result of this campaign, which led to the conquest of Gaza and the submission of many states, thereby bringing the entire Levant under the direct or indirect Assyrian rule. Either way, you always had an Assyrian looking over your shoulder. The Munna Arab tribe, Judah, Edom, Ascalana, Moab, and Ammon all started honoring Tiglath-Pileser. By expanding his dominion over the Levant, Tiglath-Pileser isolated Aram, Damascus, and Israel from Egypt, which had occasionally provided assistance to the Levantine states, and created a semicircle of control around them. Aram Damascus became geopolitically isolated as a result of the Assyrian efforts, and its population was left without a supply of food. And so, Tiglath-Pileser made the decision to solidify his conquest in 733. He ran another campaign this year against Aram Damascus, the region's strongest surviving native state, which was backed by Israel and the Assyrian tributaries Tyre and Ascalana. Aram Damascus lands were annexed by Tiglath-Pileser after Damascus fell in 732. The same battle saw Tiglath-Pileser defeat Israel, annex the northern part of the kingdom as the province of Megiddo, and subjugate the southern part as a vassal kingdom. He also took Tyre. The Israelites interpreted the shrinking and massive shrinkage of Israel as confirmation of the prophet Amos's prophecies of impending disaster from a few decades earlier. And so Tiglath-Pileser and his armies encountered Arab tribes directly as a result of Assyria's enormous western expansion, and some of them started to pay tribute. In an attempt to strengthen his hold on southern Syria, he launched an offensive against the Kedarites south of Damascus in 733. The Kedarite queen, Samsi, was unprepared for the surprise attack, and the Kedarites were routed with ease. Despite his victory, Tiglath-Pileser recognized that he would not be able to successfully rule the Kedarites' lands, and so he permitted Samsi to keep control of her realm, albeit with an Assyrian official keeping watch and directing some of the finer points of the political activities. Oh, we can't let them have too much freedom, can't we? It was then that Tiglath-Pileser's attention shifted towards southern Babylon in his final years. During the Neo-Assyrian era, Babylonia was generally weaker than its northern neighbor, but it had once been a sizable and extremely powerful kingdom that had been in centuries of competition with Assyria. Babylonia suffered from internal ethno-cultural divisions, as well as a poorly organized army. Although they were not the only notable group in the area, Babylonians did control the majority of the major southern cities, including Babylon, Kish, Ur, Uruk, Borsippa, and Nippur. The majority of the southernmost land was ruled by Chaldean tribes, who were led by chieftains who frequently quarreled with one another. The Aramaeans were known for stealing from the surrounding areas, and also lived on the outskirts of populated areas. During his reign, Tiglath-Pileser monitored southern affairs through his agents. Nabu-Mukinzeri, a Chaldean chieftain from the Bit Amukani tribe, became the king of Babylon in 731. The accession of Nabu-Mukinzeri, who sought to mend the divisions in Babylonia, was viewed by Tiglath-Pileser as a provocation, and therefore a danger to Assyrian hegemony and interests. Something had to be done about that. Thus, Tiglath-Pileser spent the ensuing years working to overthrow Nabu-Mukinzeri and his followers, in order to guarantee that Nabu-Mukinzeri would not receive any assistance from Elam, which frequently opposed Assyrian interests. Assyrian armies first blockaded the eastern border of Babylonia. The Bit Shalani and Bit Sha'ali were among the Chaldean tribes and Aramean clans that Tiglath-Pileser subsequently vanquished and subdued. In 730, the real battle for Babylonia's dominance started. Assyrian emissaries are known to have traveled to Babylon during this year 730, urging the population to simply surrender to Tiglath-Pileser, open up the gates, and if they did, they'd get some nice little tax breaks, and also amnesty from the king. Not a bad deal if you really need the tax breaks. Well, the offer was, however, turned down by the Babylonians. You see, at this point, Nabu-Mukin-Zeri was most likely leading the Babylonian war effort from his ancestral home city of Sapia, rather than being in Babylon itself. Not sure if Tiglath-Pileser knew that or not. Either way, Tiglath became the first Assyrian king to be acknowledged as such by the Babylonians when he conquered Babylonian in 729 and declared himself king of both Assyria and Babylon, and that is one of the titles of the old kings of Persia. Usually it's King of Kings, King of the Universe, King of Assyria and Babylon, this sort of thing. It goes on for a little while, but a very, very long title. Now, despite losing Sapia that same year, Nabu-Mukin-Zeri seems to have resisted Tiglath-Pileser until at least 728, according to some documents dated to his fourth regnal year. The Bit Dakuri and Bit Yakin, two of the most formidable Chaldean tribes, paid tribute to Tiglath-Pileser as the new king. At this time, the Bit Yakin were led by Marduk-Apla-Iddina II, who would become a fierce enemy of Assyria in the years after Tiglath's rule. In contrast to many other Assyrian conquests, Babylonia remained a single kingdom in personal union with Assyria, rather than being split up into provinces. The main reason for this was the Assyrians' deep regard for Babylonian religion and culture. Very deep roots. It goes back a while. And it's one of the reasons why you wanted to be the king of Assyria and Babylon. Having Babylon was the real prize. It'd been around for a long, long time. Well, in light of this regard, and the fact that Babylonia was beginning to recover economically, Tiglath made an effort to persuade the people to accept the concept of domination by Assyria. He led campaigns against the remaining Chaldean strongholds in the far south that opposed his rule, and he twice took part in the religiously significant New Year Akitu festival, which required the king's presence as a matter of tradition. Iaba, the queen of Tiglath-Pileser, seems to have been quite obviously not of Akkadian ancestry. In fact, Iaba's name may have come from the Arabic or West Semitic roots or etymologies for the words beautiful. Iaba may have been a princess from the kingdom of Judah, according to a 1998 theory by Stephanie Daly that she was of Hebrew descent. Now, based on the name Atalia, a later queen who was thought to have been related to Iaba, and the fact that it was similar to the name Athalia, which was given to a Judean queen who ruled roughly a century earlier, she argues that the name Atalia's ending might be a theophoric element derived from Yahweh. Both people have agreed with Daly's arguments and disagreed with them. Well, either way, we might not really know much about that one. I'm not too good with the linguistics of that area. Asian languages I'm really good with. I speak Chinese almost fluently. I know a fair bit of Japanese. And, well, Korean I can at least read. But I can't really speak too much. But it's very easy to learn how to read Korean. I suggest you do it. It'll take you like 3 hours and you'll be fine. Little practice. Anyway, back to the topic. Oh, it is thought that at this time Tiglath-Pileser had passed away quietly from old age. He was succeeded by his son, Shalmaneser V. Now Shalmaneser was known by his birth name Ululayu during Tiglath-Pileser's reign, and Shalmaneser was a regnal name that he adopted upon taking the throne in 727. He probably took part in some of his father's campaigns too, as that was the normal practice, and he's known to have written in his father a number of letters, many of which included updates on the state of the territories that he oversaw. Sargon II succeeded Shalmaneser as king within a few years, most likely as the result of his overthrow and murder. Although Sargon was linked to the earlier kings by the Assyrian king list, which asserted that he was the son of Tiglath-Pileser, this assertion is absent from the majority of Sargon's inscriptions, which emphasize that Ashur summoned and appointed him as the king. Well, either way, Tiglath-Pileser left behind a legacy that's extremely important to history. Most people believe that his rule signaled the start of a completely new era of Assyrian imperialism. In fact, he's the first Assyrian king for whom there are external viewpoints and narratives of his reign. Most of the time, you just have the one opinion. But this time we have other people writing about him from other parts of the world. Well, I suppose they were part of the Assyrian Empire at some point, so that is also arguable, but we're just playing semantics now. Well, he's also, of course, mentioned in the Hebrew Bible and the Babylonian Chronicles. In fact, the Hebrew Bible pretty much ignores all of Mesopotamian history before Tiglath-Pileser, and that's got to tell you something. The events of Tiglath-Pileser's reign are described in the Old Testament from the viewpoint of the southern kingdom of Judah, mainly in the book of Isaiah, Chronicles, and Kings, as well as in his influence on the kingdom of Israel. We find that in 2 Kings 15. So he's mainly known for increasing the size of Assyrian territory. A conqueror. He's more than doubled the empire's territory by the time of his death, and that's a pretty good record. The economy of the Assyrian state was also drastically changed by his strategy of establishing direct Assyrian control over foreign territories by dividing them into provinces as opposed to establishing vassal kingdoms. Prior to his reign, the Assyrians had depended on tribute from vassals. However, they began to rely more and more on taxes collected by provincial governors after him. Although the strategy resulted in higher administrative expenses, it also decreased the likelihood of rebellions against Assyria. And that was the main problem in keeping your little satrapies and client states. Well, because of Tiglath-Pileser's imperial innovations, the Assyrian Empire served as a model for subsequent empires in the Middle East and beyond. The Neo-Assyrian kings claimed global dominance, known as translatio imperii, transfer of empire, spawned similar claims in later Middle Eastern empires, most notably the Achaemenid Empire. This helped aspirations for universal rule to emerge in many subsequent kingdoms and empires. But of course there were significant repercussions from the Assyrian resettlement program, which was, of course, as we've mentioned, accelerated under Tiglath-Pileser and carried on by his successors. First and foremost, it increased prosperity throughout the empire. Sure, it also resulted in notable improvements, irrigation in the provinces, this sort of thing, as deportees were assigned to teach their new communities the Assyrian-developed agricultural techniques. But the Middle East cultural and ethnic composition was permanently altered by the migration of peoples from all over the empire, and eventually a new language emerged as dominant: Aramaic, a status it held until the 14th century AD. Now that is a long time to be holding the record. Of the Semitic languages of the empire, to many which the languages in the empire belonged, Aramaic was the most widely spoken and mutually understandable. Now it was already an official language in the empire during Tiglath's reign, as evidenced by reliefs from his era that show the king recording messages in both Akkadian and Aramaic using scribes. Such a thing that certainly helps us understand and translate later texts. The best thing that you can find in archaeology is a text you don't recognize, or one that you're not familiar with in terms of the smaller little details of it, and it's right next to something recognizable. Let's say Greek or Egyptian hieroglyphics. This is what happened with the Rosetta Stone. When they found that, they found it in Egyptian, Greek, and Demotic, so they could very easily translate and figure out what was actually going on. So yes, it's very good that we have these in Aramaic and Akkadian. But that's a topic for another video, I suppose. Esarhaddon, who reigned from 681 to 669 BC, a distinguished king of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, known for his military skill, architectural innovation, and effective administration. He ascended to the throne after his father, Sennacherib, was assassinated by his brothers, quickly consolidating power by eliminating rivals and securing provincial loyalty. He is celebrated for his successful campaigns against Egypt, establishing Assyrian influence in North Africa, and for restoring Babylon, enhancing his reputation for both strength and urban development. His reign featured significant infrastructure projects, including grand palaces and the ziggurat at Dur Sharukin, and he promoted religious tolerance by allowing the worship of multiple gods alongside the chief god Ashur. These policies not only stabilized and expanded the empire, but fostered a cultural flourishing under his reign, and thus it is a legacy that endures as a model of strategic leadership and visionary governance, enjoying the continued prosperity and influence of the Assyrian Empire into later generations. All right, welcome. Back we go to the old days of Assyria, once again, for another Assyrian king, Esarhaddon. Now, introduction's already out of the way. You know exactly how to support the channel. Just click the like and subscribe and leave a little comment. Tell a few of your friends to come and join the party and we can all learn. But let's get nice and relaxed first. That's what we're here for, isn't it? Now let's begin. Well, despite Esarhaddon holding the title of Crown Prince for 3 years as King Sennacherib's designated heir, it would seem that his path to the Assyrian throne was not an easy one. In fact, it was fraught with obstacles. You see, Sennacherib had originally chosen his eldest son, Ashur-nadin-Sumi, as his successor, appointing him as the ruler of Babylon around 700 BC. Shortly afterwards, Sennacherib launched a campaign against the Elamites and some Chaldean rebels who had sought refuge in Elam, which is located in what is now in the modern state of southern Iran. In 694, the Elamites, retaliating against Sennacherib's assault, invaded Babylonia and managed to even capture Ashur-nadin-Sumi in the city of Sippar. But they did return him to Elam. He was unfortunately executed when he got there. In response, Sennacherib was not impressed. He exacted severe revenge on the Elamites, Chaldeans, and Babylonians. After this death of Ashur-nadin-Sumi, Sennacherib appointed his second eldest surviving son, Arda-Mulisu, as crown prince. Arda-Mulisu held this position for several years until he was unexpectedly replaced by Esarhaddon in 684. While the reason for his sudden removal is a little bit mysterious, evidently it caused him great distress. I'm sure it would. He's effectively lost the opportunity of becoming the ruler of the entire empire. I assume that would hit him pretty hard. Well, in fact, we're quite lucky because we have Esarhaddon talking in an inscription about how his brother reacted to his designation as a new heir. Yes, believe it or not, we actually have Esarhaddon's almost like a personal diary. How special is that? 2,500 years later. Well, we'll read it now. It goes like this. Of my older brothers, I was the younger brother. But by decree of the gods, Ashur and Shamash, Bel and Nabu, my father exalted me. Amid a gathering of my brothers, he asked Shamash, "Is this my heir?" And the gods answered, "He is your second self." And then my brothers went mad. They drew their swords godlessly in the middle of Nineveh. But Ashur, Shamash, Bel, Nabu, Ishtar, all the gods looked with wrath on the deeds of these scoundrels, brought their strength to weakness, and humbled them beneath me. Well, whether or not this actually happened, it might be a bit of mythology, but it's still interesting. Although Arda-Mulisu was compelled by his father to take an oath of allegiance to Esarhaddon, he made numerous appeals to Sennacherib to once more acknowledge him as the heir. Despite the fact that these appeals were all unsuccessful, sorry, Dad says no, Sennacherib came to the realization that the situation was indeed tense. The brothers were not just going to let him get away with this. As a result, he decided to send Esarhaddon into exile in the western provinces, at least for a little while, until the situation calmed down. But Esarhaddon was not happy with this. He was dissatisfied with his exile and placed the blame solely on his brother's behavior. He offered the following explanation for his dissatisfaction in his memoir. I still think it's lovely we have a memoir from that long ago. He said, "Malicious gossip, slander, and falsehood wove around me in a godless way, lies and insincerity. They plotted evil behind my back. Against all the will of the gods, they alienated my father's well-disposed heart from me, though in the secret his heart was affected with compassion, and he still intended me to exercise kingship." Sennacherib had foreseen the dangers of keeping Esarhaddon near his ambitious brothers, but he had not foreseen the dangers to his own life. On the 20th of October, 681, Arda-Mulisu and Nabu-Saru-Usur, another son of Sennacherib, attacked and killed their own father inside a temple in Nineveh. The aspirations of Arda-Mulisu to take the throne, however, would no longer be fulfilled. The assassination of Sennacherib had caused some friction, of course, between Arda-Mulisu and his supporters, delaying the prospect of a coronation. Meanwhile, Esarhaddon, not to be walked over, had amassed an army. At Hanigalbat, in the western regions of the empire, he came upon an army that his brothers had raised. The enemy generals ran away, and most of the soldiers abandoned their brothers to join him. With this army at his back, he was able to confront them. He then marched on Nineveh with no opposition. An excerpt from Esarhaddon's own inscriptions describes his arrival in Nineveh and his subsequent purging of conspiracy supporters. I entered Nineveh, my royal city, joyfully, and took my seat upon the throne of my father in safety. The south wind blew, the breath of A, the wind whose blowing is favorable, exercising kingship. There awaited me favorable signs in heaven and on earth, a message of the soothsayers, tidings, the gods and goddesses, continually, and gave my heart courage. The soldiers, the rebels who had fomented the plot to seize the rulership of Assyria for my brothers, their ranks I examined to the last man, and I laid a heavy penalty upon them. I destroyed their seed. Because of his turbulent ascent to the throne, Assyrian harbored, mistrust towards his family members, vassals, and servants. One can hardly blame him. It is unfortunately quite often that it's the people closest to you who are planning to stab you in the back, isn't it? Especially family. Weird how that works. He regularly asked priests and oracles for their opinions on whether any of his officials or family members were doing exactly that sort of plotting behind his back. Assyrian appears not to have been paranoid about his female relatives, though, despite his extreme mistrust of the male ones. During his rule, his mother, Naki-A, wife Esara-Hamat, and daughter Sru-e-Etirat all held far more political clout and influence than women in previous Assyrian eras. But there was another indication of Assyrian's paranoia, that being his choice of residence. You see, one of his primary residences was a palace in Nimrud that had been built nearly 2 centuries earlier as an armory by his predecessor, Shalmaneser III. He reigned from 859 to 824. The palace was well protected because it was situated on a separate mound on the city's outskirts rather than in a prominent location within the administrative and cultural hub. It was fortified between 676 and 72, with its gateways transformed into impregnable fortifications that could completely isolate the structure from the city. A steep and narrow path, guarded by multiple sturdy doors, would be the only way to enter the palace if these entrances were sealed. At Nineveh, a comparable palace was constructed on a different mound, distant from the city center. Every Assyrian king is known to have consulted the sun god Shamash for advice on political and military issues, how to reign well, things like this, such as who to assign a particular position as well, or whether a planned military campaign would succeed, kind of like the Oracle of Delphi in the Greek tradition. And the advice was obtained by interpreting what they thought to be signs from the gods. Only during the reign of Assyrian are questions about the potential for betrayal known. That shows how paranoid he really was. Of course, Assyrian wanted the people of Babylon, the southern region of his empire, to support him. For this reason, the king had invested far more in building and restoration projects in the south than any of his predecessors had. Prior to its conquest and annexation by the Assyrian king Tiglath-Pileser III in the previous century, Babylonia was ruled by native kings as vassals of the Assyrians, and it had only recently become an inner part of the Assyrian Empire. Assyrian's building program was probably intended to demonstrate the advantages of maintaining Assyrian control over the area, and to demonstrate his intention to govern Babylon with the same consideration and magnanimity as a native Babylonian ruler would. Put the people's minds at ease. Give them what they want, I suppose. They're not going to complain if they get that, aren't they? Aren't they? Maybe. Either way, for over a millennium, The city of Babylon, which is the name of Babylonia, of course, served as the political hub of southern Mesopotamia. The statue of Bel, also called Marduk, you may have heard of that, the city's patron deity, had been carried far into Assyrian territory when Asarhaddon's father destroyed the city in 689 BC in an attempt to crush the Babylonian ambitions for independence. One of Asarhaddon's most significant initiatives was the city's restoration, which he had announced in 680. The size of the construction project is described in reports from the officials the king assigned to supervise the reconstruction during Asarhaddon's rule. But in fact, Asarhaddon writes about it himself. Once again, we go back to that great primary source, and he writes about the reconstruction of Babylon as follows. Great king, mighty monarch, lord of all, king of the land of Ashur, ruler of Babylon, faithful shepherd, belover of Marduk, lord of lords, dutiful leader, loved by Marduk's consort Zurbanitum, humble, obedient, full of praise, and for their strength and awestruck from its earliest days in the presence of their divine greatness, am I, Esarhaddon. When in the reign of an earlier king there were ill omens, the city offended its gods, and was destroyed at their command. It was me, Asarhaddon, whom they chose to restore everything to its rightful place, to calm their anger, to assuage their wrath. You, Marduk, entrusted the protection of the land of Ashur to me. The gods of Babylon, meanwhile, told me to rebuild their shrines and renew the proper religious observances of their palace, Esagila. I called up all my workmen and conscripted all the people of Babylonia. I set them to work, digging up the ground and carrying the earth away in baskets. And so, like that, he painstakingly restored every building and every structure in the city, and that includes the gates, battlements, drains, courtyards, shrines, everything. There was no stone unturned. He was very keen to be the one who restored Babylon to its former glory. I mean, what's the point in ruling over Babylon if Babylon's just a pile of dirty and dusty rocks? Well, as part of the meticulous restoration process, valuable stones, fragrant oils, and perfumes were carefully placed into the Esagila's foundations. The temple doors were covered with precious metal, and the pedestal that would hold the Bel statue was made of gold. Do remember that Bel is the other name for Marduk, the chief deity of Babylon. Now, there is a report from the newly appointed Babylonian governor, Esarhaddon, that verifies that the building was well received by the Babylonians, and it is as follows. I have entered Babylon. The Babylonians have received me kindly, and daily they bless the king, saying, what was taken and plundered from Babylon, he has returned. And from Sibar to Bab Marat, the chiefs of the Chaldeans bless the king, saying, it is he who resettled the people of Babylon. So from that, obviously, people are extremely impressed with Esarhaddon. He's doing a very, very good job of getting public opinion on his side, which, of course, helps when you don't want rebellions to come up. Although a lot of work was done during Esarhaddon's successor's rule, the city's reconstruction was not finished during his lifetime. Although it is unclear how much of the reconstruction was finished during Esarhaddon's rule, stones bearing his inscriptions can be discovered in the city's temple ruins, indicating that a significant amount of work had been finished. With the possible exception of the city walls, which his successor most likely restored completely, Esarhaddon most likely achieved his restoration objectives, including the near-complete restoration of Esagila and Etemenanke. Programs for restoration in other southern cities were also funded by Esarhaddon, because it wasn't just Babylon that needed fixing. And so he returned the statues of several southern gods that had been taken during the battles of old times and stored in Assyria during the first year in power, along with statues of other traditional Babylonian deities. The statue of Bel had been housed in the northernmost Assyrian town of Isete in the period following Sennacherib's destruction of the city. Statues of other gods were brought back to the cities of Der, Humhumia, Sipar Uraru, while the statue of Bel remained in Assyria. Statues were also brought back to the cities of Larsa and Uruk in the years that followed. Esarhaddon also restored Uruk's Eanna temple, which was devoted to the goddess Ishtar, and removed debris just as he had done in Babylon. Similar scale restoration initiatives were also carried out in Borsippa, Akkad, and Nippur, all the classic old cities. It would be a great idea for a road trip to go to all those old Bronze Age sites. I don't know if international driver's licenses work in Iran. Well, it might not be the best time to go to Iran at the moment. But I'll have to look into that. That would be a great road trip. Well, some academics have referred to Esarhaddon as the Babylonian king of Assyria, for pretty obvious reasons. I mean, you got the massive construction, but also you have this attempt to align himself with the Babylonian royal tradition. However, this might not accurately reflect the king's true endeavors, and it might be a way of subtly taking a dig at him. Well, like his predecessors, Esarhaddon maintained his political and military base in the north while ruling both Babylonia and Assyria. Though they were less civically oriented than those in Babylonia, he also finished projects in the Assyrian heartland, despite his remarkable, ambitious, and unprecedented building projects in the south. And so he made sure that repairs were made to the Temple of Ashara in Ashur, one of the principal temples of northern Mesopotamia, perhaps to reassure the Assyrians that his projects in the south would be matched with projects of equal proportion in the north, and yes, that would be quite a balancing act. It's all good and well to get the Babylonians on your side so the provinces away from home don't rebel, but if the people at home are unhappy with you, well, that's as equally as big of a problem. While similar projects were carried out for temples in the cities of Arbela and Nineveh, the capital of Assyria, the numerous administrative and military construction projects carried out in the north, and the total absence of such in the south demonstrates his preference somewhat for Assyria over Babylonia, at least in some regards. Even though the temple building projects carried out in the south were matched with those in the north, these military and administrative projects just were not. I suppose you've got to do a cost-benefit analysis. You can't rely on Esarhaddon to fix the entire empire, can't you? Foreign powers, eager to increase their territory, quickly discovered that despite Esarhaddon's mistrust, the Assyrian governors and soldiers fully supported the new king, as did all the vassals who had hoped to use the unstable political climate in Assyria to actually free themselves, possibly thinking that the new king hadn't really solidified his position enough to actually stop them if they were to rebel. And so the Cimmerians, an Iranian nomadic tribe that was threatening Assyria's northwestern borders, and the kingdom of Urartu, at the time ruled by King Rusa II in the north, and a sworn enemy of Assyria that continued to shelter its brothers, were the two of the main country's enemies. In an attempt to deter the Cimmerians from attacking, Esarhaddon formed an alliance with the nomadic Scythians, who were renowned for being absolute champions on horseback. However, it didn't really seem to have worked. Temples and cities were destroyed as the Cimmerians advanced deeper into the empire in 676 BC, after invading the westernmost provinces in 679 BC. Esarhaddon personally led his troops in combat in Cilicia and repulsed the Cimmerians in order to halt this invasion, and according to his inscriptions, Esarhaddon killed the Cimmerian king, Teuspa, with his own hands. The Phoenician city-state of Sidon, one of Esarhaddon's vassals in the Levant, rebelled against his rule during the height of the Cimmerian invasion. Having been made vassal by Esarhaddon's father in 601, Sidon had only recently fallen to Assyria. In 677, Esarhaddon led his army down the Mediterranean coast and took the rebellious city. But Abdi Milkuti, the king, managed to flee by boat. A year later, when Esarhaddon decisively defeated the Cimmerians, he was taken prisoner and put to death. Sanduari of Kundu and Sisu, probably places in Cilicia, another dissident vassal king, was also vanquished and put to death. Esarhaddon had the heads of the two vassal kings draped around the necks of their nobles, who were paraded throughout Nineveh to commemorate his triumph. What a sight that would have been to see. The two cities that had belonged to the Sidonian king were given to Baal of Tyre, another vassal king, and Sidon was reduced to an Assyrian province. We have an inscription from the time in which Esarhaddon discusses the victory. Abdi Milkulti, king of Sidon, who did not fear my majesty, did not heed the word of my lips, who trusted in the fearful sea and cast off my yoke, Sidon, his garrison city which lies in the midst of the sea. Like a fish, I caught him up out of the sea and cut off his head. His wife, his sons, the people of his palace, property, goods, precious stones, garments of colored wool and linen, maple and boxwood, all kinds of treasures of his palace in great abundance I carried off. His wide-spreading peoples, there was no numbering them. Cattle, sheep, and donkeys in great number I transported to Assyria. Esarhaddon focused on Urartu after resolving these issues in Sidon and Cilicia, and he initially attacked the Manaeans, traditional allies of Urartu. But by 673 he was openly at war with Urartu's own kingdom. The kingdom of Shupria, a vassal state of Urartu, with its capital at Ubumu on the shores of Lake Van, was attacked and subjugated by Esarhaddon as part of the conflict. The king of Shupria's refusal to turn over political refugees from Assyria, possibly some of the conspirators behind Sennacherib's death, was the king's casus belli, the war justification for this invasion. Despite the Shuprian king's agreement to relent after a protracted exchange of letters, Esarhaddon felt that it took him too long. When the defenders tried to burn down the Assyrian siege weapons, the fires spread into Ubumu, and the Assyrians took control of the city, pillaging it. Political refugees were taken prisoner, and after a while put to death. Perhaps to improve relations, some Urartu criminals, who the Shuprian king had similarly refused to hand over to the Urartu king, were captured and sent back to Urartu. After Ubumu was restored, given a new name, and annexed, 2 eunuchs were chosen to serve as its governors. If you don't know what a eunuch is, look it up. Sippar was taken by the Elamites during their invasion of Babylonia in 675. The Assyrian army was compelled to halt its campaign in Anatolia in order to protect the southern provinces while it was away. This conflict was not well documented, which is really unfortunate. Everything else seems to be quite well documented except for this one. Either way, Assyrian makes pretty much no mention of it in any of his inscriptions. And why is that? Well, it seems to be because the fall of Sippar was actually quite a humiliating event. He didn't want to write about the battles that he had lost. The Elamite king, Kumban Kaltash II, passed away shortly after taking Sippar, leaving Urtak, the new ruler, in a very precarious situation. Urtak halted the invasion and gave back some of the god statues that the Elamites had taken in order to mend fences with Assyria and prevent more fighting. In order to raise their children at each other's courts, the two kings formed an alliance. In the winter of 673, Esarhaddon took the chance to invade Egypt, close to the end of his 7th year in power. Only a small number of Assyrian sources mention this invasion, which culminated in what some academics believe to have been one of Assyria's most devastating losses. Well, if we remember the situation in Sippar not being very well documented, we can perhaps draw this conclusion. Assyrian had hoped to invade Egypt and eliminate his rival in a single blow, because the Egyptians, you see, had supported rebels and dissenters in Assyria for years, funding those undesirable elements. Once outside the Egyptian-controlled city of Ashkelon, where the Kushite pharaoh Taharka defeated the Assyrians, they were worn out due to the rapid marches of the Esarhaddon's army. And so Esarhaddon withdrew to Nineveh after his defeat, temporarily abandoning his plan to conquer Egypt. Esarhaddon's health was clearly declining by 673, when he launched his first unsuccessful invasion of Egypt. This was problematic to say the least, because having perfect physical and mental health was one of the main prerequisites for becoming the Assyrian king. People were starting to talk behind his back. The king would frequently spend days in sleeping quarters, refusing food, not even drinking anything, not even seeing anyone. He was always ill. It's unlikely that his condition improved after his beloved wife Eshara-Hamat passed away herself in 672, reportedly around the month of February. The majority of the surviving court records indicate that Esarhaddon was frequently depressed, lost his will to live. He was so depressed over the deaths of his wife and also their newborn child. Just add that to the pile. Letters from Adad Shemu Usur, the king's chief exorcist, and the person primarily in charge for Esarhaddon's welfare make this very evident. One letter says, "As to what the king, my lord, wrote to me, I am feeling very sad. How did we act that I become so depressed for this little one of mine? Had it been curable, you would have given away half your kingdom to have it cured. But what can we do? O king, my lord, it is something that cannot be done." Esarhaddon's condition is described in some detail in notes and letters that have been preserved from people who worked at the royal court, including his doctors. They include descriptions of severe fever, vomiting, dizziness, earaches, nosebleeds, depression, and even diarrhea. Because of persistent skin rashes that covered most of his body, including his face, the king feared that His time was running out. His condition would have been obvious to anyone who saw him. The king was dying. The doctors, probably the best that Assyria had to offer, were completely baffled, and eventually they just had to admit that they could do nothing to help him. There is a letter that makes it very evident in these ways, like the following. It reads, "My lord, the king, keeps telling me, why do you not identify the nature of my disease and find a cure? As I told the king already in person, his symptoms cannot be classified." Now here's the problem. Like with many cultures in the world, a sick king would have been interpreted by the Assyrians as a sign that the gods did not support him, and they believed that the illness was a form of divine punishment. Assyrian had to conceal his ill health from his subjects at all costs as a result. The ancient Assyrian royal custom of requiring anyone approaching the king to be both veiled and on their knees guaranteed his subjects' ignorance. They weren't really allowed to look at him. Just hope he wasn't coughing or anything when he spoke to them. That would probably give it away. Well, since he himself had only gained the Assyrian throne through extreme hardship, Assyrian took a number of measures to guarantee a peaceful and orderly handover of power after his own passing. But you see, all of Assyrian's sons at this time were still minors, which was a big problem. According to a treaty signed in 672 between Assyrian and his vassal Ramataya, the ruler of an eastern Median kingdom known as Uruk-Azabarna, Assyrian's concern over the possibility of multiple factions opposing his successor's ascent to the throne after his death is also demonstrated by the same treaty, which names his successor's brothers, uncles, cousins, and even descendants of former royalty, and one of the chiefs or governors of Assyria as possible opposing forces. This suggests that Assyrian had at least a few surviving brothers, and that they or their offspring might pose a threat to his own children. The reference to descendants of former royalty may actually refer to the fact that Sargon II, Assyrian's grandfather, had usurped the Assyrian throne, and may not have had any ancestry. The Assyrian throne might have been contested by descendants of previous kings, who might still be alive and able to do so. Assyrian finally named his eldest son, Sin-nadin-apli, as crown prince in 674 to prevent a civil war after his death. But he passed away 2 years later, posing another threat to the succession. Better find somebody else. This time, Assyrian named 2 crown princes, Ashurbanipal, his younger son, who was chosen to be the heir of Assyria, and Shamash-shum-ikin, his oldest surviving son, was chosen to be the heir of Babylon. Together, the 2 princes reached Nineveh's capital, where they celebrated with Assyrian soldiers and nobles as well as foreign dignitaries. The mothers of the 2 sons may have contributed to the decision to designate an older son as the crown prince of Babylon and a younger as the one of Assyria, which was obviously Assyrian's principal title. Shamash-shum-ukin was the son of a Babylonian woman, whereas Ashurbanipal's mother was probably Assyrian. Although it's kind of unclear, it's possible that Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shum-ukin had the same mother, which would have had the unfavorable effects if Shamash-shum-ukin had have succeeded to the Assyrian throne. Ashurbanipal was the superior contender to the throne, because he was the next oldest son. Shamash-shum-ukin was chosen to inherit Babylon and the southern regions of his empire, because the Sarhadon likely assumed that Babylonians would be happy with a king of Babylonian descent. Esarhaddon intended relationship between his two sons is not entirely clear from the treaties he drafted. Either way, in an effort to prevent bloodshed that started Esarhaddon's own reign, Esarhaddon's mother Naki-A made sure that any prospective rivals or claimants took an oath to back Ashurbanipal's ascent to the Assyrian throne. In 672, Esarhaddon himself also signed a succession treaty with several of his own governors outside the Assyrian heartland, and with at least 6 independent rulers in the east to secure the succession of Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shum-ukin. The prospect that his brothers, especially Arda-Mulisu, was still alive and wished to claim the Assyrian throne, may have been the primary driving force behind the creation of these treaties. According to some inscriptions, they were still alive and very much free in 673. Now, it wasn't completely over for Esarhaddon. Early in 671, it seems he marched against Egypt once more. In order to avoid the issues that beset his first attempt, he marched at a much slower pace and used a significantly larger army. He traveled through Haran, one of the larger cities in his empire's western regions. In this instance, the king was given a prophecy that said Esarhaddon would successfully conquer Egypt. Following his passing, a letter to Ashurbanipal stated the following: When Esarhaddon marched to Egypt, a temple of cedar wood was erected at Haran. There, the god Sin was enthroned on a wooden column, 2 crowns on his head, and standing in front of him was the god Nuska. Esarhaddon entered and placed the crowns onto his head, and the following was proclaimed: You shall go forth and conquer the world. And he went and conquered Egypt. Esarhaddon's forces won their first conflict with the Egyptians 3 months after receiving this prophecy. Esarhaddon was not persuaded of his own safety, even after the prophecy and initial success. 11 days after defeating the Egyptians, he carried out the ancient Assyrian practice known as the substitute king ritual, which was meant to shield the king from impending danger signaled by an omen of some kind. In fact, earlier in his reign he'd carried out the ritual, but this time it prevented him from leading his invasion of Egypt. During the 100-day substitute king ritual, the Assyrian monarch went into hiding, and a replacement, ideally someone with mental impairments, took the throne by sleeping in the royal bed, donning the crown and royal accoutrement, and consuming the king's food. The real king was only known as the farmer during these 100 days, and he stayed hidden away. The purpose of the ritual was to keep the real monarch safe by directing any evil that was meant for the king toward the replacement king, who was killed at the end of the 100 days regardless of whether anything had happened. Regardless of the omen Esarhaddon feared, he lived through 671 and would repeat the rite twice in the 2 years that followed, which prevented him from carrying out his responsibilities as the Assyrian king for nearly a whole year. His crown princes oversaw the majority of his empire's civil administration during this period, and Ashur-nasir, his chief eunuch, most likely led the army in Egypt. The Assyrian army successfully captured and pillaged Memphis, the Egyptian capital, and defeated the Egyptians in 2 more battles. In the Levant, The Egyptian army was also compelled to battle some of their vassals, including Baal of Tyre, who had joined forces with the Egyptians to oppose Assyrian. The majority of the royal court and the pharaoh's family, including his son and wife, were taken as hostages and sent back to Assyria, despite the pharaoh's escape himself. Conquered lands were turned over to governors who supported the Assyrian monarch. A vassal king is seen kneeling in front of Assyrian, who is portrayed in a majestic pose holding a war mace on his hand on a victory stele, which was built to honor Egypt's defeat. Kinda like the Narmer palette. It's kinda the same sort of thing. Of course, you've got the victor being about 10 foot tall and the other guy being about 5 feet tall, this sort of thing. Well, the son of the vanquished pharaoh was also shown kneeling, wearing a rope around his neck. Many Egyptians were forced to relocate to the Assyrian heartland as a result of this conquest. News of a new prophecy at Haran quickly circulated throughout Assyrian's empire after his victory in Egypt. The oracles of Haran were considered reliable, since Assyrian had taken Egypt and validated the earlier prophecy from the city. The prophecy's meaning was obvious. By claiming that all of Sennacherib's descendants were usurpers, it offered a potential religious basis for rebellion against Assyrian's authority. Of course, Assyrian's skin condition might have been discovered during his trip to Haran, which could have led to his illegitimacy being declared. We don't quite know who was declared the legitimate king, but it's possible that he had some connection to the earlier Assyrian royalty in order to be eligible to the throne, perhaps a descendant of Sargon II. Well, his name was Sarsi, and he swiftly garnered a sizable following across the empire, even winning over Assyrian's chief eunuch Ashur-Nasir. It was not long before Assyrian discovered the plot. He was so paranoid that he had a huge network of servants all over the empire who sworn to inform him of any planned attacks upon him. These reports alerted Assyrian to the existence of conspirators in Babylon and the Assyrian heartland, in addition to Haran. For some time, he merely collected intelligence on the conspirators' actions, and out of fear for his life, carried out the substitute king rite a second time in 671 BC, only 3 months after completing it the first time. After the ceremony was finished, Assyrian came out of hiding and slaughtered the conspirators in what was the second purge of that kind under his rule. It is unclear what happened to Sarsi and the woman who crowned him king, but it is likely they were taken prisoner and quickly put to death. The number of officials killed caused more damage to Assyria's administrative system than it had in a long time. It was very uncommon in Assyrian history for no official to choose the year's name during the first few months of 670. The remains of a number of structures in different cities that are thought to have been inhabited by Sarsi supporters have also been dated to this year. Despite his successful escape from the conspiracy, Assyrian continued to be paranoid and ill. He again, for the third time, carried out the substitute king rite in 669. Egypt at this time might have been motivated to try to break away from Assyrian's rule at the time of the appearance of the vanquished pharaoh Taharka from the south and the unstable political climate in Assyria. When Assyrian heard about this uprising, he discovered that some of his own governors, whom he had appointed to Egypt, had stopped paying homage to him and actually joined with the rebels, and so he left to launch his third campaign against Egypt, emerging from his 100 days of hiding, seemingly in good health by his standards. But before even arriving at the Egyptian border, Assyrian suddenly passed away. roughly November 1st, in the Julian calendar, 669 BC. Well, since there is no evidence to the contrary, it appears his death was unexpected and natural. I'm sure there was plenty of talk, though. Assyrian's succession plans, however, were successful, at least initially, and his sons Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shum-ukin succeeded in ascending the thrones of Assyria and Babylonia, without any significant political unrest or bloodshed after his death. Ashurbanipal, 668 to 627 BC. He was one of the most illustrious kings of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, renowned for his military conquest, cultural patronage, and of course administrative reform. Ascending to the throne following his father Esarhaddon, Ashurbanipal successfully expanded Assyrian dominance through formidable campaigns in Egypt, Elam, and across Mesopotamia. A passionate patron of the arts and scholarship, he is best remembered for establishing the great library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh, an unprecedented repository of Mesopotamian literature. It is where we find the Epic of Gilgamesh, which has provided valuable insights, of course, into ancient civilizations. His reign also saw significant advancements in agriculture and the preservation of cultural heritage, but despite all this success, his later years were marked by strife and the burgeoning pressures that would eventually contribute to the empire's decline. Nonetheless, we have a legacy of Ashurbanipal that endures as a testament to the heights of Assyrian power and the enduring value of this cultural preservation, and that positions him as a pivotal figure in the history of the ancient Near East. And welcome back, here we are, once again, going back to the old days of Persia. Not quite the Bronze Age. Back in those good old days. Well, it's good to see you again if you're returning, and for the newcomers, good to meet you. Now, if you are new, how about you click the subscribe button, and if you're coming back and haven't done so yet, well, it's only a small movement of the finger. Now, with that being said, let's get started, nice and relaxed, as always. Now, the aforementioned dates of 668 to 627, that is his reign date, which is typically where we really start to chart the course of his story. But if we're going to go back even earlier than that, of course, we start from 685, where he was born. We mentioned that his father was Esarhaddon, who I've also done a video about, and he reigned from 681 to 669. Even though Ashurbanipal's inscriptions imply that he was destined to rule by a divine magnate, this old tradition of being ordained by the deities above themselves, it seems that his accession was anything but simple, and the complexities that followed planted the seeds for a subsequent civil war. But we'll get to that a little bit later. Being younger than Shin-Nadim-Apli, Esarhaddon's first crown prince, and the two other sons, Shamash-shum-ukin and Shamash-metu-ubalit, Ashurbanipal was most likely the fourth oldest son. In addition, he had multiple younger brothers, and an older sister named Serua Eterat. 674 BC. We have the sudden death of Sin-Nadin-Apli, which caused chaos in the Assyrian court. The civil war that followed was won by Esarhaddon after his own father Sennacherib had eschewed his older brother Ardamulisu for the throne and was assassinated by the rejected heir. That's right, killed by his own blood. Assyrian swiftly established new succession plans following the death of his own heir, designating his oldest surviving son, Shamash-shum-ukin, as king of Babylon, that being the area of southern Mesopotamia, and his younger son, Ashurbanipal, as the primary emperor of Assyria. The two were to rule as equals. At least, that was the idea. But perhaps due to poor health, he completely avoided his third oldest son, Shamash-metu-ubalit, who was actually older than Ashurbanipal, and typically that would make him more qualified to take the throne. Seems that this didn't happen. Well, the reasons behind Assyrian's divided succession, which deviated from the Assyrian custom of unitary rule, have been more than conjectured by scholars. It's possible the arrangements were made to prevent future rivalry by easing the elder Shamash-shum-ukin's jealousy of his younger brother Ashurbanipal. According to one theory, Shamash-shum-ukin may not have been as likely to succeed Ashurbanipal on the Assyrian throne. The reason for this being that his mother was actually Babylonian, whereas Ashurbanipal's mother was actually Assyrian. But it's also possible that the two heirs had a mother in common, being Assyrian's main consort, Eshara Hamat. Well, hopefully we'll figure out a little bit more about that if we dig some old tablet out of the ground in the next few decades, or perhaps finally translate the many thousands of them we have just sitting in storage. Most of them are actually just receipts from trade transactions, but every now and then they come across one that is somewhat groundbreaking. Let's cross our fingers. Well, together the two princes reached Nineveh, the capital of Assyria, and celebrated in May 672 with foreign dignitaries, Assyrian aristocrats and military leaders. As his previous name is unknown, Ashurbanipal, or Assurbanipal, which means Ashur is the creator of the air, Ashur being the chief deity of Assyria, of course, was probably given to him at this time as a kind of regnal title. Perhaps around the same period, Ashurbanipal wed his first wife, Libali Sharat, who would later become his queen. He then entered the crown prince's palace, known as the House of Succession, and started studying, hunting, riding, scholarship, and wisdom, also archery and chariotry and other military arts in preparation for his responsibilities as a ruler. After Assyrian's death, Ashurbanipal, who had only been crown prince for 3 years, succeeded him as the king of Assyria late 669. But his sovereignty might not have been safe, but he rode to what might have been the most powerful throne on earth nonetheless. The Segutu Treaty, drafted by his grandmother Naki'a, obligated the aristocracy, the royal family, and all of Assyria to pledge their unwavering allegiance to Ashurbanipal. However, it doesn't seem like there was much opposition to his ascent to power at all, unlike previous times where things were markedly more chaotic. Ashurbanipal's gift of the revered statue of Marduk, which Sennacherib had taken from Babylon 20 years prior, marked his coronation. Also, we may hear of this as the statue of Bel, which is the other rendering of the name Marduk, the chief god of Babylon. Well, for 16 years, Shamash-shum-ukin would govern Babylon, ostensibly without open conflict with his younger brother, although there would be frequent disputes over how independent he should be. But that would come later. Now, the distribution of power between the two heirs was admittedly a little unclear in Assyrian's succession decrees, which certainly opens up things to problems. Ashurbanipal was not allowed to meddle in Shamash-shum-ukin's internal affairs, perhaps out of concern that his elder brother would have had the resources to challenge his authority if he gained full independence. Either way, Ashurbanipal eventually tipped the scales in his favor. And then we turn to Egypt, which was first ruled by the Assyrians in 671, when Ashurbanipal's father, Asarhaddon, overthrew the Kushite pharaoh Taharqa. I explain all of that in the Asarhaddon video. It was the pinnacle of the Assyrian Empire, and Asarhaddon's greatest victory, albeit very hard fought. Taharqa then fled south to Nubia and plotted to retake his lands, demonstrating the weakness of Assyrian control over a very chaotic Egypt. Asarhaddon then designated local Egyptian nobles as the nation's vassal rulers and dispatched troops to garrison Egyptian cities. He left Nineveh to confront the threat when Taharqa led Egypt in a revolt against Assyrian rule in 669, but became ill and passed away en route. As Ashurbanipal succeeded to his father's throne, the campaign stalled, and many Egyptian vassal rulers joined the uprising to drive out the foreign invaders. Ashurbanipal dispatched an army to fight the rebels after they massacred the Assyrian garrison in Memphis. The Assyrian army gathered tribute and military support from various Levantine vassal states, such as Manasseh of Judah and several Cyprus rulers en route to Egypt. The expeditionary forces prevailed in a major battle at Carbonito in Lower Egypt, after fighting their way through the main land of Egypt across the Nile Delta. Now, Assyrian sources claim that the Assyrian army retook Memphis after Taharqa and his followers fled to Thebes, and then returned to Nubia. Necho I, a local vassal ruler, was among the conspirators who had stayed in Memphis and were returned to Assyria. They were then unexpectedly permitted to return and resume their positions in Egypt after taking new oaths of allegiance. Tantamani, the nephew of Taharqa, declared himself pharaoh after Taharqa's death in 664. He then invaded Egypt, quickly took Thebes, and advanced upon the capital of Memphis. Ashurbanipal dispatched the Assyrian army once more, and as soon as they arrived in Egypt, Tantamani fled south. The Assyrians severely looted Thebes in a kind of payback for the repeated uprising. The ancient city was one of Egypt's most important political and religious hubs, and this sacking was the worst disaster to have ever hit it. Without the astute diplomacy of its governor, Mentuemat, the city might have been destroyed. Well, as for Tantamani, there was no further pursuit of him outside of Egypt. He seems to have simply disappeared. Perhaps an easy retirement. Either way, the Assyrian army returned to Nineveh, and many obelisks and treasures were repurposed to be used in Ashurbanipal's projects, and the spoils from Thebes were proudly paraded in a triumph through the streets. The Elamite king Urtak, who had maintained cordial ties with Asarhaddon, unexpectedly attacked Babylonia in 665, an unwelcome surprise. Urtak, though, died soon after being successfully forced back into Elam. Teoman, who was unrelated to the previous king, succeeded him as Elamite king and had to eliminate his political opponents in order to maintain his position of authority. Teoman demanded that Urtak's 3 sons, who were the main rivals for the Elamite throne, be brought back to Elam, but they fled to Assyria and were taken in by Ashurbanipal himself. In 653, Teoman launched an attack on Babylonia, following a protracted period of peace. Shamash-shum-ukin had to rely on Ashurbanipal for military support, since he was basically unable to protect Babylonia from Elamite invasion, because he had not been supplied with any sizable military force. And so the army of Ashurbanipal moved south, took Der. Teoman marched to confront the Assyrians, but he quickly had second thoughts and returned to Susa, that was the capital of the Elamite kingdom. And then the Battle of Ulai, the last engagement in the Teoman War, was fought close to Susa, ending in a resounding Assyrian victory, which Ashurbanipal gives an account of in his inscriptions. And it goes like this. Like the onset of a terrible hurricane, I overwhelmed Elam in its entirety. I cut off the head of Teoman, their king, the haughty one who plotted evil. Countless of his warriors I slew. Alive, with my hands, I seized his fighters. With their corpses I filled the plain about Susa, as with Bautu and Ashagu. Their blood I let run down to the Ulai. Its water I dyed red like wool. Duranu and his family were captured and put to death after Dunanu joined the Elamites in their war. Ashurbanipal's army attacked the Gambulians and ruthlessly punished them, flooding their capital city of Shapibel and killing many of its residents. After Dadanu consented to pay a sizable amount in tribute to the Assyrian king, Ashurbanipal named a noble named Urimitu as the new Gambulian chieftain in his place. Under Ashurbanipal's father's rule, Assyria had been invaded by the Cimmerians, a nomadic Indo-European people who lived in the southern Caucasus north of the country. The Cimmerians attacked Lydia in Gyges-ruled western Anatolia after being routed by Esarhaddon. Gyges sent his diplomats to Ashurbanipal to seek help after he supposedly had a dream in which the Assyrian deity Ashur gave him advice to do so. The Cimmerian invasion of Lydia was beaten around 665, after two states were successfully able to establish communications with the aid of interpreters, and the Assyrians were unaware that Lydia had even existed. Large quantities of spoils were secured by the forces of Ashurbanipal, and two Cimmerian chiefs were thrown into prison at Nineveh. In fact, it's unclear how much of Assyrian army actually participated in the Lydian campaign. But Gyges seems to be dissatisfied with the assistance, because he only reformed his alliance with Ashurbanipal 12 years later and sided with Egypt, which was becoming more and more independent. Ashurbanipal then cursed Gyges. There was a great deal of celebration in Assyria when Lydia was overrun by its enemies between 652 and 650. Well, it's fair enough to have troubles abroad and triumphs abroad, but back home, things were about to warm up. Remember I said that equal share of rule was not going to work out? Well, in 652, Shamash-shum-ukin revolted, hoping to free Babylonia under his own rule and break away from Ashurbanipal. Later Aramaic language legends state that Serua-Eterat, the sister of Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shum-ukin, tried to step in and actually talk her two brothers out of fighting. Legend has it that she vanished into self-imposed exile after the war had started. I can imagine it. I'm keeping out of this. Well, the brothers fought each other for 3 long years. Brutal ones at that. Shamash-shum-ukin's rebellion was not only aided by the southern certainty of support, but also by the Babylonians' ongoing resentment to Assyrian rule. The rulers of Elam were certain allies who were always prepared to support anyone who fought Assyria. Very old hatreds. According to inscription evidence, Shamash-shum-ukin called on the Babylonians to support him in his uprising. The statement, Ashurbanipal will cover with shame the name of the Babylonians, is attributed to Shamash-shum-ukin in Ashurbanipal's inscriptions. He uses words like lies to describe their communications with them. Soon after Shamash-shum-ukin launched his uprising, Ashurbanipal was joined by the rest of southern Mesopotamia in rebelling against him. Ashurbanipal's description of the conflict is as follows. In these days, Shamash-shum-ukin, the faithless brother of mine, whom I had treated well and set up as a king of Babylon, every imaginable thing that kingship calls for, I made and gave him. Soldiers, horses, chariots, I equipped and put into his hands. Cities, fields, plantations, together with the people who live therein. I gave him in larger numbers than my father had ordered. But he forgot this kindness I had shown him and planned every evil. Outwardly with his lips he was speaking fair words, while inwardly his heart was designing murder. The Babylonians, who had been loyal to Assyria and faithful vassals of mine, he deceived, speaking lies to them. Shamash-shum-ukin was unable to stop Ashurbanipal's advance, in spite of this apparent alliance of Assyrian adversaries. His lands were lost, allies dwindled, and his forces were gradually routed as the war went on and on, every day getting worse and worse for him. With Ashurbanipal's forces having besieged Cutha, Borsippa, Sippar, and Babylon itself by 650, the situation appeared more or less hopeless. Of course, add into that a little bit of famine, and it's well and truly hopeless. According to Ashurbanipal's description of the siege, some of the locals became so desperate and hungry that they began eating their own children. After a 2-year siege, Babylon fell in 648. Ashurbanipal plundered it extensively, and according to his own inscriptions, I fed their carved-up bodies to dogs, to pigs, to wolves, eagles, to birds of the heavens, to fishes of the deep. A massive fire spread throughout Babylon at the same time the city fell. According to conventional wisdom, Shamash-shum-ukin took his own life by burning himself and his family in his palace. Only that he met a cruel death, and that the gods consigned him to a fire and destroyed his life are mentioned in the text from those days. Perhaps he didn't do it himself. Perhaps he was simply locked in. Maybe we'll never know. I don't think he had time to scribble down a cuneiform tablet in those last moments. In addition to the reported taking his own life by self-immolation or another method, it seems that he could have been executed, or just died in another matter. It would make sense for the Assyrian scribes to probably omit the execution of Shamash-shum-ukin from historical accounts, because you see, it's still, yes, the killing of an enemy, but fratricide, i.e. killing one's own brother, and that was forbidden and would still be considered murder regardless of the circumstance of an Assyrian royal family member, had it been committed by a soldier rather than Ashurbanipal. I mean, he could get away with it, but no one else really could. Well, little is known about Kundalanu, the new vassal king of Babylon that Ashurbanipal installed following the defeat of his brother, except for Nippur, which Ashurbanipal turned into a strong Assyrian stronghold. Kundalanu's kingdom was identical to Shamash-shum-ukin's. Few records of Kundalanu's reign in Babylon survive. and his authority was probably quite limited. He could have been a Babylonian nobleman who sided with Ashurbanipal during the civil war and was subsequently rewarded with the title of king. Or he could have been just another one of Ashurbanipal's lesser-known brothers. Either way, since Ashurbanipal held all the real political and military power, Kundalanu most likely didn't really have much pull in reality. Just kind of put there to have someone in the seat. Well, of course, this whole situation of defeating Shamash-shum-ukin was seen as more of a problematic victory because it resulted in the death of a member of the royal family. And once again, regardless of circumstances, that is never good. Significant wider repercussions of the civil war also affected Assyrian dominion. The conflict depleted the economic resources and diminished the Assyrian Empire's power and authority. Despite Babylonia's gradual post-war recovery, but even that was a hard slog. Well, even though there had been indications of deterioration prior to civil war, historians do believe that the conflict's conclusion signified the end of Assyrian power. There was just too many resources wasted. In addition to inciting anti-Assyrian sentiment in southern Babylon, Ashurbanipal's sack of that city, the second large-scale sack of it in the space of 30 years, may have played a key role in the Babylonian uprising of Nabopolassar a few years after Ashurbanipal's passing, which resulted in the establishment of the Neo-Babylonian Empire and the true fall of Assyria. Well, the early defeat of Umanikash's army near the city of Der had effectively ended the Elamite effort to aid Shamash-shum-ukin in the civil war. And following his defeat, Tamaritu II overthrew him in Elam and seized the throne for himself. Ashurbanipal gave Umanikash asylum after he fled to the Assyrian court. Tamaritu ruled for a short time before being overthrown in yet another uprising in 649, despite a few victories against the Assyrians. He was accompanied by the renegade governor, Nabu-bel-Shumati, who was already well known for his involvement in the conflict with Shamash-shum-ukin because of the kingdom's support for him and his other enemies. Ashurbanipal threatened to invade Elam once more, which led to the assassination of the new king, Indabibi, who ruled for a bit of a short time. Humban-Haltash III succeeded Indabibi as the king of Elam. Humban-Haltash was in favor of surrendering the Chaldean rebel, but Nabu-bel-Shumatu had too many supporters in Elam for this to work. Nabu-bel-Shumati continued to fight Ashurbanipal from outposts within Elam. Thus, in 647, the Assyrians invaded Elam once more because Humban-Haltash was unable to react to Ashurbanipal's threats. Humban-Haltash left his seat at Madaktu and fled into the mountains, while the Elamite defense behind him crumbled. Tamaritu II briefly succeeded him as king and reclaimed his position, following their return home after the Assyrians had ravaged Khuzestan. Humban-Haltash rose again from the mountains and reclaimed the throne. In 646, the Assyrians made their way back to Elam, and Humban-Haltash once more fled Madaktu, first to Dur-Undash, and then to the mountains in eastern Elam. While pursuing him, Ashurbanipals pillaged and destroyed any cities they could find, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake, like a melted Kit Kat.
just seeing if you're paying attention. Nearby chiefdoms and petty kingdoms that had previously paid homage to the Elamite king started doing so to Ashurbanipal, after all of Elam's major political centers were destroyed. One of these kingdoms was Farsua, which may have been an antecedent of the Achaemenid Empire that would be established a century later. The king of Farsua, Cyrus, who might have been the same person as Cyrus I, that being the grandfather of Cyrus the Great, had been forced to provide his son Aruku as a hostage, because he had initially sided with the Elamites at the start of the campaign. Nations that had never interacted with the Assyrians before, like a kingdom that extended beyond Elam, and was also ruled by a king named Umidri, also started honoring the Assyrians. And then Susa was ruthlessly pillaged by the Assyrian forces as they returned from their campaign. Ashurbanipal's triumphant inscriptions about the sack go into great detail about how they destroyed temples, and it reads as following. Susa, the great holy city abode of their gods, seat of their mysteries, I conquered, according to the word of Ashur and Ishtar. I entered its palaces. I dwelt in their rejoicing. I opened the treasures where silver, gold, and goods and wealth were amassed, the treasures of Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, that the ancient kings of Elam had looted and carried away. I destroyed the ziggurat at Susa. I smashed its shining copper horns. In Shushanak, god of the oracles, who resides at these secret places, where no man sees his divine nature, with their jewelry, their wealth, their furniture, the priests, I brought as booty to the land of Ashur. I reduced their temples of Elam to naught, their gods scattered to the wind. The secret groves where no outsider had ever penetrated, where no layman had ever trod, my soldiers entered. They saw their mysteries and destroyed them by fire. The tombs of their ancient and recent kings who had not feared the goddess Ishtar, my lady, and who were the cause of torments to the kings, my fathers. Those tombs I devastated. I destroyed. I exposed to the sun, and I carried away their bones toward the land of Ashur. I devastated the provinces of Elam, and on their lands I spread salt. The Elamites persisted as a political group for a while, in spite of the exhaustive and violent campaign, and instead of annexing Elam, Ashurbanipal let it be. Although Nabu-bel-Shemati later took his own life on the road to Nineveh, Humban-Haltash returned to power at Madaktu, and later sent himself to Ashurbanipal. Elam is not mentioned in Assyrian records after Humban-Haltash was overthrown and sent to the Assyrians in rebellion shortly after. Either way, after 646, Elam was never fully able to recover and was always vulnerable to attacks by tribes and kings, eventually vanishing completely from history. Another empire grinded into the dust. Well, in the Assyrian Civil War, a few Arab tribal leaders actually sided with Shamash-shum-ukin. Among them was his brother, Aya-Amu, who dispatched soldiers to Babylonia, and Abiate, who was the crowned king by Ashurbanipal's army. You see, at first, Ashurbanipal's attention to Elam allowed them to avoid punishment and reprisals. As the Elamite wars continued, a number of Arab kings stopped honoring Ashurbanipal and started attacking Assyrian communities in the area, which of course had pretty devastating effects on trade as well. The generals of Ashurbanipal organized a significant campaign to restore order after this development proved sufficient. The main focus of Ashurbanipal's account of this conflict is his army's travels across Syria in pursuit of Uiate, who is sometimes confused with Yauta, but may actually be someone else, and his Arabian soldiers. The story goes that the Assyrian army marched from Syria to Damascus and then to Huliti, where they defeated Usho and Arco and took Abiate. According to reports, the hostile and unfamiliar terrain presented significant challenges for the Assyrians during the conflict. It is stated that Nabayate, who had supported Ashurbanipal in the first campaign, lost the second war against the Arabs, but it is not explained why their relationship with Ashurbanipal changed between the two campaigns. The final known version of the Arabian story mentions the two campaigns as part of Ashurbanipal's 9th campaign and goes into further detail about them. According to this version, Shamash-shum-ukin was joined by Abiate and Amuladin. For the first time, Ashurbanipal is also given direct credit for the campaign's success in this version. According to this later version, Ayamanu was actually skinned alive. Uiate was tied up to Ashurbanipal's chariot like a horse, and Uiate was captured and paraded in Nineveh alongside prisoners taken during the Elamite Wars. Well, due to the lack of available sources, the end of Ashurbanipal's reign and the start of his son and successor Ashur-etil-ilani are more than a little mysterious. Since the secure eponym canon, known as the Assyrian year names, ends in 649, events during Ashurbanipal's reign up to that year are comparatively poorly documented. Compared to the numerous records from earlier years, Ashurbanipal only left 2 inscriptions after 639. This lack of documentation could be seen as an impending internal crisis. The king and the empire's traditional elite seemed to have become increasingly estranged during the final days of his reign. It seems that Ashurbanipal severely elevated eunuchs to high positions at the expense of the aristocracy and nobility. Of course, they would not have been very happy about that. In an unprecedented and possibly self-indulgent move, Bulutu, the chief singer, was given his own name towards the end of his reign. While some Assyriologists have compared the scant evidence from Ashurbanipal's late reign to Sardanapalus, the decadent final king of Assyria and Greco-Roman literature. I suppose there's something to that. Well, even Ashurbanipal acknowledged his failure to keep the Assyrian Empire resilient. We have one of his last known inscriptions, where he bemoaned the state of his empire while feeling depressed and confronted with his own impending death from illness. And he wrote as following: "I cannot do away with the strife in my country, and the dissensions in my family. Disturbing scandals oppress me always. Illness of mind and flesh bow me down. With cries of woe I bring my days to an end. On the day of the city god, the day of the festival, I am wretched. Death is seizing hold upon me and bears me down." Apart from internal conflict, it's evident that by the end of the reign of Ashurbanipal, the Assyrian Empire's control over its surrounding areas had weakened significantly. Certain outlying regions had reclaimed their independence. For example, the Assyrians were no longer present in the southern Levant, prime real estate, that's for sure, where the Egyptians had taken over as the dominant force. It's possible that religious movements in Babylonia, which were the forerunner of Nabopolassar's, started during Ashurbanipal's final reign. Egypt had already reclaimed its independence during Ashurbanipal's rule. Psamtik I, the son and successor of Necho I, who had received his education at the Assyrian court, seems to have brought about Egypt's peaceful and gradual liberation. As a faithful Assyrian vassal, Psamtik ascended to the throne in 664 and gradually expanded his rule over all of Egypt. Eventually, in 656, he united the nation and brought about a period of prosperity and a kind of renaissance before achieving a complete independence from Ashurbanipal. Both Psamtik and his son Necho II hurried to Assyria's aid during the later Medo-Babylonian conquest of the Assyrian Empire under the rule of Sin-Sharishkun, or Ashur-etil-Ilani's successor, and a son of Ashurbanipal, and the Egyptian armies fought alongside the Assyrians. Ashur-etil-Ilani's inscriptions imply that his father passed away naturally, but they don't specify how or when exactly this occurred. Although his last year is frequently incorrectly recorded as 627 or even 26, this is based upon estimates from an inscription that Adad-Gupi, the mother of the Neo-Babylonian king Nabonidus, wrote at Haran almost a century later. But a 631 contract from Nippur provides a last modern proof that Ashurbanipal was alive and ruling as a king. Given that the city was taken by Nabopolassar in 626 and never again fell into Assyrian hands, the inscriptions of Ashurbanipal's successors, Ashur-etil-Ilani and Sin-Sharishkun, in Babylon spanning several years, would not have been possible if his reign had ended in 627. It is also generally accepted that Ashurbanipal either died, abdicated, or was overthrown in 631 or 630, in order to match the attested durations of his successors' reigns. So usually, 631 is chosen as the year that he really passed away. Ashur-etil-Ilani succeeded Ashurbanipal as king, and he appears to have been motivated by his father's succession plans, despite the negative outcomes. Since Sin-Sharishkun was given the fortress city of Nippur and was chosen to succeed Kundalanu in Babylon after Kundalanu's death. Well, Assyrian royal ideology held that the king was Ashur's divinely appointed mortal representative. The king had a moral, humane, and a necessary duty to expand Assyria, because lands outside of Assyria were considered uncivilized and a threat to the cosmic and divine order. Instead of exploitative imperialism, expansionism was portrayed as a moral obligation to civilize the chaos. The Assyrian king represented Ashur, so opposing his rule was considered a rebellion against divine will and punishable by law. Therefore, rebels violated the divine world order, according to Assyrian royal ideology. So, when we look back on Ashurbanipal's reign, I suppose we could almost call him a religious extremist, some kind of fundamentalist, especially with all the massacres and the temple burnings. Those poor Elamites, all those Babylonians. Well, under Ashurbanipal, of course, the Assyrian army fought its largest campaign outside the heartland, and he was the most brutal Assyrian king, even though he rarely participated in military campaigns, but boy oh boy, when he did. Given that Ashurbanipal rebuilt, restored, and expanded most of his empire's major shrines, and was interested in omen reports, his excessive brutality seems to have been motivated by this religious zeal. He was just doing it because Ashur told him to. He also appointed his younger brother, Ashur-etil-Shame-eresti Mubalisu, and another brother, Ashur-mukin-Valea, as priests in Haran and Assur. Of course, his reign has the most Neo-Assyrian reliefs depicting violence. The reliefs contain 35% of Neo-Assyrian violent depictions. And that's, well, over the course of all of that time for one ruler to occupy that much. It seems that he is the cruelest monarch in a variety of scenes. Now only 4 Neo-Assyrian kings, Esarhaddon, Tiglath-Pileser III, and Ashur-Narsapal II, claimed in their inscriptions to have killed civilians and committed heinous acts against them. We're talking dismemberment, skinning them alive, impalement, all the horrible things of the masochist's imagination. In fact, Ashurbanipal's reliefs are one of the few Assyrian works to actually depict women as victims. One of them depicts both direct assaults on women and their corpses. In fact, one relief depicts the most heinous act, the tearing open of a pregnant woman. Perhaps the most heinous act against a woman ever recorded in history up to that point. Not good. Not good at all. Well, after the Assyrian Empire fell, Ashurbanipal's stories lived on in the Near East for centuries. He is known as Nebuchadnezzar in the Book of Judith. Northern Mesopotamian literature and folklore featured Ashur-Narsapal and other Assyrian rulers too. The most famous Ashurbanipal legend was the long-lived Greco-Roman Sardanapalus legend. It's been described as more effeminate than a woman, a lascivious and idle man, a governor who loathed all expressions of militarism and war. But then again, that's the Greeks telling the story. And they saw ancient Mesopotamian kings as drab and feminine rulers who couldn't really protect their subjects. In fact, they all got very annoyed when Alexander the Great started exhibiting Eastern qualities after his conquest. And you see, this happens quite a lot when people end up going over to Persia and conquering them. They end up becoming them. The Greeks did not like that at all. Well, regardless of what the Greeks liked, that's just the way it is. Now, I'm going to thank the top-tier patrons and supporters: Dark, Kerry, Kimberly, Amber, Ben, Brett, Charles, Aaron, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, Christine, Fazabo, Legitmas, Maverick, Susan, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Cameron, Alexander, Nicholas, Daniel, JR, Charlene, and Christopher. And just like that, we are at the end of the life of Ashurbanipal. Pretty brutal. Well, I suppose that's just how it was back then. Well, not for everyone. It just seems that Ashurbanipal was especially brutal. One of the most important and spectacular rebellions against Roman rule was the Boudiccan Revolt between AD 60 and 61. Roman misrule, which included the annexation of Iceni lands, high taxes, and the cruel treatment of Boudicca's family after her husband died, was the catalyst for the uprising, led by the fierce queen of the Iceni tribe, Boudicca herself. She organized a coalition of tribes, the Iceni, Trinovantes, and many others, to quickly and destructively destroy important Roman settlements, such as Camalodunum, present-day Colchester, Londinium, present-day London, and Verulamium, present-day St. Albans, killing thousands of Romans and also native Britons in the process. The governor Gaius Suetonius Paulinus's orderly Roman army ultimately overcame the rebels, despite their early victories and the significant impact of their resistance. Although the Romans implemented harsher measures to quell future uprising in the wake of the revolt, it is the legacy that persists as a potent symbol of British resistance and patriotism. As a tribute to bravery and the never-ending fight for justice against oppressive powers, it is a story that never fails to inspire. And that's why we're here today. Here we are gathered to hear the story of the Boudiccan Revolt. It is one hell of a story. Of course, we're going to start by interspersing some of the accounts from Tacitus, and at the end we will read a full account from Cassius Dio. Yes, both are Roman sources, but if the written sources, that is all we have, so we shall be seeing it somewhat through Roman eyes. Now, if you like this sort of stuff, give it a like and subscribe. You know what to do. All that stuff, and let us become nice and relaxed as we go back to AD 43. Now, in this year of AD 43, Rome had invaded southeast Britain, while some indigenous kingdoms were overrun and occupied during a very slow, grinding conquest. There were others who managed, amidst all of the chaos, to maintain their nominal independence, at least as Roman allies. One such tribe, the Iceni, resided in the region which is now known in our modern tongue as Norfolk. Their king, Prasutagus, sought to secure his kingdom's autonomy by bequeathing his lands jointly to his daughters and the Roman Emperor Nero. He believed that this arrangement would protect his people. However, upon his death in AD 61 or shortly before, all his planning and his will were completely disregarded. According to the historian Tacitus, of whom we will be relying on a great deal throughout this talk, Roman authorities took no time to waste seizing Iceni lands, enslaving its people, and subjected the family of Prasutagus to severe abuse. Boudicca, his widow, was subjected to public flogging, and the daughters were violated. Cassius Dio recounts that Roman creditors even demanded quick repayments of their loans, exacerbating the oppression of the already demoralized Iceni. In response, the Iceni, together with the neighboring Trinovantes and other tribes, began to secretly plot a rebellion. At this time, AD 60, the Roman governor, Gaius Suetonius Paulinus, was very busy in a campaign against the island of Mona, modern-day Anglesey, located off the northwest coast of Wales. Mona was a stronghold for British resistance and held great spiritual significance for the old order of the Druids, providing a strategic target for Roman forces and leaving the British tribes a crucial opportunity to fight back. The Queen, Boudicca, presided over them. Tacitus states that the insurgents modeled their actions after those of Arminius, the prince of the Cherusci, who had managed to expel the Romans from Germany in AD 9, some 50 years prior, but also as well as their own ancestors, who in earlier times expelled Julius Caesar. According to Cassius Dio, Boudicca first used a method of divination by releasing a hair from her dress and interpreting its running direction. She then invoked Andraste, a goddess of victory in Britain. In an imaginary speech authored by the Roman historian Tacitus, Boudicca addressed her army. It is not as a woman descended from noble ancestry, but as one of the people that I am avenging lost freedom, my scourged body, the outraged chastity of my daughters. She then concludes, this is a woman's resolve. As for men, they may live and be slaves. Well, instead of giving Boudicca the negative connotations associated with queenship in ancient times, Tacitus presents in his narrative as a free woman whose fight against Roman slavery and licentiousness make her this champion of both barbarians and the liberty of the British as a whole, a formidable enemy, a worthy adversary. And you will notice in the ancient sources that there's no real glory in beating someone so easily beaten. It's better off to present your enemies as formidable. It certainly makes the triumph a lot more impressive. Now, the rebels' initial objective was Camalodunum, modern-day Colchester, the former capital of the Trinovantes, that had been transformed into a colonia for Roman veterans. The locals there had accused these veterans of constantly mistreating them, living under the thumb of this foreign entity with their foreign laws. Much animosity had been sowing among the city's populace by the colossal construction of a temple to the late Emperor Claudius. In an effort to alleviate the plight of the city, the Legio IX Hispana, led by future governor Quintus Petilius Cerealis, was soundly defeated. Only the commander and a small group of his cavalry managed to escape the slaughter, while all the infantrymen accompanying him perished. Unfortunately, nobody knows where this flight took place. But perhaps with the aid of some modern technology, we'll find a big pile of bones somewhere in Colchester. Let's just hope they haven't built a parking lot over it already. Even though the Romans asked Caius Decianus for reinforcements, he only obliged with 200 auxiliary soldiers, and that was not going to cut it. The city was attacked and destroyed by the army of Boudicca, who besieged the last remaining defenders in the temple for 2 days before finally letting them fall. The city was meticulously leveled. According to archaeological evidence, there was not much left standing. Caius Decianus, whose acts had incited the rebellion, escaped to Gaul following this catastrophe, never to return again. Suetonius rushed across hostile terrain to Londinium, a fairly young town established after the conquest of 43 AD, which had developed into a prosperous commercial center with a population of merchants and likely Roman officials. As soon as word of an uprising had reached him, he knew perfectly well that the next target would be very soon hit. Suetonius contemplated engaging the insurgent tribesmen there, but considering his small army and the wounds inflicted by Petilius's loss, he ultimately chose to withdraw to regroup his forces and sacrifice the city to preserve the province. Following the announcement of the defection of Caius Decianus, the affluent inhabitants and merchants of Londinium had fled. Everyone else left to their own fate. Suetonius only took the citizens who wanted to flee as refugees. Those who took fate into their hands stayed. Anyone who hadn't escaped with Suetonius, however, was tortured or killed as the rebels set fire to Londinium. In fact, in 2013, skulls from the Roman era were discovered in Walbrook, suggesting that they may have belonged to the rebels. And archaeological studies have revealed a thick red layer of burnt debris covering coins and pottery dating back to perhaps before AD 60s, all within the traditional boundaries of the Roman settlement of Londinium. The devastation reached a suburb at the southern end of the London Bridge, which crossed the River Thames. Verulamium, whose modern name is St. Albans, was also a municipium that was destroyed. There is a severe lack of archaeological evidence, however, that supports this event, at least what we've discovered so far. But this may be because Mortimer Wheeler and Tessa, during their extensive excavation in the early 1930s, were known to be working away from the area that was populated during the early Roman occupation, and they found no evidence. But between 1957 and 61, Shepard Frere conducted another excavation that uncovered a row of shops along Watling Street. Now it would seem that the shops had been burned down around AD 60, although the exact amount of damage is still unknown. Before the new museum entrance was constructed in 1996, excavations in the center of Verulamium uncovered thin layers of burning that were believed to be from the time of the early Roman construction. From a maximum thickness of 2 centimeters all the way down to 0.5 centimeters, the layer is, admittedly, remarkably thin. But it is estimated that about 70 to 80,000 people perished in the 3 towns that were leveled. The Britons, according to Tacitus, were interested in killing people by gibbet, fire, or cross, and had no desire in selling or taking prisoners. He quotes, "To the accompaniment of sacrifices, banquets, and wanton behavior in sacred places, especially in the groves of Andraste, the most honorable women were executed by having their breasts severed and sewn to their mouths." This is also described in Cassius Dio's account. Suetonius reorganized his army as the Britons persisted in their devastation. His own Legio 15 Gemina, along with a few other detachments of the 20th Baliria Victrix, and any auxiliaries that were available, formed the army according to Tacitus's account. Even though Poenius Postumus, prefect of Legio to Augusta at Exeter, old name being Isca, disobeyed an order to bring his troops. Either way, Suetonius now had command of an army of nearly 10,000 highly trained Roman soldiers. Suetonius stood in a small passageway at an unknown site with a wooded area behind him which led to a broad plain. Dio claims that his men would not have been able to extend Boudicca's line, even if they were positioned 1 deep, due to their significant numerical disadvantage. It was believed at this point that the rebel forces they encountered numbered from 230 to 300,000. But of course, we're talking about ancient sources, and they kind of blow things out of proportion for the numbers, so take that with a grain of salt. Either way, the Roman flanks were shielded from attack by both sides of the passage, while the forest blocked the rear approach. Because of these defenses, Boudicca could not have launched a surprise assault on the Roman position from anywhere other than the front, and the wide plain also rendered such an endeavor completely impossible. The legionaries were closely aligned according to Suetonius's plan, with cavalry on the wings and auxiliary infantry on the flanks. The Britons may have been in a numerical advantage, but the Iceni and the other tribes were disarmed years prior to the uprising, so you can imagine that their equipment would have generally been scrounged up from whatever they could find. Placing their wagons at the far end of the field allowed their families to witness what they likely anticipated to be a resounding triumph. After all, look at how many of us there are, and how few of them there are. I suppose it's best to go in with good confidence. It's also said that 2 Germanic chieftains, Boiorix of the Cimbri and Ariovistus of the Suebi, did the same thing in their respective battles against Gaius Marius and Caesar, with, equal results, we shall say. Now, during the process of army deployment, commanders would have aimed to inspire their troops, of course. Imagining Boudicca's address to her adherents, Tacitus, who detailed the fight over a century later, said, "But now it is not a woman descended from noble ancestry, but as one of the people I am avenging lost freedom, my scourged body, my outraged chastity of my daughters. Roman lust has gone so far that our very persons, nor even age or virginity, are left unpolluted. But heaven is on the side of the righteous vengeance. A legion which dared to fight has perished. The rest are hiding themselves in their camps, or thinking anxiously of flight. They will not sustain even the din and the shout of so many thousands, much less our charge and blows. If you weigh well the strength of the armies and the causes of the war, you will see that in this battle you must conquer or die." The speech Suetonius gave to his legionaries was also recorded by Tacitus. Suetonius, like many of his contemporaries, was prone to crafting impassioned orations for such events. However, his speech in this case was notably pragmatic and direct in its approach. The future governor, Gnaeus Julius Agricola, who was Tacitus's father-in-law, by the way, was likely reporting it fairly accurately because he was on Suetonius's staff at the time. So, the speech of Suetonius goes like this. "Ignore the racket made by these savages. There are more women than men in their ranks. They are not soldiers, they're not even properly equipped. We have beaten them before, and when they see our weapons and feel our spirits, they will crack. Stick together, throw the javelins, then push forward, knock them down with your shields and finish them off with your swords. Forget about plunder. Just win, and you will have everything." Tacitus imagines Boudicca with her daughters by her side, addressing her army for the comfort of her chariot and inspiring them to victory. Following Suetonius's address to the Roman army, Tacitus recounts the conflict. At first, the legionaries stood motionless, keeping to the defile as a natural protection. Then, when closer, the advance of the enemy had enabled them to exhaust their missiles with certitude of aim. They dashed forward in a wedge-like formation. The auxiliaries charged in the same style, and the cavalry, with lances extended, broke away through any parties of resolute men whom they encountered. The remainder took to flight, although escape was difficult, as the cordon of the wagons had blocked the outlets. The troops gave no quarter, even to the women. The baggage animals themselves had been speared and added to the pile of bodies. The glory won in the course of the day was remarkable, and equal to that of our older victories, for by some accounts, little less than 80,000 Britons fell, at a cost of some 400 Romans killed, and not much greater number wounded. Of course, modern historians, including myself, consider the campaign budgets stated in the ancient sources to be exorbitant. It was strange that the Romans would kill innocent women and animals when they could have made money off their sale. Think about it. Slavery, that sort of thing. That was usually the go-to for conquered people. Perennius Postumus fell on his sword to end his life because his legion had not marched to fight, and was thus denied a portion of the great glory. Tacitus also states that Boudicca poisoned herself after the battle. However, in the Agricola, written nearly 20 years before the Annals, he makes no reference to that, and instead blames socordia, or complacency. A sumptuous funeral was held for Boudicca after she became sick, according to Cassius Dio. No one really knows where she was laid to rest, but it was probably in the southern region of Britain somewhere. No credible evidence has been found to support the current theories regarding its whereabouts, and historians and archaeologists are still in disagreement about the matter. But there is a local legend. It is connected to Gop Hill Cairn in Trellewind in Flintshire, Wales. It is possible that Boudicca died at Bryn Sion in Flintshire, according to the Maurienne work. She may also be buried under platform 10 at London's King Cross station, according to another urban legend, but that is not so widely agreed to. Well, despite the fact that the crisis nearly caused Nero to leave Britain, the occupation of the country proceeded once the revolt was finally put down, at least according to historian Gaius Suetonius Tranquillus. The more reconciliatory Publius Petronius Turpilianus succeeded Suetonius, apparently because Nero was afraid that the harsh measures taken by Suetonius against the British tribes would incite additional rebellion. Roman dominion over southern Britain was solidified after Boudicca's defeat, but northern Britain, that remained a bridge too far, always unstable. An additional, less documented uprising, this one sparked by tribal animosity, but ultimately anti-Roman sentiment, was led by the Brigantes noble Venutius in the year 69 AD. Caius Julius Alpinus Classicianus succeeded Catus Decianus, who had escaped to Gaul. Classicianus criticized Suetonius's broad punitive operations against the Britons after the revolt, prompting an investigation to be led by Nero's freedman Polycletus. What happened to Boudicca's 2 daughters? Well, that's another historical mystery that we'll perhaps never know. Well, now you know all about the Boudiccan Revolt. So we're going to read the account in full from Cassius Dio, another primary source from the time that happened. Well, not quite contemporary, but you know. So let us read now. While this sort of child's play was going on in Rome, a terrible disaster occurred in Britain. 2 cities were sacked. 80,000 of the Romans and their allies perished, and the island was lost to Rome. Moreover, all this ruin was brought to the Romans by a woman, a fact which in itself caused them the greatest shame. Indeed, heaven gave them indications of the catastrophe beforehand, for at night there was heard to issue from the Senate house foreign jargon mingled with laughter, and from the theatre outcries and lamentations that no mortal man had uttered the words or groans. Houses were seen under the water in the river Thames, and the ocean between the island and Gaul once grew blood red at flood tide. An excuse for the war was found in the confiscation of the sums of money that Claudius had given foremost to the Britons. For these sums, as Decianus Catus, the procurator of the island, maintained, were to be paid back. This was one reason for the uprising. Another was found in the fact that Seneca, in hope of receiving a good interest rate, had lent to the islanders 40 million sesterces that they did not want, and had afterwards called in this loan all at once, and had resorted to severe measures in extracting it. But the person who was chiefly instrumental in rousing the natives and persuading them to fight the Romans, the person who was thought worthy to be their leader and directed the conduct of the entire war, was Boudicca, a Briton woman of the royal family and possessed of great intelligence that often belongs to women. This woman assembled her army to the number of some 120,000, and then ascended a tribunal which had been constructed of earth in the Roman fashion. In stature, she was very tall, in appearance most terrifying. In the glance of her eye a most fierce, and her voice was harsh. A great mass of the tawniest hair fell on her hips. Round her neck was a large golden necklace, and she wore a tunic of diverse colors over a thick mantle fastened with a brooch. This was her invariable attire. She now grasped a spear to aid her in terrifying all beholders, and spoke as follows. You have learned by actual experience how different freedom is from slavery. Hence, although some among you may previously, though ignorance of which is better, have been deceived by the alluring promises of the Romans, yet now you've tried both. You have learned how great a mistake you made in preferring an imported despotism to your ancestral mode of life, and you have come to realize how much better is poverty with no master than wealth with slavery. For what treatment is there of the most shameful or grievous sort that we have not suffered ever since these men made their appearance in Britain? Have we not been robbed entirely of most of our possessions, and those of the greatest, while for those that remain we pay taxes? Besides pasturing and tilling for all our other possessions, do we not yearly pay tribute for our very bodies? How much better it would be to have been sold to our masters, once for all, than possessing empty titles of freedom, to have ransom over ourselves every year. How much better to have been slain and to have perished than to go about with a tax on our heads. Yet why do I mention death? For even dying is not free of a cost with them. Nay, you know what fees we deposit even for our dead. Even the rest of mankind, death frees even those who are in slavery to others. Only in the case of the Romans do the very dead remain alive for their profit. Why is it that, though none of us has any money, how indeed could we, or where would we get it? We are stripped and despoiled like a murderer's victims, and why should the Romans be expected to display moderation as time goes on, when they have behaved towards us in this fashion at the very outset, when all men show consideration, even for the beasts they have newly captured? But, to speak the plain truth, it is we who have made ourselves responsible for all these evils, in that we allowed them to set foot on our island in the very place instead of expelling them. At once we did as their famous Julius Caesar. Yes, and in that we did not deal with them while they were still far away as we dealt with Augustus and Gaius Caligula, and make even an attempt to sail hither a formidable thing. As a consequence, although we inhabit so large an island, or rather a continent, one might say, that is encircled by the sea, and although we possess a veritable world of our own, and are so separate by the ocean from all the rest of mankind, that we have been believed to dwell on a different earth and under a different sky, and that some of the outside world, even their wisest men, have not hitherto known for a certainty even by what name we are called. We have, notwithstanding all this, been despised and trampled under foot by men who know nothing else than how to secure a gain. However, even at this late day, though we have not done so before, let us, my countrymen, friends, and kinsmen, for I consider you all kinsmen, seeing that you inhabit a single island and are called by one common name, let us, I say, do our duty while we still remember what freedom is, that we may leave to our children not only its appellation but also its reality. For if we utterly forget the happy state in which we were born and bred, what will they do, reared in bondage? All this I say, not with the purpose of inspiring you with a hatred on the present conditions. That hatred you already have, nor with fear for the future. That fear you already have, but of commending you, because you now, of your own accord, chose the requisite course of action, and of thanking you so readily for cooperating with me and with each other. Have no fear whatever of the Romans, for they are superior to us neither in numbers nor in bravery, and here's the proof. They have protected themselves with helmets and breastplates and greaves, and yet further provided themselves with palisades and walls and trenches to make sure of suffering no harm by any incursion of their enemies. For they are influenced by their fears when they adopt this kind of fighting, in preference to the plan we follow of rough and ready action. Indeed, we enjoy a surplus of bravery, and we regard our tents as safer than their walls, and our shields as affording greater protection than their whole suits of armor. As a consequence, when we victorious capture them, and when overpowered elude them, and if we ever choose to retreat anywhere, we conceal ourselves in swamps and mountains so inaccessible that we can be neither discovered nor taken. Our opponents, however, can neither pursue anybody by reason of their heavy armor, nor yet flee, and if they do ever slip away from us, they take refuge in certain appointed spots, where they shut themselves up in a trap. But these are not the only respects in which they are vastly inferior to us. There is also the fact that they cannot bear up under hunger, thirst, cold, or heat as we can. They require shade and covering, they require kneaded bread and wine and oil, and if any of these things fail them, they perish. For us, on the other hand, any grass or root serves as bread, any juice of any plant as oil, any water as wine, any tree as a house. Furthermore, this region is familiar to us and is our ally, but to them it is unknown and hostile. As for the rivers, we swim them naked, whereas they do not cross them easily, even with boats. Let us, therefore, go against them, boldly trusting to good fortune. Let us show them that they are hares and foxes, trying to rule over dogs and wolves. When she had finished speaking, she employed a species of divination, letting a hair escape from the fold of her dress, and since it ran on where they considered the auspicious side, The whole multitude shouted with pleasure, and Boudicca, raising her hand towards heaven, said, I thank thee, Andraste, and call upon thee as a woman speaking to a woman, for I rule over no burden-bearing Egyptians, as did Nitocris, nor over trafficking Assyrians, as did Semiramis, for we have by now gained thus much learning from the Romans, much less over the Romans themselves, as did Messalina, once afterwards the Agrippina, and now Nero, who though in his name a man, is in fact a woman, as proved by his singing, lyre-playing, and beautification of his personality. Nay, those over whom I rule are Britons, men that know not how to till the soil, or ply a trade, but are thoroughly versed in the art of war, and hold all things in common, even children and wives, so that their latter possessions have some valour as the men. As the Queen, then, of such men and such women, I supplicate and pray thee for victory, preservation of life, and liberty against men insolent, unjust, insatiable, impious, if indeed we ought to term those people, men who bathe in warm water, eat artificial dainties, drink unmixed wine, anoint themselves with myrrh, sleep on soft couches with boys for bedfellows, boys past their prime at that, and are slaves to a lyre player, and a poor one too. Wherefore may this Mistress Domitia Nero reign no longer over me, or over you men. Let the wench sing and lord over it for the Romans. For they surely deserve to be slaves of such a woman after having submitted to her for so long. But for us, mistress, thou alone can be ever our leader. Having finished an appeal to her people, at this general tenor, Boudicca led her army against the Romans. For these chanced to be without a leader, inasmuch Paulinus, their commander, had gone on an expedition to Mona, an island near Britain. This enabled her to sack and plunder 2 Roman cities, and as I have said, to wreak indescribable slaughter. Those who were taken captive by the Britons were subject to every known form of outrage. The worst and most bestial atrocity by their captors was the following. They hung up the noblest and bodies of the naked women, and then cut off their breasts and sewed them to their mouths, in order to make the victims appear to be eating them. Afterwards, they impaled the women on sharp skewers run lengthwise through the entire body. All this they did to the accompaniment of sacrifice, banquets, and wanton behavior, not only in all their other sacred places, but particularly in the grove of Andate. This was their name for victory, and they regarded her with most exceptional reverence. And now it chanced that Paulinus had already brought Mona to terms, and so learning of the disaster in Britain, he at once sent sail thither from Mona. However, he was not willing to risk a conflict with the barbarians immediately, as he feared their numbers and their desperation, but was inclined to postpone battle to a more convenient season. But as he grew short of food, and the barbarians pressed relentlessly upon him, he was compelled, contrary to his judgment, to engage them. Boudicca, at the head of an army of about 230,000, rode in a chariot herself, and assigned the others to their several stations. Paulinus could not extend his line the whole length of hers, for even if the men had been drawn up only 1 deep, they wouldn't have reached far enough, so inferior were they in numbers. Nor on the other hand did he dare join the battle for a single combat force, for fear of being surrounded and cut to pieces. He therefore separated his army into 3 divisions in order to fight at several points at one and the same time, and he made each of the divisions so strong that it could not easily be broken through. While ordering and arranging his men, he also exhorted them, saying, "Up, fellow soldiers, up, Romans, show these accursed wretches how far we surpass them, even in the midst of evil fortune. It would be shameful indeed for you to lose ingloriously now, but what a short time ago you won by valor. Many a time, assuredly, have both we ourselves and our fathers, with far fewer numbers than we have at present, conquered a far more numerous antagonist. Fear not, then, their numbers or their spirit of rebellion, for their boldness rests on nothing more than a headlong rashness, unaided by arms or training. Neither fear them, because they have burned a couple of cities, for they did not capture them by force, nor after a battle, but one was betrayed, and the other abandoned to them. Exact from them now, therefore, the proper penalty for these deeds, and let them learn by actual experience the difference between us, whom they have wronged, and themselves." After addressing these words to one division, he came to another and said, "Now is the time, fellow soldiers, for zeal. Now is the time for daring. For if you show yourselves brave men today, you will recover all that you have lost. If you overcome these foes, no one else will any longer withstand us. By one such battle, you will make both your present possessions secure and subdue whatever remains, for everywhere our soldiers, even though they are in other lands, will emulate you, and foes will be terror-stricken. Therefore, since you have it within your power, even to rule all mankind without fear, both the nations that your fathers left you, and those that you yourself have gained in addition, or else be deprived of them altogether, choose to be free, to rule, to live in wealth, and to enjoy prosperity, rather than by avoiding the effort to suffer the opposite of all this." After making an address of this sort to the men, he went to the third division and said, "You have heard what outrages these damnable men have committed against us. Nay, more, you have even witnessed them. Choose then whether you wish to suffer the same treatment yourselves as our comrades have suffered, and to be driven out of Britain entirely, or else by conquering to avenge those who have perished, and at the same time furnish to the rest of mankind an example not only of benevolent clemency towards the obedient, but also of inevitable severity towards the rebellious. For my part, I hope, above all, that victory will be yours, because the gods are our allies, for they almost always side with those who have been wronged. Second, because our courage is that of our heritage, since we are Romans and have triumphed over all mankind by our valor. Next, because our experience, for we have defeated and subdued these very men who are now arrayed against us. And lastly, because of our prestige, for those with whom we are about to engage are not antagonists, but are slaves, whom we conquered even when they were free and independent. Yet, if the outcome should prove contrary to our hope, for I will not shrink from mentioning even this possibility, it would be better for us to fall fighting bravely than to be captured and impaled, to look upon our own entrails cut from our bodies to be spitted on red-hot skewers, to perish by being melted in boiled water, in a word, to suffer as though we'd been thrown to lawless and impious wild beasts. Let us therefore either conquer them or die on the spot. Britain will be a noble monument for us, even though all the Romans here should be driven out, for in any case our bodies shall forever possess this land." After addressing these and likewise words to them, he raised a signal for battle. Thereupon the armies approached each other. The barbarians were much shouting, mingled with menacing battle songs, but the Romans silently and in order until they came within a javelin's throw of the enemy. Then, while their foes were still advancing against them at a walk, the Romans rushed forward at a signal and charged them at full speed. And when the clash came, easily broke through the opposing ranks. But as they were surrounded by great numbers of the enemy, they had to be fighting everywhere at once. The struggle took many forms. Light-armed troops exchanged missiles with light-armed. Heavy-armed were opposed to heavy-armed. Cavalry clashed with cavalry. And against the chariots of the barbarians, the Roman archers tested their luck. The barbarians would assail the Romans with a rush of their chariots, knock them helter-skelter, but since they fought with breastplates, would themselves be repulsed by the arrows. Horsemen would overthrow foot soldiers, and foot soldiers strike down the horsemen. A group of Romans forming in close order would advance to meet the chariots, and others would be scattered by them. A band of Britons would come to close quarters with the archers and rout them, while others were content to dodge their shafts at a distance. And all this was going on, not at one spot only, but in all three divisions at once. They contended for a long time, both parties being animated by the same zeal and daring. But finally, late in the day, the Romans prevailed. They slew many in battle, beside the wagons and the forest, and captured many alike. Nevertheless, not a few made their escape, and were preparing to fight again. But in the meantime, Boudicca fell sick and died. The Britons mourned her deeply and gave her a costly burial. But, feeling now that they were really defeated, they scattered to their homes. So much for the affairs in Britain. End of the account from Cassius Dio.
And with that we reach the end of our video on the Boudiccan Revolt. Let it not be said that even the British themselves had suffered at the hands of colonizers. I'm just saying. Cyrus the Great, born circa 600 BC in Anshan, Persia, he is historically acclaimed as the founder of the great Achaemenid Empire, which became the largest empire the world had seen up to that time. His military campaigns were characterized by strategic brilliance, successfully expanding the empire's reach all the way from the Indus Valley in the east to the Mediterranean Sea in the west, uniting a vast array of diverse cultures and regions under a centralized administration. He is particularly noted for his innovative government practices, which include the establishment of a bureaucratic system that allowed a degree of local autonomy while maintaining overall imperial cohesion. His policies of religious and cultural tolerance were revolutionary, enabling conquered peoples to retain their own traditions and beliefs, fostering loyalty and stability within the vast empire. And then we have the Cyrus Cylinder, often regarded as an early declaration of human rights, exemplifying his commitment to just and humane rule. Additionally, Cyrus implemented economic reforms, including the development of infrastructure projects that facilitated trade and communication. His administrative skill and emphasis on meritocracy set the foundational principles for the subsequent imperial administrations. And thus, his legacy endures as a model of visionary leadership and enlightened statecraft, influencing the structures of governance and the concepts of human rights in both ancient and modern contexts. Hello and welcome. Today we go back to the Achaemenid Empire, some 2,500 years ago. As always, best way to support the channel is the like button, the subscribe button. Tell your friends, you know what it's like.
So let us begin now. The life of Cyrus the Great. And so between 600 and 599 BC is where we traditionally set the date of his birth, and he was born to one Cambyses the First, who was the king of Anshan, and of Mandane, the daughter of Astyages, who was the king of the great kingdom of Media. So according to his own story, which we very fortunately have preserved in the old tablets that have been left to us, and is now widely accepted to be true, at least by the majority of scholars, his father, Cambyses, grandfather, Cyrus, great-grandfather, Ctesippus, all came before Cyrus as kings, so this wasn't an insurrection. He was the fourth in a long line. Cyrus wed Cassandane, an Achaemenian, and the daughter of Pharnaspes, who gave birth to 3 daughters. The 3 daughters were Atossa, Roxane, and Artistone, and 2 sons, Cambyses II and Bardia. It is well known that Cyrus and Cassandanes were deeply in love. Cassandanes claimed that leaving Cyrus was more painful than leaving her life, and this is something quite special for 2,500 years ago, especially within royal contexts of marriage, which were either out of convenience or practicality and sometimes strategy. Now, when she had passed away, Cyrus demanded that the kingdom observe public mourning following her passing. Babylonia mourned Cassandanes for 6 days, according to the Nabonidus Chronicle, and that is between around the 21st and 26th of March, 538 BC. Cyrus inherited the throne at Pasargadae, a vassal of Astyages, following the death of his father. According to the Greek historian Strabo, who was not a contemporary, when writing a few hundred years afterwards, Cyrus's step-parents gave him the original name Agradates. Cyrus's father, Cambyses I, may have given him the name Cyrus after his grandfather, Cyrus I, in accordance with the naming traditions when he was reunited with his birth family. Strabo also wrote that Agradates took the name Cyrus from the Cyrus River, which was close to Pasargadae. And then we have Herodotus, who was quite useful in these ancient contexts, albeit a lot of people think that he did blow things out of proportion, if not outright lie about things, but we're not going to get into that, because that's a whole argument on its own. Well, he described how Cyrus's early years were in somewhat mythological terms, so a bit of a grain of salt with this one. But according to the story, Astyages experienced 2 dreams in which a flood and a succession of fruit-bearing vines spread out from the pelvis of his daughter Mandane, engulfing the entire kingdom. His advisors saw these as a sign that his grandson would rebel and overthrow him as king in the future. Mandane, who was then expecting Cyrus, was called back to Ecbatana by Astyages to have the child taken care of. Mithridates, one of Astyages' shepherds, was given the task by his general Harpagus. Mithridates reared the child instead, and gave Harpagus his stillborn son in exchange for the dead baby Cyrus. And so Cyrus lived in secret. But when he was 10 years old, he had a nobleman's son beaten for disobeying his orders during a game during childhood. Astyages had the boy brought to his court and interviewed him and his adoptive father, because it was unusual for a shepherd's son to do such a thing. Yes, things were about to come out. Astyages sent Cyrus back to live with his biological parents in Persia after the shepherd confessed, but in retaliation Astyages called forth Harpagus' son, hacked him into pieces, boiled some parts, roasted others, and deceived his advisor into eating his own at a lavish feast. It's very evil, isn't it? To make Harpagus aware of his unintentional cannibalism, Astyages' servants brought him his son's head, hands, and feet on platters after the meal was fully consumed. Times were certainly different back then, weren't they? It's just a prank, right? Well, after his father's death in 559 BC, Cyrus the Great ascended to the throne, but he was not yet a sovereign. That would take a while. Cyrus, like his forebears, had to acknowledge Median domination. At the time, they were certainly at the zenith of their power. I'm not sure if you watched my video about the Medes, but it's a bit of an interesting one. Now, from the Lydian frontier in the west to the Parthian and Persian territories in the east, Astyages, and the final king of the Median Empire, may have dominated most of the ancient Near East. Cyrus, the king of Anshan, was attacked by Astyages. According to the Nabonidus Chronicle, Astyages put Harpagus in charge of the Median army in order to subdue Cyrus, according to the historian Herodotus. But before eventually defecting with some of the army and some of the nobility, Harpagus spoke with Cyrus and urged his uprising against Media. The Nabonidus Chronicle attests to this mutiny. According to the Chronicle, the conflict lasted for at least 3 years, that is between 553 and 550 BC, with Ecbatana being taken in the final crescendo of the conflict. The paragraph describing Cyrus's victory and his grandfather's capture came before the entry for Nabonidus' 7th year. The historians Herodotus and Ctesias claim that Cyrus married his daughter Amytis and spared the life of Astyages. A number of vassals, including the Saka, Bactrians, and Parthians, were placated by this union. According to Herodotus, during his military campaigns in 546 to 539, Cyrus also conquered and incorporated Sogdia into the empire. And so, now that Astyages was no longer in charge, he had command over all the vassals, including many of Cyrus's family members. Thus his uncle Arsames, who had ruled the city-state of Parsa under the Medes, would have forced him to cede the throne. Arsames was probably still Cyrus's nominal governor of Parsa, more of a prince or grand duke than a king, really, but this power shift within the family appears to have gone smoothly. Then he appointed his son, Hystaspes, a second cousin of Cyrus, satrap of Phrygia and Parthia. Thus the twin Achaemenid kingdoms of Parsa and Anshan were unified into Persia proper by Cyrus. After both of Cyrus's sons died, Arsames survived to see his grandson rise to become Darius the Great, Shahanshah of Persia. Media's conquest was only the beginning of Cyrus's wars. Although the Lydian conquest's dates are not really known in their exact times, it had to have been occurring between Cyrus's conquest of Babylon, which was around 539 BC, and his overthrow of the Median kingdom around 550 BC. Due to various interpretations of the Nabonidus Chronicle, it is common in the past to date the conquest of 547 BC. However, this view is not currently widely accepted. Things might change depending on what we dig out of the ground over the next 100 years. We'll see if this video is still up in 2124. Perhaps it will be. Pteria in Cappadocia, the capital of the Achaemenid Empire, was the first city to be attacked by Lydians. Croesus, the Lydian king, besieged the city, took it, and sold its citizens into slavery. Bad luck for them. The people of Ionia, who were part of the Lydian kingdom, were invited by the Persians to rebel against their ruler. After the offer was rejected, Cyrus raised an army and marched against the Lydians, gaining more soldiers as he went through the other countries, and by nightfall, both sides had suffered significant losses, making the Battle of Pteria essentially a standoff. The next morning, Croesus withdrew to Sardis. Croesus requested that his allies send aid to Lydia while he was in Sardis, but before the allies could come together, Cyrus the Great forced the conflict into Lydian territory and besieged Croesus in Sardis, his capital, towards the end of winter. Harpagus counseled Cyrus the Great to position his dromedaries in front of his warriors, just before the decisive battle of Thimbra between the two rulers. The Lydian horses, who were not accustomed to the dromedaries' odor, would be terrified. The plan was successful. The Lydian cavalry was annihilated. Croesus was vanquished and taken prisoner by Cyrus. In 546 BC, Cyrus overthrew the Lydian kingdom and took control of the capital at Sardis. Herodotus claims that Cyrus spared the life of Croesus and retained him as an advisor. Sounds nice, but the story does contradict some of the translations of the modern Nabonidus Chronicle, which unfortunately reads that the Lydian king was killed. I suppose we'll never know. In 546 BC, Commagene was incorporated into the Persian Empire before moving back to the capital. Later, Cyrus the Great trusted a Lydian by the name of Pactyas to transport Croesus's treasury to Persia. But shortly after Cyrus left, Pactyas recruited mercenaries and incited a rebellion in Sardis against Tabulus, a Persian satrap of Lydia. Cyrus ordered one of his commanders, Mazares, to put an end to the rebellion. But he insisted that Pactyas be brought back alive. Pactyas fled to Ionia, where he had recruited more mercenaries when Mazares eventually got there. Mazares led his army into Greece and conquered the cities of Priene and Magnesia. Although Pactyas's fate is unknown, it is likely that he was tortured before being taken to Cyrus and executed. During his campaign in Ionia, Mazares carried on the conquest of Asia Minor before passing away from unspecified causes. Could have been some illness, something like that. Usually if it was an assassination or a battle, something, then it would usually be mentioned. Natural deaths, they're not so worthy of writing down, I suppose. In order to finish Mazares' conquest of Asia Minor, Cyrus dispatched Harpagus. Now, unknown to the Greeks, Harpagus used the technique of constructing earthworks to breach the walls of besieged cities in order to capture Lycia, Aeolia, and Caria. In 542, he returned to Persia after concluding his conquest of the region. Cyrus launched an eastern campaign from approximately 545 to 540, following the conquest of Lydia. When Cyrus first attempted to take over Gedrosia, he was soundly defeated and left the region. Most likely, Gedrosia was subjugated under Darius I. Cyrus attacked the eastern provinces of Bactria Arachosia, Sogdia, Saka, Chorasmia, Margiana, and others, following the abortive attempt to subjugate Gedrosia. He then gathered tribute from the Indus cities, that is, in the northern parts of India, around 533 BC, before traversing the Hindu Kush mountains, and there he likely created vassal states in western India as a result. Because of the turmoil occurring in and around Babylon, he was forced to return back to the home front. Cyrus had taken control of Elam and its capital Susa by 540. The conflict may have started in the winter of that same year, as the Nabonidus Chronicle documents that Nabonidus, king of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, had ordered cult statues from outlying Babylonian cities to be brought into the capital before the battle. Cyrus fought the Battle of Opis in, or close to, strategically important riverbank city of Opis on the Tigris, north of Babylon, just before October of 539 BC. On October 10th, Sippar was taken, without so much of a fight. Very little opposition from the people after the Babylonian army was completely thrashed. In order to get a compromise from the Babylonian generals and prevent an armed conflict, Cyrus most likely held talks with them, trying to negotiate a peace. Nabonidus fled to Borsippa after retreating to Sippar after losing the battle at Opis. And it was on or around the 12th of October that the Persian general Gubaru's forces captured Nabonidus after entering Babylon once more without encountering any opposition from the Babylonian armies. According to Herodotus, the Persians achieved this feat by channeling the Euphrates River into a canal and lowering the water level to the height of a man's thigh, as mentioned in Herodotus. This allowed the invading forces to march directly through the riverbed and enter in a night attack. The basin had previously been dug by the Babylonian queen Nitocris to defend Babylon against the Median attacks. Nabonidus returned from Borsippa shortly after and gave himself up to Cyrus. Cyrus then arrived in the city of Babylon on October 29th, a few weeks later. Of course, many kingdoms had been subjugated by the Neo-Babylonian Empire before the invasion of Cyrus into Babylon. Although there was no concrete evidence to support this theory, Cyrus most likely included Syria, Judea, Arabia, and Petraea as part of his empire in addition to Babylon. But once more, we're yet to find anything conclusive. In the renowned Cyrus cylinder, an inscription on a cylinder placed in the foundations of the Esagila temple devoted to the principal Babylonian deity Marduk, Cyrus the Great declared himself King of Babylon, King of Sumer and Akkad, King of the four corners of the world, after conquering Babylon. The cylinder's text portrays a victorious Cyrus as appeasing the god Marduk and condemns Nabonidus as impious. It goes on to explain how Cyrus restored temples and cult sanctuaries, repatriated displaced peoples, and enhanced the quality of life for Babylonia's citizens. Nowadays, historians typically depict the cylinder in the context of a long-standing Mesopotamian tradition of new rulers launching their reigns with declarations of reforms, despite some claims that it symbolizes a human rights charter. Yeah, it's a little bit arguable if it does. Perhaps I'll do a reading of the full text if I can find it, and you can decide for yourself. Well, at that time, the world's largest empire was made up of the dominions of Cyrus the Great. They'd never seen anything like it before. The Achaemenid Empire spanned from Asia Minor in the west to the Indus River in the east at the end of Cyrus's reign. Now, when it comes to Cyrus's death, each account varies. Of course, with people from this time period and of that magnitude, it's always going to be subject to a little bit of interpretation and retellings that tiptoe that tightrope of mythology and fact. But the longest account, found in Ctesias's Persica, claims that Cyrus was actually killed while putting down resistance from the Derbeke's infantry with the help of other Scythian cavalry and archers, as well as Indians and their war elephants. He said that this incident happened northeast of Sirdaria's headwaters. And then we have the second longest detail that comes from Herodotus' account in the Histories, where Cyrus, on Croesus's advice, attacked the Massagetæ in their own territory, and unfortunately met his demise in a bloody battle with the Scythian tribal confederation from the southern deserts of Khwarezm and Kizilkum, in the southernmost part of the Eurasian steppe region of the modern-day Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. With their clothing and way of life, the Massagetæ were related to the Scythians. They fought on both foot and horseback. Cyrus first proposed marriage to their ruler, the Empress Tomiris, in an attempt to obtain her realm. However, she turned down the offer. So the story goes that, beginning with the construction of bridges and towered war boats along the side of the river of Oxus, also known as the Amudarya, which divided them, he began his attempt to annex the Massagetæ territory by force around 529 BC. Tomyris sent him a warning to immediately stop his encroachment, which she had assumed that he would ignore anyway, but, well, you still send a warning, don't you? Better to have it in writing. She also challenged him to engage her forces in honorable warfare, inviting him to a place in her country that was a day's march from the river, where both armies would formally engage and fight it out like gentlemen. When accepting her offer, he set up camp and then left with plenty of wine behind, taking his best soldiers with him and leaving the least capable ones behind. How would you feel to be one of the most least capable, though? Be left behind? Actually, you'd feel pretty good. Well, after learning that the Massagetæ were not familiar with wine and its intoxicating effects, he was hoping that they would drink a little bit of it and maybe it would incapacitate them for the battle. A third of the Massagetæ troops, and Spargapises, a general of the Tomyris' army, and her son killed the group that Cyrus had left there. So it wasn't too good for them. Well, they did eventually discover all of that food and wine and thought that they would throw a little bit of a victory party. They intentionally drank themselves silly, which made it, of course, harder for them to defend themselves when they were later overrun by a surprise counterattack. Did not plan ahead. Well, despite being captured, Spargapises took his own life after he recovered sobriety after they were defeated. They probably would have executed him anyway, though, so perhaps a prudent decision. After discovering what had happened, though, Tomyris vowed to exact revenge, leading a second wave of troops into battle personally, and also criticized the strategies of Cyrus as dishonest, in what Herodotus described as the fiercest battle of his career and of the ancient world. Cyrus the Great was ultimately killed, and his forces suffered enormous casualties. As a symbolic act of retaliation for his bloodlust and her son's death, Tomyris ordered the body of Cyrus to be brought to her and then decapitated, and dipped his head in a vessel of blood. Even Herodotus acknowledges this was one of the several accounts of Cyrus's death that he heard from a purportedly trustworthy source, who informed him that no one was present to witness the aftermath, which is why some academics doubt this version. Well, it doesn't seem to be politically motivated. No one seems to have a vested interest in writing it that certain way, so I'm not sure. It could be either way. Well, the remains of Cyrus the Great might have been buried at Pasargadae, his capital city. If you go there, you can find a limestone tomb, which is still standing and thought to be his. It was constructed between 540 and 530 BC, based on the eyewitness accounts of Aristobulus of Caesarea, who twice visited the tomb at the request of Alexander the Great. Strabo and Arrian essentially describe it in exactly the same way. Of course, the tomb has been partially restored to combat its natural deterioration over the centuries, and the city itself is now in ruins. The only thing that sticks out on that landscape is that burial chamber. According to Plutarch, the epitaph read, "O whoever you are, and wherever you come from, for I know you will come. I am Cyrus, who won the Persians their empire. Do not therefore begrudge me this bit of earth that covers my bones." That's a nice epitaph. It's a UNESCO Heritage World Site too, by the way. And so we know that around 530 BC is the traditional date where Cyrus had passed away, and Cambyses II succeeded him as king, according to the cuneiform evidence that we've found in the old sites of Babylon. After capturing Egypt for the empire, Cambyses carried on his father's expansionist strategy. But he passed away too, shortly after assuming power, for just 7 years. Either Cyrus's other son, Bardia, or, conspiracies tell, a fake Bardia, took his place, and for 7 months until his murder by Darius the Great, he was the only ruler of Persia. The tomb's geometric shape has not changed much over the years, with a large quadrangular stone at the base and a pyramidal succession of smaller rectangular stones following. After a few slabs, the structure is bounded by an edifice with an arched roof made of pyramid-shaped stones, and a small opening or window on the side that would barely allow the slenderest man to fit through. This is vividly described in the translated ancient Roman and Greek accounts. The body of Cyrus was buried inside the structure in a golden coffin that was set on a table with golden supports. Below his bed was a fine red carpet that covered the narrow rectangular space of his tomb. On his resting place was a covering of tapestry and drapes made from the finest Babylonian materials, employing fine Median craftsmanship. According to translated Greek accounts, the tomb was situated in the lush Pasargadae gardens, encircled by trees and decorative shrubs. A group of Achaemenian guardians, known as the Magi, was stationed nearby to keep the structure safe from damage or theft. Of course, grave robbing being a very big problem, back then and still is now. Years later, following Darius III's defeat and the chaos caused by Alexander the Great's invasion of Persia, Cyrus the Great's tomb was broken into, and the majority of the luxuries within were stolen. Alexander was appalled by the way the tomb was handled when he arrived, and he questioned the Magi, and brought them before the court. According to some accounts, Alexander's decision to try to discredit the Magi and demonstrate his power in his recently conquered empire was more motivated by his desire to discredit them than by any real, genuine concern for the legacy of Cyrus and the upkeep of his tomb. But from a young age, Alexander had a deep admiration for Cyrus, after reportedly reading Xenophon's Cyropaedia, which detailed Cyrus's valor in combat and his leadership as a king and lawmaker. In any case, Aristobulus was commissioned by Alexander the Great to repair the interior of the tomb and improve its state. Alexander had sacked Persepolis, the lavish city that Cyrus might have selected as the location 6 years earlier, 330 BC, and either ordered its burning as pro-Greek propaganda or set it on fire during drunken revels. Despite his admiration for Cyrus and his attempts to renovate his tomb, and despite all the invasions, empires, internal strife, and revolutions, the structure has withstood the test of time. Muhammad Reza Pahlavi, the Shah of Iran, the final recognized ruler of Persia, was the last well-known Persian to draw attention to the tomb while commemorating 2,500 years of rule. The Shah of Iran, just like Alexander the Great before him, sought to use Cyrus's legacy to justify his own future. Okay, so of course, many would have heard this name through biblical sources, right? That name of Cyrus. So why don't we talk a little bit about religion and a little bit about philosophy before we go? Of course, in the light of the limited information that is available to us, it appears a little bit risky to attempt to piece together what his religious beliefs might have exactly been. But of course we have some trends that we should go on, whether he practiced Zoroastrianism, or if Zoroastrianism had only become associated with the Achaemenid Empire's imperial religion after him, is also something that's up for a bit of debate. Some of the names of Cyrus's family members and parallels between the Gathas and Isaiah 40 to 48's depiction of Cyrus provide evidence for it. The way Cyrus dealt with the local polytheistic cults, recognizing their gods and giving them money to build their temples and other sacred sites, as well as a potential late date for the activities of the Iranian prophet Zoroaster, who established Zoroastrian, do seem to run counter to this thesis. Many historical accounts, especially Babylonian and Jewish sources, document Cyrus's policies regarding the treatment of minority religions. Throughout his enormous empire, Cyrus maintained a general policy of religious tolerance, and so it is debatable whether this was a novel policy or a continuation of the Babylonian and Assyrian policies. Either way, he is credited with restoring the statues of the Babylonian gods to their sanctuaries, keeping his army away from the temples, and in general, bringing peace to the Babylonians. And that's a good thing to be credited with. Though they were written later, and should of course be used with caution, the Cyropaedia of Xenophon, the histories of Herodotus, and the many inscriptions we have also contain a little bit of information about religion and ritual during Cyrus's reign. But it's mainly the Cyrus cylinder that provides a bit of insight, which was written with Cyrus as the first-person speaker and in his name. The god Marduk's interventions are the focal point of the deeply religious cylinder. The text, of course, begins by singing the praises of Marduk, whose direct intervention is believed to be the cause of recent events. Marduk also calls upon Cyrus to make amends for the wrongs committed by his predecessor Nabonidus. Additionally, Cyrus shows respect for both local cults and the cult of Marduk. One Uruk inscription reads, "Cyrus loves Esangil and Ezida," while another mentions that he returned the gods to their shrines. Another from Sipar, or Babylon, claims that in contrast to Nabonidus, Cyrus increased and provided appropriate sacrifices for the gods. Additional trustworthy information might be found in the funerary traditions surrounding Cyrus's tomb, which point to a privileged cult dedicated to Mithra, furthermore demonstrating Cyrus's respect for this deity. Some have identified the figure in Pasargadae bas-reliefs as Mithra herself. Either way, the relationship between Cyrus and Mithra is further supported by a few other pieces of evidence that we have. But what about politics? What was it like politically under Cyrus? Well, of course, we have the four capital states, Pasargadae, Babylon, Susa, and Ecbatana, and they contributed to the establishment of the empire by Cyrus, which was, of course, a multi-state one. In the form of a satrapy system, he permitted each state to have a certain degree of administrative autonomy, at least at the regional level. In terms of administration, a satrapy was a unit that was typically organized according to geographical criteria. This word, satrap, I suppose we can use the word governor, was a vassal king, accountable for the administration of the region. A general was responsible for overseeing military recruitment and maintaining order, and a state secretary was responsible for maintaining official records, as well as reporting directly to the central government. The general and the state secretary were also directly accountable to the satrap. Through the maintenance and expansion of satrapies, Cyrus was able to maintain control over a vast region that was comprised of kingdoms he had conquered during his reign. His successor, Darius the Great, continued the process of further organizing newly conquered territories into provinces that were ruled by these satraps, these local governors. The foundation of Cyrus's empire was comprised of tribute and conscripts drawn from all various regions of his realm. He was also able to create an organized army with the help of his military expertise. This army included the famous unit of the Immortals, which consisted of 10,000 soldiers who had received extensive training. He also established a new postal system that was used throughout the empire. The system was based on a number of relay stations that are referred to as chapercanee. His conquest marked the beginning of a new era in the age of the building of empires. The age of empires. Well, this new era was characterized by the establishment of a vast superstate that was governed by a single administration, led by a central government. This superstate included many dozens of countries, races, religions, and languages. Over the course of several centuries, the system was maintained by the Seleucid dynasty, which invaded Persia and ruled the region at that time, as well as subsequent Iranian dynasties, such as the Parthians and the Sasanians. Of course, Cyrus is also renowned for his innovative approaches to construction projects. He further developed the technologies that he discovered in the cultures he had conquered, and he utilized them in the construction of the palaces of Pasargadae. In addition, he was well known for his passion for gardens. Recent excavations in the city that served as his capital have uncovered the existence of the Pasargadae Persian garden, as well as a network of irrigation canals. The four-quartered wall gardens of Paradisia were constructed with over 1,000 meters of channels made of carved limestone. These channels were designed to fill small basins at every 16 meters and water various types of wild and domestic flora. Pasargadae was a place where two magnificent palaces were located, and they were surrounded by a majestic royal park and vast formal gardens. Both the layout and overall concept of Paradisia were remarkable. Ever since then, it has served as a model for the great number of parks, both ancient and contemporary. The Battle of Issus. It occurred in 333 BC between Alexander the Great and the Persian king Darius during Alexander's campaign to subjugate the Persian Empire. Despite significant numerical disadvantage, Alexander leveraged the constricted terrain to counteract the Persians' superiority in numbers. His resolute cavalry assault penetrated the Persian formations, prompting Darius to abandon the battlefield. It was a triumph that cemented Alexander's status as a military prodigy and granted him dominion over Asia Minor. Subsequently, Darius attempted to negotiate peace. However, Alexander declined, persisting in his conquest. The following is a reading from the Anabasis of Alexander by Arrian of Nicomedia, an ancient source, sometime after the days of Alexander, but generally considered to be the best and most reliable account that we have in terms of Alexander's conquests. If you like this kind of content, give it a like and subscribe. It does wonders in the algorithm. And enjoy as we begin reading from the Anabasis of Alexander. Do bear in mind that this is not the beginning of the work. This leads on from the 6th chapter that deals with the events leading up to and at the Battle of Issus, following the aftermath as well at the end. So with that in mind, let's begin chapter 6. Alexander advances to Myrandrus. Darius marches against him. While he was still at Malus, he was informed that Darius was encamped with all his forces at Sochi, a place in the land of Assyria, distant about 2 days' march from the Assyrian gates. Then indeed he collected the companions and told them what was reported about Darius and his army. They urged him to lead on as they were, without delay. At the time he commended them, and broke up the conference. But next day he led them forward against Darius and the Persians. On the second day he passed through the gates and encamped near the city of Myrandrus, but in the night a heavy tempest and a violent storm of wind and rain occurred which detained him in his camp. Darius, on the other hand, had been spending a long time with his army, having chosen a plain in the land of Assyria, which stretches out in every direction, suitable for the immense size of his army and convenient for the evolutions of cavalry. Amyntas, son of Antiochus, the deserter from Alexander, advised him not to abandon this position, because there was plenty of room for the great multitude of the Persians and for the vast quantity of their baggage. And so Darius remained, but as Alexander made a long stay at Tarsus on account of his illness, and not a short one at Soli, where he offered sacrifice and conducted his army in procession, and moreover spent some time marching against the Cilician mountaineers, Darius was induced to swerve from his resolution. He was also not willing to be led to form whatever decision was most agreeable to his own wishes,
being influenced by those who gave him the advice which they had thought to be pleasant to him, without consideration of its utility, for kings will always have associates to give them bad advice, he came to the conclusion that Alexander was no longer desirous of advancing further, but was shrinking from an encounter upon learning that Darius himself was marching against him. On all sides they were urging him on, asserting that he would trample down the army of the Macedonians with his cavalry. Nevertheless, Amyntas, at any rate, confidently affirmed that Alexander would certainly come to any place where he had heard Darius might be, and he exhorted him by all means to stay where he was. But the worse advice, because at the immediate time it was more pleasant to hear, prevailed. Moreover, he was led by some divine influence into the locality where he derived that little advantage from his cavalry and from the sheer number of men, javelins and bows, and where he could not even exhibit the mere magnificence of his army, but surrendered to Alexander and his troops to an easy victory, for it was already decreed by fate that the Persians should be deprived of the rule of Asia by the Macedonians, just as the Medes had been deprived of it by the Persians, and still earlier, the Assyrians by the Medes. Chapter 7. Darius at Issus, Alexander's speech to his army. Darius crossed the mountain range by what are called the Ammanic Gates, and advancing towards Issus, came without being noticed to the rear of Alexander. Having reached Issus, he captured as many Macedonians as had been left behind on account of illness. These he cruelly mutilated and slew. Next day he proceeded to the river Pinarus, as soon as Alexander heard that Darius was in his rear, because the news did not seem to him trustworthy. He embarked some of the companions in a ship with 30 oars and sent them back to Issus to observe whether the report was true. The men who sailed in the 30-oared ship discovered Persians encamped there more easily, because the sea in this part takes the form of a bay. They, therefore, brought back word to Alexander that Darius was at hand. Alexander then called together all the generals, commanders of the cavalry, and leaders of the Grecian allies, and exhorted them to take courage from the dangers which they had already surmounted, asserting that the struggle would be between themselves, who had previously victorious, and a foe who had already been beaten, and that the deity was acting as part of general on behalf better than himself, by putting it into the mind of Darius to move his forces from the spacious plain and shut them up in a narrow place, where was sufficient room for them to deepen their phalanx by marching from front to rear, but where the vast multitude would be useless for the enemy in battle. He added that their foes were similar to them, neither in strength nor in courage, for the Macedonians, who had been long practiced in warlike toils, accompanied with danger, were coming into close conflict with Persians and Medes, who had then become unnerved by a long course of luxurious ease. To crown all, they, being free men, were about to engage in battle with men who were slaves. He said, moreover, that the Greeks who were in the two armies would not be fighting for the same objects, for those with Darius were braving danger for pay, and that pay not high, whereas those on their side were voluntarily defending the interests of Greece. Again, of foreigners, the Thracians, Paeonians, Illyrians, Agrianians, who were the most robust and warlike of men in Europe, were about to be arrayed against the most sluggish and effeminate races of Asia. In addition to all this, Alexander was commanding in the field against Darius. These things he enumerated as evidences of the superiority in the struggle. And then he began to point out the great rewards they would win from the danger to be incurred. For he told them that on the occasion they would overcome not merely the viceroys of Darius, nor the cavalry drawn up of the Granicus, nor the 20,000 Grecian mercenaries, but would overcome all the available forces of the Persians and the Medes, as well as all the other races subject to them dwelling in Asia, and the great king present in person. After this conflict, nothing would be left for them to do, except to take possession of all of Asia, and to put an end to their many labors. In addition to this, he reminded them of their brilliant achievements in their collective capacity in days gone by. And if any man had individually performed any distinguished feat of valor from love of glory, he mentioned him by name in commemoration of the deed. He then recapitulated as modestly as possible his own daring deeds in various battles. He is also said to have reminded them of Xenophon and the 10,000 men who accompanied him, asserting that the latter were in no way comparable with them in even number or general excellence. Besides, they had with them neither Thessalian, Boeotian, Peloponnesian, Macedonian, or Thracian horsemen, nor any other of the cavalry which was in the Macedonian army, nor had any of the archers or slingers, except a few Cretans and Rhodians, and even these were got ready by Xenophon on the spur of the moment in the very crisis of danger. And yet, even these put the king and all of his forces to rout close to Babylon itself, and succeeded in reaching the Euxine Sea, after defeating all the races which lay in their way as they were marching down thither. He also adduced whether other arrangements were suitable for a great commander to use in order to encourage brave men in such a critical moment before the perils of battle. They urged him to lead them against the foe without delay, coming from all sides to grasp the king's right hand, and encouraging him by their promises. Chapter 8. Arrangement of the hostile armies. Alexander then ordered his soldiers to take their dinner, and having sent a few of his horsemen and archers forward to the gates to reconnoitre the road in the rear, he took the whole of his army, and marched in the night to occupy the pass again. When about midnight he had again got possession of it, he caused the army to rest the remainder of the night there upon the rocks, having posted vigilant sentries. At the approach of dawn, he began to descend from the pass along the road, and as long as the space was narrow everywhere, he led his army in column. But when the mountains parted, so as to leave a plain behind them, he kept on opening out the column into the phalanx, marching one line of heavy-armed infantry, and another up into the line towards the mountain on the right and towards the sea on the left. Up to this time, his cavalry had been ranged behind the infantry, but when they advanced into the open country, he began to draw up his army in order of battle. First, upon the right wing, near the mountain, he placed his infantry guard and the shield-bearers under the command of Nicanor, son of Parmenio. Next to these the regiment of Coenus, and close to them that of Perdiccas. These troops were posted as far as the middle of the heavy-armed infantry to one beginning from the right. On the left wing first stood the regiment of Amintas, then that of Ptolemy, and close to this, that of Meleager. The infantry on the left had been placed under the command of Craterus, but Parmenio held the chief direction of the whole left wing. This general had been ordered not to abandon to the sea, so that they might not be surrounded by the foreigners, who were likely to outflank them on all sides by their superior numbers. But as soon as Darius was certified of Alexander's approach for the battle, he conveyed about 30,000 of his cavalry, and with them 20,000 of his light-armed infantry to cross the river Pinarus, in order that he might be able to draw up the rest of his forces with ease. Of the heavy-armed infantry, he placed first the 30,000 Greek mercenaries to oppose the phalanx of the Macedonians, and on both sides of these he placed 60,000 of the men called Cardaces, who were also heavily armed infantry. For the place where they were posted was able to contain only this number in a single phalanx. He also posted 20,000 men near the mountain on their left and facing Alexander's right. Some of these troops were also in the rear of Alexander's army, for the mountain near where they were posted in one part sloped in a great back way and formed a sort of bay, like a bay in the sea, and afterwards bending forwards caused the men who had been posted at the foot of it to be behind Alexander's right wing. The remaining multitude of Darius's light-armed and heavily armed infantry was marshalled by nations to an unserviceable depth, and placed behind the Grecian mercenaries and the Persian army arranged in a phalanx. The whole of the army with Darius was said to number about 600,000 fighting men. As Alexander advanced, he found that the ground spread out a little in breadth, and he accordingly brought up his horsemen, both those called companions, and the Thessalians, as well as the Macedonians, and posted them with himself on the right wing. The Peloponnesians and the rest of the allied Greeks he had sent to Parmenio on the left. When Darius had marshalled his phalanx, by a preconcerted signal he recalled the cavalry which he had posted on the front of the river for the express purpose of rendering the arranging of his army easily. Most of these he placed on the right wing near the sea, facing Parmenio, because here the ground was more suited for the evolutions of cavalry. A certain part of them also he led up to the mountain towards the left, but when they were seen to be useless there on the account of the narrowness of the ground, he ordered most of these also to ride round to the right wing and join their comrades there. Darius himself occupied the center of the whole army, inasmuch as it was the custom for the kings of Persia to take up that position, the reason of which arrangement has been recorded by Xenophon, son of Grelus. Chapter 9. Alexander changes the disposition of his forces. Meanwhile, when Alexander perceived that nearly all the Persian cavalry had changed their ground and gone to his left towards the sea, and that on his side only the Peloponnesians and the rest of the Grecian cavalry were posted there, he sent the Thessalian cavalry thither with speed, ordering them not to ride along before the front of the whole army, lest they should be seen by the enemy to be shifting their ground, but to proceed by stealth in the rear of the phalanx. In front of the cavalry on the right, he posted the lancers under command of Protomarchus, and the Paeonians under that of Aristo, and of the infantry, the archers under the direction of Antiochus, and the Agrianians under that of Attalus. Some of the cavalry and archers he also drew up as to form an angle with the center towards the mountain which was in the rear. So on the right of his phalanx had been drawn up separated into two wings, the one fronting Darius, and the main body of the Persians beyond the river, and the other facing those who had been posted at the mountain in the rear. On the left wing, the infantry consisting of the Cretan archers and the Thracians under command of Sitarches were posted in the front, and before these, the cavalry towards the left. The Grecian mercenaries were drawn up as a reserve for all them. When he perceived that the phalanx towards the right was too thin, and it seemed likely that the Persians would outflank him here considerably, he ordered 2 squadrons of the Campanian cavalry, viz. the Anthemusium, and of which the Peroides, son of Menetheusius, was captain, and that which was called Leogaean, under the command of Pantodanus, son of Cleander, to proceed from the centre of the right without being seen. Having also marched the archers, part of the Agrianians, and the Grecian mercenaries up along his right into the front, he extended his phalanx beyond the wing of the Persians. But when those who had been posted upon the mountain did not descend, a charge was made by a few of the Agrianians and archers at Alexander's order, by which they were easily put to rout from the foot of the mountain. As they fled to the summit, he decided that he could make use of the men who had been drawn up to keep these in check, to fill up the ranks of his phalanx. He thought it quite sufficient to post 300 horsemen to watch the men on the mountain. Chapter 10. The Battle of Issus. Having thus marshalled his men, he caused them to rest for some time, and then led them forward, as he thought the enemy's approach was very slow. For Darius was no longer leading the foreigners against him, as he had arranged them at first, but he remained in position upon the bank of the river, which was in many parts steep, and in certain places, where it seemed more easy to ascend, he extended a stockade upon it. By this it was at once evident to Alexander's men that Darius had become cowed in spirit. But when the armies at length met in conflict, Alexander rode about in every direction to exhort his troops, to show their valor, mentioning with befitting epithets and names, not only of the generals, but also of the captains of the cavalries and infantry, and of the Grecian mercenaries, as many were now more distinguished either by rank or of merit. From all sides arose a shout, not to delay, but to attack the enemy. At first he still led them on in close array with measured step, although he had the forces of Darius already in full view, lest by a more hasty march any part of the phalanx should fluctuate from the line and get separated from the rest. But when they came within range of darts, Alexander himself and those around him, being posed on the right wing, advanced first into the river with a run, in order to alarm the Persians by the rapidity of their onset, and by coming sooner to close conflict to receive little damage from the archers. And it turned out, just as Alexander had conjectured, for as soon as the battle became a hand-to-hand one, the part of the Persian army stationed on the left wing was put to rout, and here Alexander and his men won their brilliant victory. But the Grecian mercenaries serving under Darius attacked the Macedonians at the point where they saw their phalanx especially disordered. For the Macedonian phalanx had been broken and disjointed the right wing, because Alexander had charged into the river with such eagerness and engaging in a hand-to-hand conflict was already driving back the Persians posted there. But the Macedonians in the center did not execute their task with equal speed, and finding many parts of the bank steep and precipitous, they were unable to preserve the front of the phalanx in the same line. Here, then, the struggle was desperate. The aim of the Grecian mercenaries of Darius began to push the Macedonians back into the river and regain the victory. Though their own forces were already flying, the aim of the Macedonians being not to fall short of Alexander's good fortune, which was already manifest, and not to tarnish the glory of the phalanx, which, up to that time, had been commonly asserted to be invincible. Moreover, the feeling of rivalry which existed between the Grecian and Macedonian races inspired each side in the conflict. Here fell Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, after proving himself a valiant man, besides about 120 of other Macedonians of no mean repute. Chapter 11. The Defeat and Flight of Darius. Hereupon the regiments on the right wing, perceiving that the Persians opposed to them had already been put to rout, wheeled round towards the Grecian mercenaries of Darius and their own hard-pressed detachment. Having driven the Greeks away from the river, they extended their phalanx beyond the Persian army on the side which had been broken, and attacking the Greeks on the flank were already beginning to cut them up. However, the Persian cavalry, which had been posted opposite the Thessalians, did not remain on the other side of the river during the struggle, but came through the water and made a vigorous attack upon the Thessalian squadrons. In this place a fierce cavalry battle ensued, for the Persians did not give way until they perceived that Darius had fled, and the Grecian mercenaries had been cut up by the phalanx and severed from them. And then at last the flight of all the Persians was plainly visible. Their horses suffered much injury in the retreat, because the riders were heavily armed, and the horsemen themselves, being so many in number and retreating in panicked terror, without any regard to order along narrow roads, were trampled on and injured no less by each other than by the pursuing enemy. The Thessalians also followed them up with vigor, so that no fewer of the cavalry than of the infantry were slaughtered in the flight. But as soon as the left wing of Darius was terrified and routed by Alexander, and the Persian king perceived that this part of his army was severed from the rest, without any further delay, he began to flee in his chariot along with the rest, just as he was. He was conveyed safely in the chariot, as long as he met with level ground in his flight, but when he lighted upon ravines and other rough ground, he left the chariot there, divesting himself of his shield and Median mantle. He even left his bow in the chariot, and mounting a horse continued his flight. That night, which came on soon after, alone rescued him from being captured by Alexander, for as long as there was daylight, the latter kept up in pursuit at full speed. But when it began to grow dark, and the ground before the feet became invisible, he turned back again to the camp. After capturing the chariot of Darius with the shield, the Median mantle, and the bow within it. For his pursuit had been too slow for him to overtake Darius, because, though he wheeled round on the first breaking asunder of the phalanx, yet he did not turn to pursue him until he observed that the Grecian mercenaries and the Persian cavalry had been driven away from the river. Of the Persians killed were Arsames, Leomithres, and Atizes, who had commanded the cavalry at the Granicus. Sabaces, the viceroy of Egypt, and Bubaces of the Persian dignitaries were also killed. Besides, about 100,000 of the private soldiers, among them being more than 10,000 cavalry. So great was the slaughter that Ptolemy, son of Lagus, who then accompanied Alexander, says that the men who were with them pursuing Darius, coming into the pursuit of the ravine, filled it up with the corpses, and so passed over it. The camp of Darius was taken forthwith at the first assault, containing his mother, his wife, who was also his sister, and his infant son. His 2 daughters and a few other women, wives of Persian peers who were in attendance upon them, were likewise captured. For the other Persians happened to have dispatched their women along with the rest of their property to Damascus, because Darius had sent to that city the greater part of his money and all the other things which the great king was in habit of taking with him as necessary for his luxurious mode of living, even though he was going on a military expedition. The consequence was that in the camp no more than 3,000 talents were captured, and soon after the money in Damascus was also seized by Parmenio, who was dispatched thither for that very purpose. Such was the result of this famous battle, which was fought in the month of Mymacterion, when Nicostratus was Archon of the Athenians. Chapter 12. Kind treatment of Darius's family. The next day, Alexander, though suffering from a wound that he had received in the thigh from a sword, visited the wounded, and having collected the bodies of the slain, he gave them a splendid burial with all his forces most brilliantly marshalled in order of battle. He also spoke with eulogy to those whom he himself had recognized performing any gallant deed in battle, and also to those whose exploits he had learned by full report, fully corroborated. He likewise honored each of them individually, with a gift of money in proportion to his desert. He then appointed Belacrus, son of Nicantor, one of the royal bodyguards, viceroy of Cilicia, and in his place among the bodyguards he chose Menes, son of Dionysius. In the room of Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, who had been killed in the battle, he appointed Polysperchon, son of Simmias, to the command of a brigade. He remitted to the Solians the 50 talents which were still due to the money imposed on them as a fine, and he gave them back their hostages. Nor did he treat the mother, wife, or children of Darius with any neglect. For some of those who have written Alexander's history say that on the very night which he returned from the pursuit of Darius, entering the Persian king's tent, for which he had selected for his use, he heard the lamentation of women and other noises similar kind not far from the tent. Inquiring therefore who the women were, and why they were in the tent so near, he was answered by someone as follows: O king, the mother, wife, and children of Darius are lamenting for him as slain, since they have been informed that thou hast his bow and royal mantle, and that his shield has been brought back. When Alexander heard this, he sent Leonatus and one of his companions to them, with injunctions to tell them, Darius is still alive. In his flight, he left his arms and mantle in the chariot. And these are the only things of his that Alexander has. Leonatus entered the tent and told them the news of Darius, saying, moreover, that Alexander would allow them to retain the state and retinue befitting their royal rank, as well as the title of queens, for he had not undertaken war against Darius from a feeling of hatred, but had conducted it in a legitimate manner for the empire of Asia. Such are the statements of Ptolemy and Aristobulus. But there is another report, to the effect that on the day Alexander himself following went to the tent, accompanied alone by Hephaestion, one of his companions, the mother of Darius being in doubt which one of them was the king, for they had both arrayed themselves in the same style of dress, went up to Hephaestion, because he appeared the taller of the two, and prostrated herself before him. But when he drew back, and one of her attendants pointed out Alexander, saying he was the king, she was ashamed of her mistake, and was going to retire. But the king told her that she had made no mistake, for Hephaestion was also an Alexander. This I record, neither being sure of its truth, nor thinking it altogether unreliable. If it really occurred, I commend Alexander for his compassionate treatment of the women, and the confidence he felt in his companion, and the honor bestowed on him. But if it merely seems probable to historians that Alexander would have acted and spoken thus, even for this reason, I think him worthy of commendation. Chapter 13. Flight of Macedonian deserters into Egypt. Proceedings of Agis, king of Sparta. Alexander occupies Phoenicia. Darius fled through the night with a few attendants, but in the daytime, picking up as he went along the Persians and Grecian mercenaries who had come out safely of the battle, he had in all 4,000 men under his command. He then made a forced march towards the city of Thapsacus and the river Euphrates, in order to put that river as soon as possible between himself and Alexander. But Amyntas, son of Antiochus, Thymondas, son of Mentor, Aristomedes the Pharian, and Bianor the Arcanian, all being deserters, fled without delay from the posts assigned to them in the battle, with about 8,000 soldiers under their command, and passing through the mountains they arrived at Tripolis in Phoenicia. It was there they seized the ships which had been hauled up on the shore, in which they had previously been transported from Lesbos. They launched as many of these vessels as they thought sufficient to convey them, and the rest they burned there in the docks, in order not to supply their enemy with the means of quickly pursuing them. They fled first to Cyprus, thence to Egypt, where Amyntas shortly after, meddling in political disputes, was killed by the natives. Meanwhile, Pharnabazus and Autophrodates were staying near Chios. Then, having established a garrison in the island, they dispatched some of their ships to Kos and Halicarnassus, and with 100 of their best sailing vessels, they put to sea themselves and landed at Cypnus. And Agis, king of the Lacedaemonians, came to them with 1 trireme, both to ask for money to carry on the war, and also to urge them to send with him into the Peloponnese as large a force, both naval and military, as they could. At that very time, news reached them of the battle which had been fought at Issus, and being alarmed, Pharnabazus started off to Chios with 12 triremes and 1,500 Greek mercenaries, for fear that the Chians, might attempt to effect a revolution when they received the news of the Persian defeat. Agis, having received from Autophrodates 30 talents of silver and 10 triremes, dispatched Hippias to lead these ships to his brother Agesilaus at Tanerum, ordering him also to instruct Agesilaus to pay the full to the sailors, and then sail as quickly as possible to Crete, in order to set things in order there. Well, for a time he himself remained there among the islands, but afterwards joined Autophrodates at Halicarnassus. Alexander appointed Menon, son of Cerdemas, viceroy of Coele-Syria, giving him the cavalry of the Grecian allies to guard the country. He then went in person towards Phoenicia, and on the march he was met by Strato, the son of Gerostratus, king of the Aradians and of the people living near Aradus. But Gerostratus himself was serving in the fleet with Autophrodates, as were all the other kings of both the Phoenicians and the Cyprians. When Strato fell in with Alexander, he placed a golden crown upon his head, promising to surrender him both the island of Aradus and the great and prosperous city of Marathus, situated on the mainland right opposite Aradus. Also Sigon, the city of Mariame, along with other places under his dominion and that of his father. Chapter 14. The Letter from Darius and Alexander's Reply. While Alexander was still in Marathus, ambassadors came bringing a letter from Darius, entreating him to give up to their king his mother, wife, and children. They were also instructed to support this petition by word of mouth. The letter pointed out to him that friendship and alliance had subsisted between Philip and Artaxerxes, and that when Arses, the son of Artaxerxes, ascended to the throne, Philip was the first to practice injustice towards him, though he had suffered no injury from the Persians. Alexander also, from the time when Darius began to reign over the Persians, had not sent any one to confirm the friendship and alliance which had so long existed, but had crossed over into Asia with his army and inflicted much injury upon the Persians. For this reason, he had come down in person to defend his country and preserve the empire of his fathers. As to the battle, it had been decided, as seemed good to some of the gods. And now he, a king, begged his captured wife, mother, and children from a king, and he wished to form a friendship with him and become his ally. For this purpose he requested Alexander to send men to him with Meniscus and Arsimas, the messengers who came from the Persians, to receive pledges of fidelity from him, and to give them on behalf of Alexander. To this Alexander wrote a reply, and sent Thersippus with men who had come from Darius, with instructions to give the letter to Darius, but not to converse anything. Alexander's letter ran thus: Your ancestors came into Macedonia and the rest of Greece and treated us ill, without any previous injury from us. I, having been appointed commander-in-chief of the Greeks, and wishing to take revenge on the Persians, crossed into Asia, hostilities being begun by you. For you sent aid to the Perinthians, who were dealing unjustly with my father, and Ochus sent forces into Thrace, which was under our rule. My father was killed by conspirators whom you instigated, as you of yourself have boasted to all in your letters, and after slaying Arses as well as Bagoas, and unjustly seizing the throne contrary to the law of the Persians, and ruling your subjects unjustly, you sent unfriendly letters about me to the Greeks, urging them to wage war with me. You have also dispatched money to the Lacedaemonians and other certain Greeks, but none of the states received it, except the Lacedaemonians. As your agents destroyed my friends, who were striving to dissolve the league which I had formed among the Greeks, I took the field against you, because you were party who commenced this hostility. Since I have vanquished your generals and viceroys in previous battle, and now yourself and your forces in like manner, I am, by the gift of the gods, in possession of your land. As many of the men who fought in your army were not killed in battle, but fled to me for refuge, I am protecting, and they are with me, not against their own will, but they are serving in my army as volunteers. Come to me, therefore, since I am the lord of all Asia, but if you are afraid you may suffer any harsh treatment from me in case you do come to me, send some of your friends to receive pledges of safety from me. Come to me then, and ask for your mother, wife, children, and anything else you wish, for whatever you ask, you will receive, and nothing shall be denied you. But for the future, whenever you send to me as the king of Asia, and do not address me to whom your wishes as to an equal. But if you are in need of anything, speak to me as the man who is the lord of all your territories. If you act otherwise, I shall deliberate concerning you as an evildoer. And if you dispute my right to the kingdom, stay and fight another battle for it, but do not run away. For wherever you may be, I intend to march against you. This is the letter which he sent to Darius. Nerva, born in AD 30, ascended to the throne of Rome in AD 96, following the assassination of the autocratic Emperor Domitian, and ushering in a pivotal era of stabilization and reform. As the first of the esteemed 5 good emperors, Nerva sought to restore balance and restore the Senate's influence after years of oppressive rule. His reign, lasting only from AD 96 to 98, was marked by significant financial and social reforms, mainly aimed at alleviating poverty, reducing excessive taxation, and promoting a fairer style of governance. His compassionate policies not only quelled civil unrest, but it also fostered a more inclusive and benevolent administration. Recognizing the importance of a stable succession, he adopted Trajan as his heir, establishing the precedent of adoptive succession that would later ensure the continued prosperity and expansion of the Roman Empire. And although his time as emperor was admittedly short-lived, his dedication to justice and strategic reforms laid the foundation for the flourishing of Rome under his successors, and that cements his legacy as a key architect in the restoration and enduring strength of the empire. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Well, it's good to see you again. Today we're talking all about Nerva, the first of the 5 good emperors. You're about to find out just how good he was. So, as always, best way to support the channel is just to enjoy it, just relax and learn something. But if you want to do me a solid, you can always leave a comment, like and subscribe. That really helps in the algorithm. Now with that being said, let's all get nice and relaxed and let's talk about the life of Nerva. So where do we start? Well, we start in Rome, and we go about 50 kilometers north, where we find ourselves in the village of Narni. And in this village, it is indeed where Marcus Cocceius Nerva was born. Now, he was the son of Sergia Plautilla and Marcus Cocceius Nerva, same name as his father, who served as a suffect consul during Emperor Caligula's reign and lived to tell the tale. Now, we don't know the exact year of his birth. We know the date. That would have been November 8th, but some people say it's somewhere between the year 30 and 35. So we tend to be a little bit conservative and just say 30. Any arguments can be addressed in the comments, I'm sure. Nerva also had a sister, Coccea, who married Lucius Salvius Otho Titianus, who was the brother of Emperor Otho. Nerva's family did not belong to the patrician Julio-Claudian class of earlier times, but they were part of the newer Italian nobility and plebeian, similar to Vespasian, the founder of the Flavian dynasty. Nevertheless, the Coccei were among the most prestigious political families of the late Republic and early Empire, with members serving as consuls across multiple generations. Plenty of time to secure friends in high places. It's all going to come in handy later on, for sure. Now, on his father's side, Nerva's direct ancestors, who were each named Marcus Cocceius Nerva, were closely connected to the imperial circles from the time of Emperor Augustus. So we're talking 27 BC to AD 14. That was his reign. So we're going back a few generations. His great-grandfather served as both governor of Asia and also the consul in 36 BC, albeit he did abdicate the consulship the same year. His grandfather was a close friend of Emperor Tiberius, who reigned from 14 to 37, and he held the suffect consulship either in 21 or 22 AD, and accompanied Tiberius into his voluntary seclusion on Capri until his death in 33. Of course, then came Emperor Caligula, and under his rule, Nerva's father also became a consul. Through Rubelia Bassa, Tiberius's great-granddaughter, who married Gaius Octavius Laenus, Sergia Plautilla's brother, the Coccei maintained connections with the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Of course, little is known about Nerva's very early life and career, though it does seem that he did not follow the conventional path of military or administrative officialdom. Instead, like his ancestors, he excelled as a diplomat and a strategist, moving within the imperial circles, networking always. Nerva came into prominence during Emperor Nero's reign, particularly for his role in uncovering the Pisonian conspiracy of 65, although his exact contributions do remain a little unclear. Evidently they were substantial enough to earn him rewards comparable to those given to Tigellinus, Nero's Praetorian prefect. In recognition of his service, Nero received the right to have his statues put up throughout the palace, and was awarded triumphal honors. And of course, these were typically reserved for military achievements. But putting down a conspiracy, well, that is a triumph of its own, especially when the emperor knows you've saved his life. You may hear Nerva also been hailed as the Tibullus of our time, That's by Nero. This was in reference to his literary skills. And, well, perhaps you don't know the name Tibullus. It's in reference to the old poet Albius Tibullus, quite popular in his own time. This was around the time of Mark Antony, who actually confiscated much of his wealth, but, well, we don't hold grudges. His works, unfortunately, did not stand the test of time. Never heard of him. Not many people have. I suppose he went out of fashion. Now, Vespasian, an elderly and well-respected general who had celebrated military victories in the 40s, was another notable member of Nero's entourage. During his tenure as an imperial advisor, Nero seems to have become friends with Vespasian, who may have actually asked him to look after Vespasian's youngest son, Domitian, when Vespasian left to fight the Jewish war over in Judea-Palestine in 67. The Julio-Claudian dynasty ended when Nero took his own life on the 9th of June, 68 AD. Of course, this ushered in the turbulent year of the four emperors, during which Galba, Otho, and Vitellius rose and fell in succession, until finally Vespasian took the throne on the 21st of December, 69. Even though Otho was Nerva's brother-in-law, he seems to have been one of the first and most ardent supporters of the Flavians, though almost nothing is known about his whereabouts in 69 AD. Perhaps he was keeping a low profile. Smart move. Early in the reign of Vespasian, 71 AD, Nerva received a consulship as payment for unspecified services. He was one of the few non-Flavians to receive this kind of honor under Vespasian, which was noteworthy, because not only he assumed this position early in the new government, but also because it was an ordinary consulship, rather than a less prestigious suffect consulship. Nerva once more vanishes from the annals of history after 71, most likely continuing his career as a discreet advisor to Vespasian and his sons Titus and Domitian. He later on reappears in 89 during Saturninus's uprising, with the help of a Chatti tribe. Lucius Antonius Saturninus, the governor of Germania Superior, and his 2 legions at Mainz rose up in rebellion against the empire on January 1st, 89, with the help of Titus Flavius Norbanus, the procurator of Raetia. Lappius Maximus, the governor of Germania Inferior, immediately moved into the area. The rebellion was put down in no less than 24 days, and its leaders from Mainz were put to death, quite brutally. Better luck next time, kid. Those who had helped defeat them were, of course, duly rewarded, and the rebellious legions, they were sent to the front of Illyricum, not the most glamorous posting. Nerva and Domitian shared the consulship at the beginning of the year after the uprising. Once more, the honor implied that Nerva had contributed to the conspiracy's discovery, possibly in a manner akin to that of the Pisonian plot under Nero. As an alternative, Domitian might have chosen Nerva as his co-worker to highlight the regime's stability and status quo. Either way, the empire could finally resume its normal order now that that terrible uprising had been put down. Back to business as usual. As for Domitian, he was assassinated September 18th, 96, as part of a palace plot orchestrated by court officials. He was never really that popular. Marcus Cocceius Nerva was then crowned emperor by the Senate on the very same day,
according to the Ostian calendar, or Fasti Ostiensis. For the first time, instead of merely formally approving a decision made by the army, the Praetorian Guard, or a former emperor in his testament, the Roman Senate, actually selected a new emperor. Even with his background in politics, this was an impressive decision, since Nerva was elderly, childless, and had largely avoided the spotlight. Both ancient and contemporary writers have conjectured that he was involved in Domitian's murder, even though his likely innocence would have made him acceptable to the Domitianic faction. Cassius Dio, our main biographer, claims that Nerva was at least aware of the plot, because the conspirators had approached him as a possible successor even before the assassination took place. In contrast, Suetonius makes pretty much no mention of Nerva. However, it is possible that he left out his part out of tact. Suetonius would have been less tactful to imply that the dynasty owed its succession to murder, given that his writings were published under Nerva's direct descendants, Trajan and Hadrian. You don't want to make them look bad. Well, however, Nerva did not enjoy broad support within the empire, and his reputation as a Flavian loyalist would have made him unappealing to the conspirators. Modern historians believe Nerva was crowned emperor just on the Senate's initiative alone, and just hours after the assassination news broke. Well, we don't quite know the exact facts. Putting things down to years, months, and days is hard enough, but hours, it's kind of impossible. Nerva was, however, seemingly regarded as a safe choice, because he was elderly and childless, even though his age and poor health made him seem an unlikely candidate. In addition, he enjoyed the respect of a sizable portion of the Senate, and had strong ties to the Flavian dynasty. Nerva had witnessed the chaos that followed Nero's death, and was aware that even a brief delay could spark another civil war, not something that anybody wanted. Thus, he accepted the invitation, rather than turn it down and risk the revolts that come afterwards. Nerva and the Senate don't really seem to have been part of the plot against Domitian, however, but the decision may have been hurried simply to prevent those civil wars. The Senate imposed damnatio memoriae on Domitian after Nerva became emperor. That mainly means destroying the statues, demolishing his arches, removing his name from public records. Think of these words, damnatio, damnation, and memoriae, memory. So we damn his memory. Numerous portraits of Domitian that already existed, like those on the Cancelleria reliefs, were merely recarved to resemble Nerva, a slight makeover in the marble. This made it possible to recycle the old content and create new images quickly. So it didn't take too long for them to damn his memory to not even the pages of history, more the dustbin of history. Furthermore, Nerva himself moved into the old villa that was owned by Vespasian in the gardens of Sallust, and the enormous palace Domitian had built on the Palatine Hill, known as the Flavian Palace, was renamed the House of the People. I'm sure the people liked that. As for the senators, who had suffered under the severe persecutions of Domitian, they were especially happy about the change of government, particularly now since they had a quite heightened chance of living. Nerva made a public vow that no senators would be executed while he was in office, as an instant show of goodwill to his supporters, treason trials were abolished. Prisoners imprisoned on these charges were immediately freed, and all of the exiles that were kicked out in the previous reign of the unpopular Domitian were sent letters and told that they could come back. All of their belongings that were seized were given back to their owners immediately. Nerva also attempted, but failed, to include the Senate in his administration. He still relied heavily on the well-known and reliable friends and advisors, of course, and by keeping cordial ties with the Senate's pro-Domitianic faction, he incited animosity that might have been the catalyst for at least one plot against his life. According to Suetonius, Nerva had to implement a number of policies in order to win over the Roman populace, as many of them were conflicted about Domitian's passing. I imagine it's not so much out of mourning, but more so out of what comes next. After a while, observable patterns, the rhymes of history, you would assume that a new psycho is just around the corner. A change of emperor was expected to bring a generous payment of gifts and money to the army and the people, of course, as was customary at this time. Had to keep the army on your side, that's for sure. And as a result, citizens were given a 75 denarii sum per head, while the Praetorian Guard soldiers were given a sum that could have totaled up to 5,000 denarii per person. Of course, the Praetorian Guard are somewhat notorious for pushing elections forward, that's to say for sure. They killed more than a few emperors. You want to keep them on your side. The path of least resistance is filling their pockets. Following this, a series of economic reforms were implemented, with the goal of reducing the tax burden on the poorest of Roman citizens. Nerva distributed land, worth about 60 million sesterces, to the poorest. In order to help the children of low-income families, he also granted Italian landowners loans, with the condition that they pay 5% interest to their municipality. These alimenta schemes were later extended by Trajan, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius. He also exempted parents and their children from a 5% inheritance tax. In addition, many Roman provinces received new privileges and different tax structures that would benefit them. It was a good time. For most. Well, the fiscus iudiacus, an extra tax that all Jews in the empire were required to pay, was abolished. I'm sure they were very surprised about that. Some of his coins have an inscription which means abolition of the malicious prosecution regarding the Jewish tax. Coins indicate that he honored Neptune by adding new games to the circus too, and everybody can agree on that point. More entertainment. And that never goes astray. Other coins contrasted his rule with Domitian's by referring to imperial ideals like equity, justice, and liberty, all the good ones. But there was a problem. I'm sure with all these tax breaks and benefits, you can see what's coming. Nerva's expenditures soon put a strain on the Roman economy, and while it may not have been as disastrous as some had initially claimed, it was still necessary to establish a special commission of economy to drastically cut spending. The most unnecessary religious sacrifices, games, and horse races were eventually eliminated, and the old assets of Domitian, ships, estates, and even furniture, was sold off to raise money. Nerva prohibited that similar images be created in Domitian's honor, and large sums of money were extracted from his gold and silver statues. Nerva's public works were limited, unfortunately, because his reign was so brief. Instead, he completed projects that had been started during Flavian rule. This included extending the aqueducts and making significant repairs to the Roman road network. The former consul, Sextus Julius Frontinus, oversaw the latter program, helped to stop abuses, and subsequently wrote a major work on Rome's water supply. The Horia Nervae, a granary, and Domitian's Forum of Nerva, which connect the Forum of Augustus to the Temple of Peace, were the only significant structures built under Nerva. Due in part to the Via dei Fori Imperiali cutting through it, not much of it is left in our modern day. I'm sure it was lovely at the time, though. The army which had demanded Domitian's deification right after his assassination continued to support him, despite Nerva's efforts to maintain his popularity with the Senate and Roman populace. Nerva had fired their prefect, Titus Petronius Secundus, one of the main conspirators against Domitian, in an effort to placate the Praetorian Guard soldiers. Casperius Aelianus, a former commander, had taken his place. Similarly, it was anticipated that the troops' liberal donativum after his accession would quickly put an end to any demonstrations against the bloody regime change. Nerva rejected the Praetorians' demand that the Domitian's killers be put to death, because they believed these steps were, insufficient. The worst crisis of Nerva's reign would eventually result from ongoing discontent from this decision. After a little while, of course, Nerva's position as an emperor proved to be more than a little precarious, and his benevolent disposition transformed into a reluctance to assert his authority, even though the quick transfer of power after Domitian's death had avoided immediate conflicts and civil wars. He had stopped treason trials when he took office, but he also permitted the Senate to continue prosecuting informers. Due to the chaos caused by everyone acting in their own best interests, as of course they would, and attempting to make amends with personal rivals, the consul, Fronto, famously said that Domitian's tyranny was ultimately better than Nerva's anarchy. A plot headed by Senator Gaius Calpurnius Piso Crassus Frugi Licinianus failed in early 97, but Nerva, being too much of a nice guy, refused to execute the conspirators. The Senate were not pleased with this. Perhaps he was a little bit out of his depth. When you're an emperor, you need to know how to play both sides of the coin. The lack of a clear successor made matters even worse, and Nerva's advanced age and creeping illness made them even more urgent. He only had distant relatives, you see, and as far as children, he had none of his own, making him unfit for public office. It would be necessary to select a successor from among the generals or governors of the empire, and by the year 97, Nerva seems to have been thinking about adopting Marcus Cornelius Nigrinus Curiatus Maternus, who was a strong governor with a good reputation in the province of Syria. Those who backed the more well-liked military leader, Trajan, a general of the armies at the German frontier, were in secret opposition.
when the Praetorian Guard, under the command of Casperius Aelianus, besieged the imperial palace and captured Nerva in October of 97, these tensions were well and truly at their breaking point. He didn't have much of a choice. He had to give in to their pressure, agreeing to turn over Domitian's killers, and even thanking the dissident Praetorians in a speech. Well, I suppose it all goes in with his personality. Too nice. They hunted down and killed Domitian's former chamberlain, that being Parthenius, and Titus Petronius Secundus. He got the same fate. Although Nerva escaped this whole attack unscathed, his authority was irreparably damaged, and at this point no one was really taking him seriously anymore. No gravitas, as they say. Later, Trajan sent out the commanders who had given the order for the guard to besiege Nerva at his house. Nerva understood that without the backing of an heir who was supported by an army and the populace, his position as emperor could effectively no longer be maintained. Essentially, he abdicated after announcing shortly after that Trajan had been adopted as his successor. In 98, Trajan was officially given the title of Caesar and shared the consulship with Nerva. We have a section from Cassius Dio dealing with this. It goes like this. Thus Trajan became Caesar and later emperor, although there were relatives of Nerva living, but Nerva did not esteem family relationships above the safety of the Senate, nor was he less inclined to adopt Trajan because the latter was a Spaniard instead of an Italian or Italot, inasmuch as no foreigner had previously held Roman sovereignty, for he believed in looking at a man's ability rather than his nationality. Well, how very progressive of him. However, Nerva actually, in reality, had very limited options for who he could choose as his successor, in contrast to the viewpoint here that is popularized by Cassius Dio. He was in dire need of one who could repair his damaged reputation in the face of this serious crisis. Trajan was the only one with the necessary military background, connections, and consular heritage. Scholars also dispute Dio's assertion that Trajan was not of Italian ancestry, since Trajan's ancestry is known to have originated in Umbria, and that is the same region where Nerva was born. So if Trajan is all of a sudden a foreigner, so is Nerva by that same reckoning. But some contemporary historians do not agree with Edward Gibbon's well-known claim. That is the author of Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, if you're not aware. A very long and complex text. Where am I? That's right. Some contemporary historians do not agree with Gibbon's well-known claim that Nerva thereby created a tradition of succession through adoption among the 5 good emperors. There's certainly arguments to be made. When doing a private audience on the 1st of January 98, the first day of his 4th consulship, Nerva suffered from a stroke. He contracted a fever shortly after, and on January 27th, at his villa in the gardens of Sallust, he passed away. His ashes were interred in the mausoleum of Augustus after he was deified by the Senate. Trajan, Nerva's now adopted son, succeeded him without any incident and was warmly welcomed by the Roman populace. Pliny the Younger claims that Trajan built a temple in the honor of Nerva, but we're yet to find anything conclusive of that. Additionally, a commemorative coin series for the deified Nerva wasn't released until 10 years after Trajan's passing. I'm sure the collectors were waiting for that one. However, Cassius Dio claims that Casperius Aelianus, the guard prefect who led a mutiny against Nerva, was fired immediately when Trajan took power. He was lucky he wasn't executed or exiled. Much of Nerva's life has remained unknown to us, because there simply aren't many written sources about this time period. Writing later on, the 3rd century historian Cassius Dio wrote the most comprehensive surviving account of Nerva's reign, and we're quite lucky to have that. But it is written more than a century after Nerva's death. His Roman history covers almost 1,000 years, from Aeneas's arrival in Italy to the year 229 itself when it was written. An excerpt biography from the Epitome de Caesaribus, a work credited to the historian Aurelius Victor in the 4th century, gives us a little more information. And then we have the histories, written by Tacitus, a more thorough work. It's thought to provide a more detailed account of Nerva's life. Rome's history is chronicled in the Histories work, which spans 3 decades, from Emperor Nero's death in 69 AD to Domitian's passing in 96. Only the first 5 books, which cover the year of the 4 emperors, remain significant, though as a significant portion of the work has been lost. However, Tacitus portrays Nerva as the dawn of a most happy age, when Nerva blended things once irreconcilable, serenity and freedom. In the preface to his biography of Gnaeus Julius Agricola, he tends to be quite positive towards Nerva. None of these surviving histories, however, provide a thorough analysis of Nerva's policies, but they all speak quite favorably of his brief rule. Cassius Dio and Aurelius Victor both highlight his discernment and restraint, with Dio praising his choice to take Trajan as his heir. And then we have Edward Gibbon, of course, the historian from the 18th century, who popularized these ideas in his book History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. From 96 to 180, the Roman Empire was governed by absolute power under the guidance of wisdom and virtue, according to Edward Gibbon, of course. Under the leadership of these 5 successive rulers, Gibbon regarded Nerva as the first of the 5 good emperors. But even Gibbon acknowledges, however, that Nerva might not have had the credentials needed for a successful reign, at least in comparison to his successors. You see, he had barely embraced the purple from Domitian's killers when he realized that his advanced age could not stop the wave of public unrest that had grown during his predecessor's protracted tyranny. The good respected his mild disposition, but the degenerate Romans needed someone with more vigor, whose justice should frighten the guilty. And he's got a damn good point. Especially in these times, we have a lot of angry people, regardless of how good the emperor is. If it's somebody who can be walked all over and simply lets people who are plotting to kill him go scot-free, well, you can get away with anything, can't you? And that is not good for the stability of a society. It seems that he was also not a very good speaker, and that he did his best in small groups where his generally composed approach to issues may have impressed others. Today, however, it is well known that the outcome is usually quite terrible when the super committee man takes on a significant administrative task. Although writers of the near-contemporary period were careful about their words, Nerva's administration was comparatively incompetent. Nevertheless, Rome was spared disaster, at least for now. Therefore, when we really boil it down and see what's left, we can look at his role in the history of Rome and sum it up as a turbulent but a necessary stopgap before the Trajanic Antonine dynasties. The Forum of Nerva, the only significant public construction finished during his rule, was eventually dubbed the Forum Transitorium, or the Transitional Forum. And so before we go, we will pay our great respects to one of my favorites, Cassius Dio, along with Suetonius. I think I'm a little bit more partial to Suetonius, but I do like Cassius Dio as well. He's got a few spicy takes. So we will read from Cassius Dio about the life of Nerva, just a little bit about his reign. After Domitian, the Romans appointed Nerva Cocceius emperor. Because of the hatred felt for Domitian, his images, many of which were silver and gold, were melted down, and from this source large amounts of money were obtained. The arches, too, of which a very great number were being erected to this one man, were torn down. Nerva also released all who were on trial for maestas and restored the exiles. Moreover, he put to death all the slaves and freed men who had conspired against their masters, and allowed that class of persons to lodge no complaint whatever against their masters, and no persons were permitted to accuse anybody of maestas or adopting the Jewish mode of life. Many of those who had been informed were condemned to death, among others Cyrus the philosopher. When now no little commotion was occasioned by the fact that everybody was accusing everybody else, Fronto, the consul, is said to have remarked that it was bad to have an emperor under whom nobody was permitted to do anything, but worse to have one under whom everybody was permitted to do everything. And Nerva, upon hearing this, ordered that this condition of affairs should cease for the future. Now Nerva was so old and so feeble in health, he always, for instance, had to vomit up his food, that he was rather weak. He also forbade the making of gold and silver statues in his honor. To those who had been deprived of their property without cause under Domitian, he gave back all that was still to be found in the imperial treasury. To the very poor Romans, he granted allotments of land worth 60 million sesterces, putting some senators in charge of their purchase and distribution. When he ran short on funds, he sold much wearing apparel and many vessels of silver and gold, besides furniture, both his own and that which belonged to the imperial residence, and many estates and houses, in fact everything except what was indispensable. He did not, however, haggle over the price, but in this very manner benefited many persons. He abolished many sacrifices, horse races, and some other spectacles in an attempt to reduce expenditures as far as possible. In the Senate, he took oath that he would not slay any of the senators, and he kept his pledge, in spite of plots against himself. However, he did nothing without the advice of the foremost men. Among his various laws were those prohibiting the castration of any man, and the marriage by any man of his own niece. When consul, he did not hesitate to take as his colleague Virginius Rufus, though this man had often been saluted as emperor. After Rufus's death, an inscription was placed upon his tomb to the effect that, after conquering Vindex, he had claimed the power, not for himself, but for his country. Nerva ruled so well that he once remarked, "I have done nothing that would prevent my laying down the imperial office and returning to private life in safety." When Calpurnius Crassus, a descendant of the famous Crassi, had formed a plot with some others against him, he called them to sit beside him at a spectacle. They were still ignorant of the fact they had been informed upon, and gave them swords, ostensibly to inspect and see if they were sharp, as this was often done, but really in order to show that he did not care, even if he died then and there. Calpurnius Aelianus, who had become commander of the Praetorians under him, as he had been under Domitian, incited the soldiers to mutiny against him. After having induced them to demand certain persons for execution, Nerva resisted them stoutly, even to the point of baring his collarbone and presenting to them his throat. But he accomplished nothing, and those whom Aelianus wished were put out of the way. Nerva, therefore, finding himself held in such contempt by reason of his old age, ascended to the Capitol, and said in a loud voice, "May good success attend the Roman Senate and people and myself. I hereby adopt Marcus Ulpius Nerva Trajan." Trajan, born in AD 53 in modern-day Spain, ascended to the Roman throne in AD 98, and is celebrated as one of Rome's most illustrious emperors. Renowned for expanding the empire to its greatest height, Trajan's successful conquest of Dacia secured immense wealth and vital resources, solidifying Rome's dominance in Europe. Beyond his military achievements, he spearheaded monumental public works, including Trajan's Forum, Market, and of course, Trajan's Column. A visionary leader who extended his ideas to social welfare through the Alimenta program, which provided state support to impoverished children, demonstrating his dedication to the well-being of the people. Under his rule, the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, reached its peak, ushering an era of unparalleled prosperity and stability. His exceptional blend of military prowess and benevolent governance not only expanded the boundaries of Rome, but left a legacy of innovation and effective leadership, and all this makes him a model ruler whose impact resonates even to our modern day. And here we are to talk all about him. Welcome to the channel to any newcomers. Hope you enjoyed that little introduction. Of course, we're talking about Trajan today, back to Roman times, as I finish off a few of the Roman emperors that I had not covered yet. So here we are. As always, the best way to support the channel is just enjoying it, and I certainly hope you do. But do me a solid and click the like and subscribe button, leave a little comment. Certainly tells YouTube that give a little boost in the algorithm. You know what it's like. Now, with all that said, I invite you to relax, and we can learn everything that you need to know about Trajan. Of course, our story starts in the Municipium of Italica, which is now the municipal area of Santa Ponte on the outskirts of Seville. Back in those days, it was a Roman colony, founded in 206 BC by none other than Scipio Africanus. And this is where, on September the 18th, AD 53, Marcus Ulpius Traianus was born in this Roman province of those days of Hispania Baetica, which is now Andalusia in modern Spain. It was a tiny town when Trajan was born, a very small area under its direct control, and no theatre, no amphitheatre, not even a bath. Not very Roman. At least, that didn't feel that way. And since Trajan's birth year cannot be ultimately confirmed, it might have been AD 56. But, for argument's sake, we will just go with AD 53. Trajan is described as an Iberian. This is referring to the Iberian Peninsula, and neither an Italian or even an Italite in the best-known version of Cassius Dio's Roman history. Now, Cassius Dio is writing sometime after the events, but he does provide a pretty good biography, albeit with a few personal twists of his own that may have been politically motivated. However, other ancient sources contradict this claim that Cassius Dio has made, and contemporary scholars who have reconstructed Trajan's Italic ancestry have rejected it. According to Appian, Trajan's hometown of Italica was named for and populated by Italic veterans who fought under Scipio Africanus in Spain. In the centuries that followed, of course, we have lots of newcomers who came from Italy to settle down there more permanently. The Ulpi and the Traii were two of the Italic settlers who either joined the original colonists or came as late as the end of the 1st century BC. Trajan's description of them as Ulpius Trajanus ex urbe Tardatina in the Epitome de Cyrus states that their original hometown was the town of Tudor or Todi in the Umbria region of central Italy. And you can't get more Italian than that. Of course, linguistic analysis of the family names Ulpius and Traius demonstrates that both are of Osco-Umbrian heritage, and archaeological evidence places both the Ulpi and Traii in Umbria generally and the Tudor specifically. I don't think there's much of an argument against him being Italian. He was as much of a Roman as anybody else. Of course, when you have people who don't want him to succeed to the leadership, they'll find anything to throw against him, won't they? Whether Trajan's ancestors were Roman citizens when they arrived in Spain, that is unfortunately not something that we know. And if they were, they may have come after the Social War, that is from 91 to 87 BC, when Tudor was a municipium of Roman citizens, and if they did, well, that would have made them undoubtedly Roman citizens. They might have intermarried, of course, with native Iberians in Spain, in which case their citizenship would have been revoked. Once again, we just don't have the paperwork. Well, moving on from that, it is important, though, to think about where Trajan came from, because when it comes to succession, it is important. But let's talk about his family for a while. You see, the Ulpi line persisted long after Trajan's passing. Ulpia Marciana was his older sister, and Salonia Matidia was his niece. Although very little is known about Trajan's early years, it is believed that he spent his first months or years in Italica before relocating to Rome. He would have been most likely returned to Italica temporarily with his father during Trajanus's governorship of Baetica. It was around 64 to 65, and at this time he would have been around the age of 8 or 9 years old if we are following the convention of his birth date quoted earlier in the video as AD 53. The Ulpi had to form local alliances in the Baetica with the Ani and Ucubi, and possibly the Dasumi from Corduba, the Tarconens and the Narbonese primarily through Trajan's wife Pompeia Plotina, due to lack of strong local power base brought about by the size of the town from which they originated. Many of these alliances were formed in Rome, however, rather than in Spain itself. The Domus Traiana, the family's residence in Rome, was situated on the Aventine Hill. Remains of the family's expansive suburban villa were also discovered during excavations beneath the Piazza del Tempio di Diana, and there was evidence of rather elaborately furnished rooms, so certainly doing quite well for themselves. Rising through the ranks of the Roman army as a young man, Trajan served in some of the most dangerous and disputed areas along the empire's frontier. In 76 to 77, Trajan remained tribunus legionis, while his father served as governor of Syria. He appears to have been moved to an undisclosed Rhine province after his father's replacement, and Pliny, another writer from the time, suggests that he served on active combat duty during both commissions. And, well, if you know anything about the Rhine back in those times, active combat duty there is certainly very active. The Germans were not very happy with the Romans crossing the Rhine, that's for sure. Trajan's cousin Aelius Afer passed away around the age of 86, leaving his young children Paulina and Hadrian as orphans. The two children were placed under the joint guardianship of Trajan and Publius Acilius Attianus, his colleague. In the year 91, when Trajan was in his late 30s rather, he was appointed ordinary consul. Given that his father had recently been made a patrician, held its consular rank, and played a pretty big role in the rise of the ruling Flavian dynasty, this early appointment might have been a reflection of prominence of his father's career. Once more, friends in high places. It helps when your dad can give you a job, doesn't it? During this period, Trajan also got married, congratulations, to Pompeia Plotina, a noble woman from the Roman settlement at Nîmes, and brought Apollodorus, an architect and engineer from Damascus, to Rome. The marriage, however, didn't really go well. It eventually ended, and without any children to show for it. With the exception of his support for Domitian during a coup attempt led by Lucius Antonius Saturninus, the governor of Germania Superior, in 89 while serving as legate of the Legio VII Gemina in Hispania Tarraconensis, little is known about Trajan's early military career. We're unfortunately left to piece it together from a few fragments. After the uprising was put down, Trajan most likely stayed behind to interact with the Chatti, who had sided with Saturninus, before sending the 7th Gemina Legion back to Legio in Hispania Tarraconensis. He and Achilles Glabrio shared a consulate in 91, which was unusual, because neither consul belonged to the governing dynasty. He served as governor of Germania Superior, or Pannonia, or perhaps both, under an unidentified consular commission. Pliny, who appears to have purposely avoided providing information that would highlight the close bond between Trajan and the tyrant Domitian, gives him credit for a number of unspecified military endeavors at the time. So let's talk about Nerva, that was Domitian's successor. He was disliked by the army, and had been made to carry out Domitian's murders by his Praetorian prefect Casperius Aelianus. Nerva needed the army's help to stay in power. Of course, you can't be in power without the army at your back. In the summer of 97, he achieved this by designating Trajan as his adopted son and heir, attributing this solely to Trajan's exceptional military abilities, which apparently nobody bothered to write too much about. However, there are indications in modern literary sources that Nerva was rather forced to adopt Trajan. Pliny hinted at this when he stated that it was how Trajan came to power. Even though an emperor could not be forced to do anything, but it was somehow worth it. The Historia Augusta states that Trajan was informed of his adoption by the future Emperor Hadrian, and yes, that is indeed the one who built Hadrian's wall. In fact, Hadrian became privy to the network of friends and associates Trajan surrounded himself with, because Trajan kept him on the Rhine frontier as a military tribune. Among these was Lucius Licinius Sura, a Spanish-born Roman senator, and the governor of Germania Inferior, who became an official advisor to the emperor and personal friend of Trajan. Due to his considerable influence, Sura was chosen to serve a third term as consul in 107. The historian Tacitus, who recognized Sura's military prowess and oratory skills, but contrasted his rapaciousness and cunning tactics with those of Vespasian's eminence Licinius Mucianus, may have been among the senators who resented Sura's actions as a kingmaker and eminence gris. And thus, in 108, Sura reportedly told Hadrian that he had been selected to be Trajan's heir apparent. During the rule of Nerva, Trajan was appointed governor of Upper Germany, also called Germania Superior for using the Latin naming conventions, earning the remarkable title of Germanicus, not for really his military skills, but more his administration and clever control of the unstable frontier province. Following the death of Nerva, on January 28, 98 AD, Trajan assumed the throne, within hours apparently, and without any notable problems. He may have been uncertain of his place in Rome with the armies at the front, as evidenced by his decision to take a long tour of the inspection on the Rhine and Danube frontiers, rather than immediately rush towards Rome to take on his new role. Alternatively, Trajan's military skill recognized the value of fortifying the empire's borders. His plans for future conquests called the careful augmentation of defenses, transportation, and surveillance systems along the Danube. Trajan ordered his prefect Aelianus to accompany him to Germany before his frontier tours, but he was reportedly executed right away, and Attius Sabranus took over his now vacant position. Therefore, Trajan's accession might have been considered more of a successful coup than a peaceful succession. But I suppose it depends who you ask. Trajan gave a direct gift of money to the plebs upon his arrival in Rome, which I'm sure they all appreciated. However, the customary donation to the troops was cut in half. The problem of these tense relations between the Senate and the Emperor persisted, particularly in the line of the alleged bloodlines of Domitian's reign and his interactions with the Curia. Trajan was able to begin forming a consensus in the Senate by pretending that he was reluctant to hold on to power. During the inauguration of his third consulship, on January the 1st, year 100, Trajan encouraged the Senate to assist him in maintaining the empire. This event was later commemorated with a coin, as Pliny freely acknowledges, and I quote from Pliny's work, "Everything depends on the whims of a single man, who on behalf of the common welfare has taken upon himself all functions and all tasks." Trajan did not, in fact, share power with the Senate in any significant manner.
His decision to turn the senatorial provinces of Achaia and Bithynia into imperial ones in order to address the excessive expenditure of local magnates on public works, and in general the mishandling of affairs by various proconsuls appointed by the Senate, was perhaps one of the most important trends of his reign. More effective governance. The boring stuff, I'm afraid. However, according to Pliny, Trajan was a good emperor in terms of that. The naming convention, the 5 good emperors, these sorts of things. Well, Pliny includes him in this classification, mainly because acting alone he endorsed or attributed the same actions that the Senate would have done anyway without him. If Trajan was an autocrat in practice, his submissiveness to his peers made him a suitable candidate to be considered a good king, not to the point of being a philosopher king in the Platonian sense, but we can't all get to that point. According to the theory, Trajan exercised autocratic power by using moderatio, moderation, rather than insolence, instead of contumacia. Trajan was a good ruler in Pliny's opinion because men learn better from examples. This is in line with the ethics for autocracy that were developed by the majority of political writers of the imperial Roman age. The Roman Senate eventually gave Trajan the honorific of Optimus, which means the best. Of course, where we get our word optimal from, which is used on coins from 105 onwards, because of how well liked he was by his peers. Trajan's role as benefactor, such as returning confiscated property, was the main focus of this title. According once again to Pliny, Trajan's ideal role was more conservative. Dio viewed Trajan, that being Cassius Dio, as a supporter of the status quo, because he was a Greek-style intellectual, and notable who had friends in high places. He may have been an official friend of the emperor, too. The ideal king, according to Dio's third kingship oration, would rule by a friendship, that is, through patronage and a network of local notables to serve as go-betweens for the ruler and the emperor. Well, Trajan gained the favor of Greek intellectual elites, too. He also enjoyed cordial relations with Plutarch, who was a prominent figure in Delphi, appears to have benefited from the rulings made on behalf of his homeland by one of Trajan's delegates, who had arbitrated a boundary dispute between Delphi and the surrounding cities. Trajan was aware, nevertheless, that the Greek notables and thinkers were to be treated as instruments of local governance, and not to be permitted to dream of a position of privilege among the Senate, or in any other regard for that matter. Greek civic elites were to be treated according to their status, as supposedly free, but not on equal footing with Roman rulers. Equal, but not quite, as Pliny had stated in one of his letters at the time, in response to the city of Apamaea's complaint about Pliny's audit of its accounts, which claimed that the city was free because it was a Roman colony. Trajan wrote that he had ordered the inspection because he just wanted them to. Trajan's decision to prohibit Nicomedia from having a fire department of all things. If people assemble for a common purpose, they soon turn to a political society. That was his quote about that. And also his and Pliny's concerns about excessive civic generosity by local nobles, such as the distribution of gifts or money, to show again the concern about autonomous local political activity. Though I couldn't imagine the fire department unless they had very pressing concerns forming their own political faction. But then again, I'm not a politician, and I ignore politics.
Well, at least for the most part, as much as any human being can. The well-known general Gaius Julius Cadrius Bassus, who served as consul in 105, was grandfathered by Severus. Gaius Julius Alexander Berenicianus, a descendant of Herod the Great, was one of the other notable senators from the east. He was appointed consul in 116. In an unprecedented move, Trajan appointed at least 14 new senators from the Greek-speaking half of the empire. Of course, this raises doubts about both the Hellenism of his successor Hadrian and the traditionally Roman nature of his rule. However, many of Trajan's new eastern senators were not completely new in that sense to the Senate, because they were mostly extremely wealthy and already powerful men, and that comes with a wide range of connections through marriage and more than just local influence. Long after Trajan's rule, the majority of the Greek intellectuals and notables in the lower echelons of the eastern provinces propertied continued to feel alienated from Roman rule, and the majority of them viewed Romans as basically foreigners. The Athenian Gaius Julius Antiochus Epiphanes Philopappos, sorry for the long-winded name, a member of the royal house of Commagene and of Trajan's senatorial creations from the east, left behind him a funeral monument on the Mosean hill that the writer Pausanias later derisively referred to as a monument built to a Syrian man. Now those are fighting words, aren't they? Rome's two wars against Dacia, a region that had plagued Roman politics for more than 10 years due to the precarious peace negotiated by Domitian's ministers with the strong Dacian king Decebalus, were the first of Trajan's conquests. And if you want to make a name for yourself, conquest is the best way to do it. The first war, between 101 and 102, would see Trajan's Rome reduce Dacia to a client kingdom. The second war would see the Trans-Danube border, a group of the Dacia, actually incorporated into the empire, a full-scale annexation. Decebalus, well, he was recognized as Rex Amicus, or client king, in accordance with the terms of his previous treaty with Rome, which was made during the reign of Domitian. In return, Decebalus received a substantial stipend and a consistent flow of technical specialists from Rome. It appears that the treaty gave Roman soldiers permission to invade Marcomanni, Quadi, and Sarmatians by passing through the Dacian kingdom. However, Domitian's payment of what was perceived as tribute to a barbarian king was never forgiven by senatorial opinion. It was seen as poor taste. They meant to conquer barbarians, not pay them. Trajan had a good reason to attack the Dacian kingdom, because in contrast to the Germanic tribes, it was well organized, and it could form its own alliances, and that of course makes it a strategic threat. So, Trajan's first campaign into the Dacian kingdom began in May of 101. He crossed the Danube's northern bank and routed the Dacian army at Tape, close to the iron gates of Transylvania. But it was not a clear-cut victory. Trajan postponed further campaigning for the year in order to regroup and bolster his army, as he had suffered significant casualties in this battle. Even so, the battle was regarded as a Roman triumph, and Trajan worked to solidify his position by capturing the sister of Decebalus, as shown on the murals of Trajan's column, and he also engaged in other significant battles, forming himself quite a nice little winning streak. And so, with the help of the Sarmatian cavalry, which are quite handy in a pinch, Decebalus took the initiative the next winter and launched a counterattack downstream across the Danube, forcing Trajan to assist the soldiers in his rear guard. Following 2 battles in Moesia, at Nicopolis, and Adamsklisi, the Dacians and their allies were eventually defeated and driven out. Valiant effort nonetheless. After pushing deeper into Dacian territory, Trajan's army eventually overthrew Decebalus a year later. He was forced to give up all of his war machines, return runaways from Rome, who were then under his protection, most of them being technical experts, and give up his claim to some areas of his kingdom. After returning to Rome in triumph, Trajan was given the title Daecicus. Decebalus had regained his position as a relatively innocuous client king after the Peace of 102, but he quickly started to rearm, harbor Roman fugitives once more, and exert pressure on his neighbors in the west to join him. Decebalus stopped Trajan from viewing Dacia as a protectorate rather than outright conquest by working to create an anti-Roman bloc. Decebalus came up with a failed plan in 104 to have some Roman deserters try to kill Trajan. Good luck with that. Additionally, Decebalus captured Longinus, Trajan's legate, who later poisoned himself while in captivity rather than be taken by the Dacians. Decebalus finally launched an invasion of the Roman-occupied territory north of the Danube in year 105. On the Roman side, Trajan had raised 2 brand new legions before the campaign, which may have been stationed in the east port of the Assyrian port of Laodicea. By 105, 14 legions, up from 9 in 101 4 years prior, made up the majority of the Roman army, which was concentrated in the middle and lower Danube, exactly where they needed to be. The Danube frontier would eventually supplant the Rhine as the Roman Empire's primary military axis. And that's not just during the Dacian Wars, but for quite some time after. Between 150 and 175,000 Roman troops, including auxiliary forces, were involved in both campaigns, whereas Decebalus could get rid of up to 200,000. According to other estimates, there were about 86,000 Roman soldiers engaged in active campaigning, with sizable reserves held in nearby provinces during the Second Dacian War of Trajan. Decebalus, diminished forces and absent allies, may have had much smaller numbers, perhaps as low as 50,000. Lacking room for maneuver, the Dacians stuck to their network of fortresses, which the Romans attempted to storm in a methodical manner during a fierce campaign that appears to have mostly involved static warfare. Decebalus' stronghold in Sarmizegetusa Regia, was eventually overrun and destroyed by Romans as their hold grew stronger. Decebalus may have offered poison to his remaining men as a substitute for capture or death while attempting to escape the besieged capital with him, according to conscientious seen on Trajan's column shortly before the Regia fell. Decebalus ran away, but he took his own life after he was surrounded by Roman cavalry. The cavalryman Tiberius Claudius Maximus severed his head and carried it to Trajan, where it was later displayed on the Capitol steps in Rome. It wasn't until a Dacian noblewoman named Baecilis was taken prisoner that the location of the renowned Dacian treasures was made public. To keep the secret,
the captive workers were put to death, and Decebalus's treasures were buried beneath a river that had been temporarily rerouted. Huge quantities of silver and gold were discovered and taken away, all to bolster Rome's finances, as if they didn't need any help already. Well, in a different location, north of the hill citadel that once housed the Dacian capital, Trajan established a new city called Colonia Urbia Traiana Augusta Dacica Sarmizegetusa, which shares the same full name as the previous site of Sarmizegetusa. The capital city had the standard Romanized administrative apparatus, being decurions, aediles, etc., and was intended to be a purely civilian administrative center. There is currently, however, no proof that urban life existed in the province of the Peregrine cities. It appears to have been limited to Roman colonists, primarily veterans of the armed forces in Roman Dacia. In according to their own customs, native Dacians continued to reside in dispersed rural communities. Following the Roman conquest, the pre-existing quasi-urban Dacian settlements vanished in yet another arrangement that has no parallels in any other Roman province, unique for all the wrong reasons, I'm afraid. Upulum was the most significant of several unorganized urban settlements that grew up around military encampments in Dacia proper, but they weren't recognized as cities until long after Trajan's rule. It takes a little time for things to grow, for the word to get out. Trajan concentrated the major regional urbanization effort at the back of the pack in Moesia, where he established the new cities of Marcianopolis and Nicopolis at Istrum. The Tropaeum Traianum was also surrounded by a vicus. Following the redeployment of its legionary garrison, the garrison city of Oescus was granted Roman colonial status. Their urbanization and development were encouraged by the fact that these former Danubian outposts were now in the deep rear and had ceased to be frontier bases. A lot safer, better for trade, things like that. Dacia, however, was not entirely under permanent occupation. Lands from the Danube to the inner arch of the Carpathian Mountains, including the region of Transylvania and Oltenia, along with the Metalliferi Mountains, were absorbed into the Roman province following the post-Trajanic evacuation of lands across the lower Danube. Eventually, this territory took the shape of an excrescence, with ill-defined boundaries that stretched from the Danube northward to the Carpathians. Because the Romans thought the area was much more geographically flattened, and therefore easily to traverse than it actually was, and because they underestimated the distance from those hazily defined borders to the ocean, this may have been meant as a foundation for further expansion within Eastern Europe. One legion, the 8th Gemina, was assigned to defend the province. It was based at Apulum and served as an advanced guard that could attack the Sarmatians, residing at the borders from either east or to the west if necessary. Because the province was intended more as a sally base for future attacks, Trajan didn't really seem to be concerned about its indefensible nature. The Dacian salient served as a military and diplomatic tool for controlling the Danubian lands when Rome was strong. When Rome was weak, as it was during the crisis of the 3rd century, the province became more of a liability, and eventually it was just abandoned. This was true even in the case of the absence of additional Roman expansion.
in addition to their massive loot, which is estimated to be more than 500,000 slaves in terms of human count. Trajan's Dacian campaigns helped the empire's finances by acquiring Dacia's gold mines, which were run by imperial procurator of equestrian rank. However, commercial agriculture exploitation based on the villa model, which involved a single owner managing a sizable landed estate centrally, was at this time not well developed. As a result, the province's use of slave labor seems to have been rather primitive. Both the much latter Trajan's column in Rome, which depicts the key events of the Dacian Wars, and the 102 cenotaph in Moesia, commonly known as the Tropaeum Traiani, were built in honor of this victory. And so Trajan launched his last campaign in 113 after Parthia installed an unsuitable king on the throne of Armenia, a kingdom over which the two great empires had ruled since Nero 50 years earlier. Trajan, in Syria since early 113, consistently rejected Parthian diplomatic attempts to resolve the Armenian conflict peacefully. The fragmentary literary accounts of Trajan's Parthian war make it hard to place them in context, leading to a long-running debate about its events and goals. In terms of modern historians, they generally suggest that Trajan's war against Parthia was purely economic. Well, the majority of wars are, aren't they? You see, after annexing Arabia, he built the Via Traiana Nova, which is a road from Bostra to Aila on the Red Sea. Charax on the Persian Gulf was the only western terminus of the Indian trade route outside of Roman control, which was important to lower import prices and limit the supposed drain of precious metals caused by the deficit in Roman trade with the Far East. A contemporary Palmyrene epigraph describes Palmyrene citizens honored for holding office in Charax, proving that Charax traded with the Roman Empire. Their rulers may have controlled the Bahrain Islands, which could have extended Roman hegemony into the Persian Gulf. The Parthian king of Charax appointed Palmyrene's citizen as a satrap over the islands shortly after Trajan's death. But Trajan's campaign aimed to break up Parthia's far eastern trade through small Semitic Arab cities, and eventually put it under Roman control like everything else. Trajan had already used Syrian auxiliary units in his Dacian conquests, and their veterans and traders helped to colonize Dacia. Palmyrene units, including a unit of camels, were added to his army to support the goal of annexing Charax. Trajan may have annexed Mesopotamia after annexing Armenia to prevent the Parthians from disrupting trade from the Persian Gulf or causing trouble at the Roman frontier on the Danube, although some people reject these motives because Parthian control over the maritime Far Eastern trade route was conjectural and based on selective readings of some Chinese sources of the issue. Land trade through Parthia seems to have been unhampered by Parthian authorities and left to private enterprise. In 2nd century Mesopotamia, commercial activity was common among many peoples, both inside and outside the Roman Empire, but there seems to be no apparent imperial policy, no blanket laws for it. As with the alimenta, some scholars believe that Roman leaders trade in Far Eastern luxuries in addition to collecting toll taxes and customs was a moral one because the Roman mores frowned upon the softness of luxuries. In the absence of conclusive evidence, trade between Rome and India may have been more balanced in terms of precious metals exchanged. Pliny the Younger's uncle, Pliny the Elder, had previously described the Gangetic plains as a gold source for the Roman Empire. When, according to Cassius Dio, the campaign was driven solely by territorial annexation and prestige. Tax collecting, especially the 25% tetart on all Roman goods entering the empire, made Trajan's Parthian War an economic one in terms of territorial conquest. Emulating Alexander the Great's eastern conquest in Roman fashion was also a propaganda tool of the day. The fact that emissaries from the Kushan Empire may have attended the Dacian War commemorative ceremonies may have inspired Greco-Roman intellectuals like Plutarch, who wrote about only 70,000 Roman soldiers being needed to conquer the entirety of India, and Trajan's close associates to dream of all the lovely things, the treasures to be gained by reproducing these Macedonian eastern conquests of the old times. Trajan's association with Hercules in coins and monuments may have been another attempt to emphasize his quasi-divine status through an ambitious blueprint of conquest. The campaign was carefully planned, of course. 10 legions were concentrated in the eastern theatre. Since 111, Pliny the Younger's correspondence showed that provincial authorities in Bithynia had to organize supplies for passing troops, and local city councils and their members had to supply troops themselves. Thus, the planned campaign was expensive from the start. There was no hiding it. Everybody knew this was going to be a costly endeavor. But think of the treasure. So Trajan first marched on Armenia, deposed the Parthian-appointed king, and annexed the entire province, receiving the acknowledgement of Roman hegemony by various tribes in the Caucasus and on the eastern coast of the Black Sea. This process kept him quite busy until 114. At the same time, a Roman column led by the legate Lucius Quietus, a cavalry general who had distinguished himself during the old Dacian wars by commanding a unit from Mauritania, crossed the Araxes River from Armenia into Media Atropatene, into Mahdian territory. Quietus's campaigns may have extended the newer and more defensible Roman border east to the Caspian Sea and north to the Caucasus foothills. This new, more rational frontier required a permanent Roman presence east of the Euphrates. And so Trajan began a Mesopotamian campaign in 115, marching down to the Taurus Mountains to consolidate territory between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. He then established permanent garrisons to protect the territory. Trajan took the northern Mesopotamian cities of Nisibis and Batne and organized a province of Mesopotamia, including the kingdom of Orsoene, where King Abgar VII publicly submitted to Trajan as a Roman protect. Lucius Quietus moved his army from the Caspian Sea to the west, establishing a Roman presence in the Parthian Empire. At the start of 116, coins were announced that Armenia and Mesopotamia were now under Roman rule. A road and fortresses were built between the Kabur River and the mountains around Singara, which was now considered the new frontier. After wintering in Antioch in 115 to 116, and barely escaping a violent earthquake that killed one of the consuls, Marcus Pedo Vigilianus, Trajan once again took to the field in 116 with the goal of conquering Mesopotamia, a rather audacious one that ultimately backfired on him. The campaign was doomed from the start, mainly due to the Roman military's manpower shortages. Trajan raised no new legions before the Parthian campaign, possibly because the citizen recruits were just overexploited.
One Roman division did cross the Tigris into Adiabene, sweeping south and capturing Adenistre. A second followed the river south, capturing Babylon, and Trajan sailed down the Euphrates from the Dura Europos, where a triumphal arch was erected in his honor. After reaching the narrow strip of land between the Euphrates and Tigris, he dragged his fleet into the Tigris, capturing Seleucia and Ctesiphon. The Charax ruler, Athambelus, submitted to him after he escaped a tidal bore on the Tigris, with his fleet south of the Persian Gulf. After declaring Babylon a new province of the empire and erecting his statue on the Persian Gulf, he sent the Senate a laurel-clad letter declaring war over and lamenting that he was too old to repeat Alexander the Great's conquests. Declaring the war over, rather. This is a long video I've been reading for a while, give me a break. Well, Trajan's bid for the Persian Gulf may have coincided with Palmyrene interests, since Charax was a de facto independent kingdom with ties to Palmyra. Another possibility is that Charax's rulers allied with Trajan because they wanted to expand on Parthian Babylon. Romans also occupied the Parthian city of Susa at this time. Trajan then traveled from the Persian Gulf to Babylon to sacrifice to Alexander in his 323 BC tomb. But a revolt led by Sennacherib, a nephew of the Parthian king Osroes I, who retained quite a formidable cavalry force, possibly strengthened by Saka archers, threatened Roman positions in Mesopotamia and Armenia. Trajan partially abandoned Roman rule in Parthia to address this, sending 2 armies to northern Mesopotamia. The first, under Lucius Quietus, retook Nisibis and Edessa from the rebels, likely deposing and killing King Abragas. Quietus likely earned the honors of a senator of Praetorian rank. Second army, under Appius Maximus Santra, who was likely a Macedonian governor, was defeated, and Santra was killed. Trajan, Quietus, and Marcus Arusius Clarus, along with Tiberius Julius Alexander Julianus, defeated a Parthian army in 116, killing Santroces, possibly with the help of Parthamaspates, Osroes' son and Santruces' cousin, whom Trajan had reportedly struck up quite a friendship with. After retaking and burning Seleucia, Trajan deposed Osroes and installed Parthamaspates as a client ruler. A coin commemorated Parthia's reduction to client kingdom status, stating Rex Parthis Datus, a king is given to the Parthians. Trajan retreated north to keep what he could of his new provinces in Armenia, where he had accepted an armistice in exchange for giving part of the territory to Santruces' son Vologases and Mesopotamia. But it was around this time in early 117 that he had become ill, and he sailed back to Italy. His health deteriorated during the spring and summer of 117, which may have been acknowledged to the public exhibition of a bronze portrait bust at Ancyra's public baths. It depicts an elderly and gaunt man, though it is debatable whether this is representing Trajan. Shortly before August 11th, he arrived in Selinus, where he very quickly passed away. Dio asserts that Trajan's wife, Pompeia Plotina, ensured Hadrian's succession by concealing Trajan's death long enough for her to produce and sign a contract, a document attesting to Hadrian's adoption as son and successor, even though Trajan in person could have legitimately designated Hadrian as his successor. Then I suppose it's best that you make sure
Well, and with that, we reach the end of the life of Trajan. This is a story of a philosopher king, Marcus Aurelius, born AD 121, the highly esteemed Roman emperor, a notable Stoic philosopher, ruling from AD 161 till his death in 180. His reign signifies the conclusion of the Pax Romana, the Roman Empire's most protracted era of relative tranquility and security. He co-reigned with Lucius Verus until his death in 169, and his was a rule characterized by military engagements, notably fights with the Parthian Empire and Germanic tribes. But notwithstanding these hurdles, Marcus Aurelius is mostly recognized for his intellectual writings, especially Meditations, a compilation of personal, deep reflections and concepts on Stoic philosophy that continues to captivate us to the modern day. It remains one of the most significant philosophical texts, giving us insight into the prudent and balanced intellect of a ruler striving to comprehend his duties as both a leader and an individual. And so his reign is frequently referenced as a paradigm of exemplary governance under crisis, highlighting duty, discipline, and the significance of rational thought. Welcome to the channel. Good to see you back here if you're returning, and anyone who's new, well, it's good to meet you. As always, let's have a spirited discussion in the comments. Let me know what you think about Marcus Aurelius, Stoicism, or perhaps you want to wait until the end of the video if you can make your mind up by that time. As always, like and subscribe, and let's all get really relaxed. We're going back to the old days once again. So let's begin. Born in Rome in April of 121 AD, the great Marcus Aurelius, known by several names of course throughout his life, reflects the key stages of his upbringing and career, and we'll get to them later on. Of course, early in his life he was sometimes referred to as Marcus Annius Verus, a name that he may have adopted following his father's death and informal adoption by his grandfather. There are a few other names from his youth that include Marcus Annius Catilius Severus or Marcus Catilius Severus Annius Verus. Upon his adoption by Antoninus Pius as heir to the throne, Marcus took the new name Marcus Aelius Aurelius Verus Caesar, and after becoming emperor, he was officially known as Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Augustus. I know they're all pretty long names, but for the most part we're going to be referring to him as Marcus Aurelius unless we are in a former context which demands we use a different naming convention. So don't get confused. So, his father, Marcus Annius Verus III, came from a prominent Roman family, namely the Anni Veri, and they originally came from Ucubi in Baetica, which is kind of around modern-day Andalusia in Spain. The Anni Veri family claimed descent from the ancient Roman king Numa Pompilius and gained influence in Rome during the 1st century AD. Marcus's mother, Domitia Lucilla Minor, was a wealthy Roman noblewoman and the daughter of Calvisius Tullus. She inherited substantial wealth too, including a brickworks located on the outskirts of Rome. Pretty lucrative business, especially at that time when Rome was going through a period of urban expansion. We're going to need a lot of bricks. Well, that wasn't all. Her properties also included the Horti Domitia Calvilie, a villa on the Caelian Hill in Rome, fancy area. And so Marcus grew up in this very villa, and he seemed to have been quite enjoying growing up in these circumstances, affectionately later in his diaries referring to it as my Caelian. Now, Marcus's father died around 125 or 126, when Marcus was only 3 years old. Although he had a few memories of his father, very few though, he reflected in his meditations that he inherited his sense of modesty and manliness from him, and respected his father's reputation. Now, onto his childhood. He spent most of it in that aforementioned Caelian Hill, a wealthy neighborhood in Rome known for its grand aristocratic homes, but very few public buildings. Of course, his grandfather, Marcus Annius Verus II, owned a palace near the Lateran, where Marcus lived for much of his youth. In meditation, he expresses a lot of gratitude to his grandfather for instilling values such as integrity and temperance within him. Seems to have done quite a good job of it, although he was less fond of his grandfather's mistress, who moved into the household shortly after his grandmother's death. The old evil stepmother, all too common. So, what about Marcus as a boy? Well, from a very early age he demonstrated this strong interest in physical activities, particularly wrestling and boxing. Wasn't a philosophy nerd by any means. Now, he trained in both wrestling and armored combat, and even joined the Salii. That was a priestly order that was dedicated to the god of war, being Mars, and he was tasked with maintaining the sacred Ancilia shields. He was also privately educated, pretty normal for Roman aristocracy, having as many tutors as you can with all of the normal subjects. One of his earlier tutors, the painter Diognetus, also introduced him to philosophy. Of course, under his influence, he adopted a simple philosopher's lifestyle, including wearing a rough Greek cloak, and he even slept on the floor for quite some time, until his mother finally convinced him to use a bed. Perhaps she was worried that he would end up being like Diogenes out there sleeping in a little, what was the thing he slept in? It was a big kiln or a big pot, I believe. Now, around 132, or perhaps 133, Marcus had expanded his education under new tutors, such as the Homeric scholar Alexander of Cotiaeum, and Latin teachers Trosius Aper and Tuticius Proculus. Marcus later acknowledged the influence of Alexander, particularly in shaping his clear and thoughtful literary style. Now, moving on to 136. This was the time of Emperor Hadrian, and unfortunately at this time he suffered a near-fatal hemorrhage. You think it would have killed him, but it didn't. And while he was recovering, he adopted Lucius Caonius Commodus, Marcus's future father-in-law, as his heir. Of course, this was not taken very well by the Senate, and despite widespread opposition and Lucius Aelius's frail health, Hadrian renamed him Lucius Aelius Caesar. And having a name like that, well, you better deserve the title. Now, Lucius's poor condition was evident when he struggled to lift a ceremonial shield during an official event, a kind of moment of public embarrassment. Certainly raises a few eyebrows. After a brief assignment on the Danube frontier, however, he proved himself and returned to Rome. But He, unfortunately, died of a hemorrhage too on January 1st, 138, the very night before he was scheduled to address the Senate. Any excuse to get out of that one. Now, this is important because following Aelius's death, January 24th, 138, Hadrian chose Aurelius Antoninus, who was Marcus's uncle by marriage and the husband of Faustina the Elder, as his new successor. In line with Hadrian's wishes, Antoninus adopted both Marcus and Lucius Commodus, the son of the late Lucius Aelius. Marcus was renamed Marcus Aelius Aurelius Verus, while Lucius became Lucius Aelius Aurelius Commodus. Hadrian also arranged for Antoninus's daughter, Faustina, to be betrothed to Lucius. Upon hearing of his adoption, Marcus reportedly reacted with sadness rather than joy, and he reluctantly moved from his mother's home on the Caelian hill to Hadrian's private residence. Now, that same year, Hadrian requested the Senate exempt Marcus from the law prohibiting men from serving as quaestor before the age of 24. The Senate granted the request, albeit by a narrow margin, and Marcus walked into a political career by serving as quaestor under Antoninus, who was consul in 139. Now, this adoption dramatically shifted Marcus's career trajectory, as you can imagine. Without it, he likely would have followed the typical path of a young Roman noble, maybe serving as a triumvir, overseeing the state mint, perhaps, before becoming a tribune in the legions. But instead, his life became closely entwined with the imperial family and court. Despite these changes, Marcus's biographer notes that he remained modest, frugal, and respectful towards his relatives, showing very little change in character from his days as an ordinary citizen. Well, we get to the final days of Hadrian, and in those days, well, it was not a very good time for him. Plagued by all sorts of illness, he actually attempted to take his own life. Take the express line out of there, too much pain, and he eventually moved to the coastal resort of Baiae in Campania. They thought he'd recover, but he didn't. And, well, disregarding the advice of his doctors, he thought he'd spend his last days indulging in food and drink. One can hardly blame him. Of course, Antoninus was by Hadrian's side when he died in 10th of July 138. Following this, Antoninus made changes to Marcus's betrothal. He dissolved the engagement to Caeonia Fabia and arranged for him to marry Faustina, Antoninus's daughter. In return, Faustina's engagement to Lucius Commodus, the brother of Caeonia, was also annulled. Now, Marcus agreed to these changes, and he was named consul for the year 140, with Antoninus as his colleague, and was appointed as one of the 6 leaders of the Severe during the Equestrian Order's annual procession. As the designated heir to the throne, Marcus was granted the title Princeps Juventutis, or leader of the Equestrian Order. He then assumed the name Marcus Aelius Aurelius Verus Caesar, though he would later caution himself to stay grounded and not become overly attached to an imperial title. Writing in his meditations, ensure that you do not become a Caesar. Do not immerse yourself in the purple dye. That is a possibility. Now, this purple dye, of course, is referring to the color of royalty. Purple was the most expensive and therefore the royal color of Rome. The only way they could really get it was by, I believe it was the blood of certain sea urchins. Something like that. Not exactly sure. But rest assured that I am sure that it was the most expensive and therefore the royal color. Now, Antoninus insisted that Marcus inhabit the house of Tiberius, the imperial house on the Palatine Hill, and adopt the customs of his new position, the olicum fastigium, or pomp of the court, despite Marcus not really wanting to do any of this. Now, of course, Marcus would find it challenging to harmonize the courtly existence with his more philosophical aspirations. He wanted to do other things with his life. One can hardly blame him for that. But he convinced himself that it was a feasible objective. Quoting, "Where life exists, it is feasible to lead a virtuous life rather. Life can thrive in a palace. So it is feasible to lead a virtuous life in a palace." Yet he encountered his fair share of challenges regardless. He would reproach himself in the Meditations for misusing court life in the presence of others. Well, on January the 1st, 145, he assumed the position of consul for a second term. His mentor, Fronto, advised him to rest sufficiently, writing in a letter, "So that you may enter the Senate with a healthy complexion, and deliver your speech with a robust voice." Marcus had previously expressed concern over his health in another letter to Fronto, writing, "As for my strength, I am beginning to recover, and there is no longer any sign of the pain in my chest." He also mentioned an ongoing ulcer, for which he was undergoing treatment, ensuring that he refrained from any activities that might impede his recovery. Marcus, who was never particularly strong or healthy, earned the admiration of Cassius Dio for his unwavering dedication during his later years, despite his previous and various ailments. Well, in April of 145, Marcus married Faustina, who was legally considered to be his sister following his adoption by Antoninus. The marriage had been arranged since early 138. Now, we don't really have much details of the ceremony, which is unfortunate, but the biographer of Aurelius described it as noteworthy. I'm afraid that's all we have. But there were coins minted, which is something, with the portraits of the couples, and Antoninus officiated the ceremony as Pontifex Maximus. Of course, Marcus's own letters don't really mention much of the marriage, and any references to Faustina are pretty short, and there isn't very many of them. Well, following his assumption of the toga virilis in 136, Marcus likely began formal instructions in oratory. This is like rhetoric, giving speeches, that sort of thing. Now, he had 3 Greek tutors, Anninus Macer, Caninius Celer, and Herodes Atticus, and 1 Latin tutor, Marcus Cornelius Fronto. The latter 2 were highly esteemed orators at the time, experts in the field, though it's probable that they became his mentors after his adoption by Antoninus in 138. The prominence of Greek teachers underscores the importance of the Greek language to the Roman nobility. Either way, the era marked the height of the Second Sophistic, that is, the revival of Greek literature and culture within Rome, which deeply influenced pretty much every asset of Roman intellectual life. Greek culture walking hand in hand with Rome. Of course, despite his Roman upbringing, you may be surprised to know that Marcus did not compose his meditations in Latin, but rather he wrote the entire thing in Greek, which is of course impressive for a second language. Times were different back then, but we are dealing with the philosopher king, so that is something. Now, Herodes Atticus was more of a controversial figure at the time. He was an extraordinarily wealthy Athenian. Some say he was even the richest man in the Eastern Empire. But he had a reputation for arrogance and was disliked by his fellow Athenians for his haughty behavior. Well, that doesn't sound like something a rich person would do. Well, Atticus was a vocal critic of Stoicism, which is no surprise for someone with all that money, dismissing its pursuit of apatheia, the freedom from passion, as leading to a sluggish, weak existence. Well, despite Atticus's influence, Marcus eventually embraced Stoicism, regardless of what he thought of it, although he made no mention of Herodes in his meditations, despite their ongoing interactions for many years. Now, by contrast, Fronto, the other one, was highly respected. In the revivalist world of Latin literature, he was considered second only to the great orator Cicero. I'm sure you've heard of him, and was even seen by some as the potential rival to Cicero's legacy. Fronto had little affection for Atticus, of course, although Marcus eventually mediated between the two. They got along fairly well, all differences aside. But Fronto's expertise lay in his mastery of the Latin language. You see, he could trace words throughout classical texts, identify these obscure synonyms, and debate minute errors in word usage. Now, a considerable portion of the correspondence between Fronto and Marcus, fortunately, has endured. The couple shared a profound friendship, employing affectionate words such as, "Farewell, my Fronto, wherever you may be, my dearest joy." What is the nature of our relationship? I love you, yet your absence. In their correspondence, there was many little things like this. It's kind of nice. It's good to have friends. So Marcus, of course, also engaged in pleasant discussion with Fronto's wife and daughter, who were both named Cratia. Now, it's all good and well to have the best teachers, the best equipment, everything you need for learning. But school sucks. So Aurelius was quite dissatisfied with his legal studies, and he was quite tired by April 146 to 47, when he was 25. He wrote to his mentor Fronto about his disillusionment with his boastful and obnoxious teacher, and the teacher told him, I quote, "It is easy to yawn beside a judge, but to serve as a judge is a noble task." Marcus was exhausted from his workouts and intellectual debates. Though Marcus's formal education came to an end, Fronto, a staunch defender of traditional rhetoric, criticized philosophical conversations for their superficiality and insincerity. Marcus still stayed close to his tutors throughout his life, despite his frustrations with them. His biographer says that his overzealousness to study hurt his health, the only flaw in an otherwise perfect childhood. Fronto warned Marcus against philosophy from the start. He stated, "It is better to have never touched the teachings of philosophy than to have merely tasted them superficially. At least that's as the saying goes." In fact, Fronto disdained philosophy and Marcus's interactions with philosophers like Apollonius of Chalcedon. Marcus's turn to philosophy was a typical useful reaction to oratory training's monotonous approach. He kept in touch with Fronto, though, ignoring all of the warnings. Now, in terms of who introduced him to Stoicism, it may have been Apollonius, but it was Quintus Junius Rusticus, who had the most profound influence upon Aurelius. Fronto even acknowledged that Rusticus had lured Marcus away from traditional oratory study. Rusticus, who was 20 years older than Marcus and senior to Fronto, was the grandson of Aurelianus Rusticus, a Stoic who had been martyred for opposing the tyranny of Domitian. If you've watched my full video about Domitian, you'll know what tyranny I'm talking about. Now, this connection linked Rusticus to the Stoic tradition of resistance against tyrannical emperors of the 1st century, who were of course not in short supply. Marcus later expressed gratitude to Rusticus for teaching him to avoid being swept away by the allure of eloquence, speculative thinking, and moralistic discourse, and also for steering him away from oratory, poetry, and excessive usage of ornate prose. Through Rusticus, Marcus found a deeper commitment to the Stoic philosophy that would come to define his reign and personal reflection. Of course, we have the account from Philostratus that even in his advanced age during the later phase of his reign, states that Marcus continued his studies under Sixtus of Chaeronea. I quote from Philostratus, "The Emperor Marcus was an eager disciple of Sixtus the Boeotian philosopher, being often in his company and frequenting his house. Lucius, who had just come to Rome, asked the emperor, whom he met on his way, where he was going to and on what errand, and Marcus answered, 'It is good even for an old man to learn. I am now on my way to Sixtus the philosopher to learn what I do not yet know.' And Lucius, raising his hand to heaven, said, 'Oh, Zeus, the king of the Romans in his old age, takes up his tables and goes to school.'" On the 30th of November, 147, Faustina delivered a daughter named Domitia Faustina. She was the first of at least 13 children, including 2 pairs of twins, that Faustina would conceive under the subsequent 23 years. On the 1st of December, Antoninus conferred upon Marcus the tribunician power and the imperium, granting him responsibility over the emperor's forces and territories. As tribune, he possessed the authority to present one measure to the Senate following the 4 that Antoninus may propose. His tribunician powers would be reinstated with Antoninus on the 10th of December, 147. The initial reference to Domitia in Marcus's correspondence depicts her as a frail newborn in poor health. Domitia would unfortunately perish in 151, but between this, in 149, Faustina delivered twin sons. Coins of the time commemorate the incident, with the crossed cornucopiae beneath the portrait bust of the 2 young boys, encompassed by the inscription Temporum Felicitas, meaning the gladness of the times. They did not live too long. Prior to the year's conclusion, an additional family coin was minted, depicting the small girl Domitia Faustina alongside an infant boy. A second daughter, Annia Aurelia Galeria Lucilla, was born on the 7th of March 150. Marcus's mother, Domitia Lucilla, died between 155 and 61, possibly shortly after. Annia Galeria Aurelia Faustina may have been born in 153, but Faustina likely had another daughter in 151. There was another son too, Tiberius alias Antoninus, who was born in 152. After Faustina and Marcus's sisters died, Faustina had daughters Fadila and Cornificia in 159 and 160. Now on to Lucius, He entered politics as quaestor in 153, consul in 154 and 61 with Marcus. Lucius only had the son of Augustus title, but he had different temperament than Marcus, and he enjoyed hunting, wrestling, circus games, and gladiatorial contests. He also got married in 164. Now on to Antoninus. He had turned 70 years old in 156, and at this time his health was failing. He reportedly struggled to stand without stilts and supports. He ate dry bread during the morning receptions just to keep himself awake. After Marcus Gavius Maximus died in around 157, Marcus took on more administrative duties as Antoninus aged, especially as a praetorian prefect. Marcus and Lucius became joint consuls for 160, and at this time Antoninus was becoming more and more ill. Marcus's biographer says that Antoninus was at his family estate in Lorium, Etruria, 19 kilometers away from Rome, just 2 days before his death. Now apparently he had eaten so much cheese at dinner that he developed a fever after vomiting the next night. That's one way to go. He gave Marcus the state and his daughter at the Imperial Council on March the 7th, 161. And shortly after, Antoninus died. And so, the new emperor. Let's talk about that process. Well, after his death, the death of Antoninus Pius in 161, Marcus Aurelius assumed the position of de facto sole Roman emperor. The formal titles and responsibilities of the role soon followed, as the Senate granted him the name Augustus and the title of Imperator. He was also elected Pontifex Maximus, the highest priest in Roman religious life. According to his biographer, Marcus appeared quite reluctant, claiming that he was compelled by others to take on the imperial role. This reluctance might have reflected a genuine terra imperii, or the fear of the burdens of the imperial power. Of course, when you're the emperor, you're certainly a target for a lot of people. Perhaps not the safest of jobs. Well, though personally inclined towards a life of philosophical reflection, Marcus understood, through his Stoic training, that it was actually his duty to accept the position and everything that came along with it. So, despite his lack of personal affection for Hadrian, as suggested by the absence of any mention of him in the first book of Meditations, Marcus felt bound by Hadrian's succession plans. The Senate initially sought to confirm Marcus as sole emperor, but he refused unless his adoptive brother Lucius Verus was given equal authority to rule alongside him. Of course, the Senate eventually complied, granting Lucius imperium, tribunician power, and the title of Augustus. Marcus officially took the title of Imperator Caesar Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Augustus, while Lucius adopted Marcus's family name and became Imperator Caesar Lucius Aurelius Verus Augustus. This created the first instance of co-rulers in the history of the Roman Empire. Now, although they were equal at least on paper, Marcus had a bit more authority than Lucius. You see, Marcus had served as consul for more than one time, being involved in Antoninus's administration, and held the exclusive position of Pontifex Maximus. The Roman public would have easily recognized Marcus as the senior emperor. Now, his biographer also noticed noted that Verus obeyed Marcus, as a lieutenant obeys a proconsul or a governor obeys the emperor. Following their confirmation by the Senate, both emperors proceeded to the Castra Praetoria, the Praetorian Guards camp, where Lucius addressed the soldiers. The troops hailed both Marcus and Lucius as imperatores, and following the precedent set by emperors since Claudius, Lucius offered the soldiers a donativum, or special bonus. However, this payment was notably more generous than those of previous reigns, amounting to about 20,000 sesterces, about 5,000 denarii for each soldier, with additional rewards for officers. In exchange for this sizable payment, equivalent to several years' salary, tax-free of course, the soldiers swore an oath to protect the emperors. It's always a good strategy to try and buy somebody's loyalty, but it kind of screws over the next emperor. Everybody expects the same. Well, although Marcus's ascent to power was peaceful, this act certainly helped him secure loyalty and prevent potential military challenges. Now, Marcus engaged his 11-year-old daughter, Anna Lucilla, to Lucius Verus, who was her legal uncle, shortly after taking power. As with previous emperors, new welfare measures were introduced to help impoverished children during their engagement celebrations. Marcus and Lucius's modesty and civility won over the Roman public. Open expression was allowed, and even in some cases, encouraged. Even the playwright Marullus could mock them without any repercussions, and it was said that no one lamented the leniency of Pius. Of course, Marcus made his own major leadership changes to the empire, of course. A Pannonian with military governance experience, Titus Varius Clemens, replaced imperial correspondence overseer Sextus Caecilius Crescens Volusianus. He had recently served as a procurator for 5 provinces. Former tutor of Marcus, Lucius Volusius Maesianus, was recalled from Egypt, elevated to the Senate, and appointed Aerarium Saturnae, or the prefect of the treasury. He became consul soon after. And as for Fronto's son-in-law, Gaius Aufidius Victorinus, well, he was appointed the governor of Germania Superior to strengthen the frontier province leadership. Difficult job out there on the Rhine. Now, on the 28th of March, Fronto returned to his residence in Rome after departing from his home in Cirta upon hearing of his former pupil's elevation to emperors. He sent a message to Charillus, an imperial freedman, asking for permission to visit them, but later explained that he did not directly address the emperors. Fronto was, of course, extremely proud of Marcus Aurelius, his favorite student, recalling a speech he had written for Marcus's consulship in 143, where he had praised the talents of the promising young man. And now Fronto joyfully declared that Marcus had matured. I quote from Fronto's words, "Back then you had great potential. Now you show refined excellence." He compared Marcus's development to that of a crop reaching full harvest, fully realizing his grandest expectations. Of course, Fronto summoned only Marcus to meet him. He didn't really care too much about Lucius. But then again, sorry Lucius, but no one really does. Hey, someone had to say it. Well, Fronto held Lucius Verus in lesser regard, just like everybody else does, considering his pursuits trivial compared to Marcus's. Lucius once asked Fronto to settle a trivial dispute between himself and his friend Calpurnius regarding two actors. In contrast, Marcus updated Fronto about his reading habits, mentioning that he had been reading Coelius and a short piece by Cicero, and he also shared family news. Marcus's daughters were also staying in Rome with their great-great-aunt Matidia. As he thought, the countryside air was simply too cold for them. Oh, that's a shame. He also requested Fronto for some eloquent literature recommendations, mainly from Cato, Cicero, Sallust, or Gracchus, or even some poetry, as apparently he needed something to distract and uplift him from all the stuffed shirt monotony of being an emperor. Now, while Marcus's reign did begin smoothly, with his focus on philosophy and winning over public favor, it would soon become evident that dark times lay ahead. The coinage of 161 had announced the felicitas temporum, good times, of course. But these good times were shortly lived. In the autumn of 161, or perhaps the spring of 162, the Tiber River flooded, submerging large areas of Rome, killing livestock and causing famine in the city. Both Marcus and Lucius took immediate action to address the crisis. In line with past imperial responses to famines, the emperors ordered the distribution of grain from Rome's granaries to the affected Italian villages. Of course, Marcus was adored by the Roman people, an exemplary emperor, devoted student, and, most importantly, remarkably eloquent, making his first rule Fronto's most joyful. Now, Marcus's Senate speech after the Cyzicus earthquake showed his rhetorical skills too. The Senate was astonished by it, quoting, "The city was stirred by the earthquake as suddenly and violently as your audience was by your address." Now, Fronto's words, of course, always in praise of Marcus. Now, Antoninus's final concerns were the state and foreign monarchs that had mistreated him. Now, Vologases IV of Parthia acted in the late summer, or perhaps early fall of 161. Vologases invaded Armenia, which was at the time a Roman client state, quickly deposing its king and appointing Pacorus, who was an Arsacid just like himself. Now, Marcus Sidatius Severianus, a Gaul with military experience, governed Cappadocia, a key region in all Armenian battles. After being convinced by the prophet Alexander of Abonatacus that he could easily defeat the Parthians and achieve personal glory, Severianus led a legion, possibly the 9th Hispana, into Armenia, but Chosroes, the powerful Parthian general, captured him at Elegia, a town just beyond the Cappadocian borders upstream of the Euphrates. Well, unfortunately, the prophet was perhaps a little bit mistaken, because Severianus took his own life after failing to defeat Chosroe, and his legion, well, they were all destroyed. 3 days were spent on the campaign. Only 3 days, and it was all over. Now, that's a shame. Well, of course, that wasn't the only frontier. You go a little bit north, take a turn to the west, you find yourself in Britain. Go a little bit on the other side, you're on Raetia. And a little bit east, Upper Germany. And this was where Taunus Chati had recently breached the limes, for the conflict, of course, was possible. Marcus was unprepared. In fact, the biographer notes that Marcus remained with Antoninus during his 23-year reign rather than in the provinces, where the most previous emperors had started their careers. Antoninus did not train him in the military, and this is the problem with him getting into the position he did so early. He didn't have that traditional route of being in the thick of the conflict. He just didn't have the exposure. But let's not underestimate him. Well, the Syrian governor's forces were defeated by the Parthians and fled in chaos. The Parthian border received reinforcements, with Danubian legions and African senator Julius Geminius Marcianus, commander of the 10th Gemina, at Vienna, went to Cappadocia. 3 legions, the 1st Minervia from Bonn in Upper Germany, the 2nd Adiutrix from Aquinicum, and the 5th Macedonica from Troesmis, set out to the east. Governors were then ordered to avoid combat on the northern frontiers. Marcus's first cousin, Marcus Annius Libo, became the governor of Syria. He started his first consulship in 161, suggesting he was in his early 30s, and he had little military experience as a patrician. Of course, Marcus was always going to choose dependability over skill. He spent a 4-day public holiday in Alsium, a coastal resort town in Etruria. He was too anxious to get relaxation. In correspondence with Fronto, he asserted that he would refrain from discussing his vacation, and Fronto responded, "What? Am I unaware that you travelled to Alsium with the purpose of indulging in games, jesting, and total relaxation for 4 consecutive days?" He then urged Marcus to take a respite, referencing the practices of his predecessors. You see, Antoninus, he'd engaged in physical exercise, fishing, and theatrical pursuits, even composing a fable regarding the god's allocation of the day between morning and evening. But Marcus had seemingly devoted the majority of his evenings to judicial affairs rather than leisure activities. He was unable to heed Fronto's counsel, stating, "I have obligations looming over me that are difficult to evade." Aurelius even adopted Fronto's tone to somewhat admonish himself, stating, "How beneficial has my counsel been to you? Even you can assert." He had taken breaks and would continue to do so frequently. However, this commitment to duty, who understands it better than you the extent of the demands? Fronto dispatched Marcus a compilation of new reading materials to alleviate his apprehension around the Parthian conflict, a lengthy and thoughtful letter too, replete with historical allusions. Contemporary editions of Fronto's writings are designated as De Bello Parthico, on the Parthian War. Fronto's notes that although Rome had faced setbacks in its history, that the Romans always triumphed in the end over their adversaries. Quoting, "Always and everywhere, Mars has transformed our difficulties into victories, and our fears into accomplishments." Yeah, he's right. I assume he can't see the future, though. Now, during the winter of 161 to 62, reports of an impending uprising in Syria emerged, leading to the decision that Lucius should personally oversee the Parthian campaign. You see, he was more robust and healthier than Marcus, and so more appropriate for military endeavors. The biographer of Lucius suggests hidden intentions, however, to curtail the excesses of Lucius and to instill frugality, amend his ethics via this fear of bloody conflict, and to ensure his recognition as an emperor. Either way, regardless of these circumstances, the Senate had to grant its approval, and in the summer of 162, Lucius departed. Marcus would stay in Rome, as the city needed the presence of an emperor. Lucius predominantly resided in Antioch during the campaign, but he wintered in Laodicea and summered in Daphne, a resort location just outside of Antioch. Of course, he wasn't meant to be having that much fun. Critics condemned Lucius's opulent lifestyle, asserting that he engaged in gambling all the way into the deep hours of the night, and favored the company of actors, which were seen as kind of a lower-class group of people. Now, also, Libo had perished early within this conflict, and there was also rumors that Lucius was responsible for his death. Kind of a pile-on of public opinion for poor old Lucius at this time, as if the pressure was not enough already. Now, during the war, likely around autumn 163, or perhaps early 164, Lucius traveled to Ephesus to marry Marcus's daughter, Lucilla. Marcus advanced the date. He may have previously been informed about Lucius's paramour, Panthea, trying to get in early before anybody makes their own decisions, right? Now, Lucilla's 13th birthday occurred in March 163. Regardless of her date of marriage, she had not yet reached the age of 15. Lucilla was accompanied by her mother, Faustina, and her uncle, Betillinus Civica Barbarus, the half-brother of Lucius's father, who had the title of Augusti, or Companion of the Emperors. Now, Marcus may have desired Civica to oversee Lucius, a responsibility that Libo had neglected, and he might have intended to accompany them to Smyrna. As his biographer asserts, he informed the Senate he would, but it seems as though that this did not actually occur. Yes, it seems he only accompanied the troop to Brundisium, where they embarked a ship bound for the east. He promptly returned to Rome and issued specific directives to his proconsuls to refrain from granting the group any official reception. The Armenian capital, Artaxata, was also seized in 163, and at year-end Lucius assumed the title Armeniacus. Although lacking war experience, Marcus postponed acceptance of the title until the subsequent year. When Lucius was proclaimed imperator once more, Marcus promptly accompanied him with the title Emperor, Imperator too, rather. Now, occupied Armenia was restructured according to Roman principles. In 164, Cain Polis, or New City, supplanted Artaxata as the new capital. A Roman senator of consular rank, and Arsacid lineage, Gaius Julius Sohaemus, was appointed as the new king. He may not have been crowned in Armenia. The ceremony could have occurred in Antioch or possibly Ephesus, but he was commemorated on the imperial coinage of 164 with the inscription Rex Armenius, King of Armenia, and Lucius was depicted seated on a throne with his staff, while Sohaemus stood before him, paying homage to the emperor. Now in 163, the Parthians were back, and they intervened in Osroene, a Roman client state in Upper Mesopotamia centered on Edessa, and appointed their own monarch to the throne. Well, the Romans weren't happy about that, and in response, forces were relocated downstream to cross the Euphrates at a more southern location. Before the conclusion of 163, Roman armies advanced north to seize Dausera and Nicephorium on the northern Parthian bank. Shortly after the conquest of the northern bank of the Euphrates, further Roman legions advanced on Osroene from Armenia, capturing Anthemusia, a town located southwest of Edessa. In 165, Roman troops advanced into Mesopotamia. Edessa was reoccupied, and Manas, the king deposed by the Parthians, was reinstated. The Parthians withdrew back to Nisibis, which was subsequently also besieged and seized. The Parthian forces disbanded around the Tigris River, and a secondary force, commanded by Avidius Cassius and the Third Gallica, advancing towards the Euphrates, engaged in a significant fight at Dura. By the end of the year, Cassius's army had arrived at the dual metropolises of Mesopotamia, Seleucia on the right bank of the Tigris, and Ctesiphon on the left. Now Ctesiphon was captured, and its royal palace incinerated and destroyed. The inhabitants of Seleucia, who were predominantly Greek, by the way, the city was established as a capital of the Seleucid Empire, which was one of the successor states of Alexander the Great. Well, they actually welcomed the invaders. It's better to be ruled over by Romans than Parthians, I suppose. Well, if you're Greek. But either way, the city was pillaged, which tarnished the reputation of Lucius. There were justifications, which were pursued or rather fabricated. The official narrative asserted that the Seleucids violated the initial trust. Well, either way, people did not like the news of a city being sacked like this, especially a Greek city. Now Cassius's army, while experiencing scarcity of provisions and the repercussions of a plague that was acquired in Seleucia, successfully returned to Roman territory. Lucius assumed the title of Parthicus Maximus, and he and Marcus were once more acclaimed as imperators, receiving the designation Imperator III. Now Cassius's army re-entered the battlefield in 166, traversing the Tigris into Media. Lucius assumed the title Medicus, and the emperors were once more acclaimed as imperators, designating them as Imperator IV in imperial titulature. Now Marcus has now taken the Parthicus Maximus, following an additional strategic postponement, and on the 12th of October that year, he designated his sons, Annius and Commodus, as his successors. I did a whole video about Commodus if you want to learn about him. That is interesting. Now, beginning in the 160s, Germanic tribes and other nomadic groups initiated incursions along the northern frontier, especially into Gaul and across the Danube. The recent thrust westward was likely a result of the assaults from tribes located further east. Always is the way. One tribe shows up, pushes another out, and people have to fight for their new homeland. It's either that or die. Well, the initial incursion by the Chatti into the region of Germania Superior was thwarted by 162, but the invasion of 166, well, that was far more perilous, as the Marcomanni of Bohemia, vassals of the Roman Empire since back in AD 19, traversed the Danube alongside the Lombards and other Germanic tribes. Shortly after, the Persian Sarmati and Lazyges launched an assault between the Danube and Theiss rivers. The Kostoboki, originating from the Carpathian region, also invaded Moesia, Macedonia, and Greece. Following a prolonged conflict, Marcus successfully repelled the attackers. A multitude of Germanic tribes established settlements in frontier areas like Dacia, Pannonia, Germany, and Italy. Now, this was not really unprecedented. It happens all the time. But the influx of settlers necessitated the establishment of two new frontier provinces on the left bank of the Danube, namely Sarmatia and Marcomannia, which, well, if we're going to put it into modern-day terms, think of present-day Hungary, Slovakia, a little bit of the Czech Republic, that kind of thing. So certain Germanic tribes that established themselves in Ravenna insurrected and successfully captured the city. Consequently, Marcus opted not only to refrain from introducing additional barbarians into Italy, but also to expel those who had already been brought there. In 168, two emperors initiated a military operation, driving the invading Marcomanni and Coati from Aquileia. Lucius Verus, at this time, became ill, and on his way to Rome, he died, likely of the plague. We set this to around the early days of 169. Most likely February, but perhaps January. Now, similar to numerous emperors, Marcus dedicated the majority of his time on legal affairs, and this includes petitions and dispute resolution, but, in contrast to many of those who came before him, he possessed this considerable expertise in imperial administration upon ascending to power. He exercised meticulous attention in both theoretical and practical aspects of legislation. Legal experts refer to him as an emperor exceptionally adept in the law, and a remarkably prudent and scrupulously just emperor. He exhibited significant interest in three legal domains, that being the emancipation of slaves, guardianship of orphans and minors, and selection of city councillors. He also showed considerable deference to the Roman Senate, and consistently sought their approval for expenditures, despite his authority and the undisputed rule of the emperor rendering such requests completely unnecessary. Of course, this made him very popular with the senators. But regardless of how popular you are, everything comes to an end. Marcus Aurelius passed away at the age of 58 on the 17th of March 180, either at the city of Vindobona, the province of Pannonia Superior, present-day Vienna, or Sirmium, province of Pannonia Inferior. He was promptly deified, of course, and his ashes were sent back to Rome, where they were interred in Hadrian's mausoleum, until the Visigothic sack in 410. Well, they carried away quite a few more things than just that. Now, his campaigns against the Germans and Sarmatians were memorialized with a column and a temple constructed in Rome. And, of course, as we've mentioned, there are quite a few who regard his demise as the conclusion of the Pax Romana, the end of the good times. Well, speaking of the end of the good times, he was succeeded by his son Commodus, who he designated as Caesar in 166, with whom he co-ruled since 177. Biological sons of the emperor, if present, were regarded as heirs. However, this marked just the second instance of a non-adoptive son succeeding his father, the sole previous occurrence being a century before, when Vespasian was succeeded by his son Titus, and I'm sure you've watched the video about that. Of course, this succession following Commodus has been condemned by a lot of historians, highlighting his unpredictable behavior and deficiencies in political and military competence. Either way, at the conclusion of this account of Marcus's reign, Cassius Dio composed an encomium for the emperor and lamented the transition to Commodus during his lifetime. In fact, Dio states that from Marcus's initial days as counselor to Antoninus, and his final days all the way up with the authority of the Emperor of Rome title, that he remained unchanged and did not alter in the slightest. Well, thank you very much for that. Now you're probably wondering, what about meditations? Is he going to discuss that? Of course I am, but that needs a video of its own. So if you want to learn about that, I don't know, check back later. You'll find it, I'll do it eventually. Well, I'll probably just do a complete reading, back to forth of meditations. I've been doing it for Seneca, so why not do it for Aurelius? Now, I will thank my top-tier patrons and supporters: Doug, Kerry, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Aaron, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, Christine, Fizabo, Legitmus, Maverick, and Susan. Thank you very much, all of you lovely people, and I will see you on the next exciting episode. Thank you very much for watching. As always, have a good rest. Lots of love to you all. Good night.